Chapter 38-42. Since the Eastern Victory Kingdom was already so powerful, there must be someone who had broken through to the extreme pill realm. So, how powerful was Huang Jindi? Right now, he couldn't even guess who it was. But, perhaps all the young geniuses from the Golden Heavenly Kingdom were at least at the 8th Divine Core realm. In the past, Ling Xiao would never be able to reach this level. But now, he was a late 4th Divine Core warrior. He wasn't that far away from the 8th Divine Core realm. Sister Yu, finally, I can touch you. Ling Xiao's mind was filled with excitement and anticipation. Even if the Eternal Palace was stronger than the Golden Heavenly Kingdom, it shouldn't be much stronger. That Wang Quan Tianxia, who was engaged to Yu Fanghua, was most likely an extreme pill warrior. Which meant he was at the 9th Divine Core realm. As long as Jiang Chen put in a little more effort, he would be able to go to the Eternal Palace and find the woman of his dreams. The path of cultivation might be filled with the unknown and fear for others. But in Ling Xiao's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. Because of the martial soul of Tyrant, even the King of Sovereigns couldn't make him feel fear. Fear came from the unknown. He had a trace of the human king's bloodline, so why would he fear the King of Sovereigns? Compared to the human king, the King of Sovereigns was nothing. But right now, the most important thing is still the matter in the Purple Palace Kingdom. Ling Xiao retracted his chaotic thoughts and increased his speed. Purple Palace Kingdom, Royal Capital. The royal palace that only the king was allowed to live in had now become Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Morshua's temporary residence. As for the king of the Purple Palace, he had moved out of the royal capital. No matter how high his status was in the Purple Palace Kingdom, when facing the powerful Jiyu Fenghua, he had no chance of winning. All he could do was endure. Being the king was a shame, but it was still better than being dead. Within the royal capital, Jiyu Fenghua was cultivating in his luxurious clothes. His cultivation had reached the early 7th Divine Core realm, but he was still working so hard. It looked like it wasn't a coincidence that he was able to reach his current cultivation level. Qing Morshua was sitting not far away from him. She was lying on the ground, her beautiful body was enough to make any man drool. She was flipping through a book, laughing from time to time. Jiyu Fenghua sighed helplessly and opened her eyes. Junior sister, I'm cultivating. Of course I know that senior apprentice brother is cultivating, but don't you find it boring to have such a delicate beauty in front of you? You actually still have the heart to cultivate. Qing Morshua pouted. It was hard to imagine that such a cruel and merciless woman could actually show such a cute side in front of others. She had the face of a fairy, but the heart of a snake and scorpion. This was probably the kind of person she was talking about. All right, I won't cultivate anymore. What book are you reading? It's so interesting. Jiyu Fenghua seemed to dote on her junior sister very much and asked gently. It's nothing much. It's just an encyclopedia compiled by the Dongsheng royal family. It's very interesting. Look here, the strongest beings in the Black Tortoise continent are the 12 beast gods. At the very top was the sun god, the king of all gods. Moreover, it also said that in the Black Tortoise continent, there was a kind of beast god martial artist that was above the beast warriors. They have obtained the beast god martial spirit and are extremely powerful, Qing Morshua said excitedly. I've heard of beast god martial artist. The Eternal Emperor Region's Wang Quan's world is a beast god martial artist. Moreover, it's said that his beast god divine position isn't low. It's very likely that his a high-level god divine position, or even stronger. Jiyu Fenghua frowned and said, this Wang Quan's world is known as the #1 genius of the 4 major regions. It's not a bluff. I think he's just bluffing. Senior apprentice brother, work harder. You'll definitely surpass him. Besides, not to mention others, isn't the #1 genius of the Eternal Life Palace that Yu Fanghua? Yu Fanghua and Wang Quan's world should be on par. Jiyu Fenghua continued, sigh, but whether it's Yu Fanghua or Wang Quan's world, they're both much stronger than me. If I don't obtain a better cultivation method, I'm afraid I'll never be able to surpass them. It'll be difficult to catch up. Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. This time, I'll definitely help you obtain the primordial martial technique and the Dongsheng Sky Sword. Qing Morshua suddenly became serious. Thank you, Shui. Jiyu Fenghua smiled. The reason he came to the Purple Mansion Kingdom was to obtain the primordial martial technique and the Dongsheng Sky Sword. These two items could not fall into the hands of others. Young master, may I enter? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. It was the Purple Mansion King, Chen Yu. Come in, Jiyu Fenghua said calmly. Chen Yu walked in from outside and said to Jiyu Fenghua, young master, there's news about Ling Xiao. He's not dead. 4 days ago, he was injured by Yu Zhen and went missing. He suddenly appeared today and killed Yu Zhen. Yu Zhen even used his most powerful lightning sword of annihilation. However, he was still no match for that kid. There's a rumor that the kid has a pair of firestorm wheels. Yu Zhen, that trash. Jiyu Fenghua snorted and said, however, Ling Xiao has the firestorm wheels. It's no wonder he lost. The firestorm wheels are a treasure left behind by the thief god. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to obtain such a treasure after disappearing for a few days. He really was blessed by luck. Looks like there's one more treasure on my list. Senior brother, are you talking about the firestorm wheels that the thief god used to escape Huang Jindi's pursuit? Qing Moshue said in surprise. That's right. It should be that thing. Jiyu Fenghua said coldly. Good kid. I'm really getting more and more curious about him. Initially, I wanted to kill him directly. But from the looks of it now, this kid is definitely not a bad choice to use for treasure hunting. Qing Moshue revealed a smile. Chen Yu, where is he? Qing Moshue asked anxiously. This. I'm sorry, young masters. That guy is very cunning. He disappeared after killing Yu Zhen. It's as if he didn't exist. The people we sent to search for him couldn't find any clues. Chen Yu smiled bitterly. Trash. Qing Moshue scolded. Shui, don't scold people. That Ling Xiao should be good at a secret technique that conceals him. However, it doesn't matter. I believe he will come to the Purple Mansion royal capital. Zi Qianye is in our hands, so he will definitely come. As long as he enters the Purple Mansion royal capital, he won't be able to escape from us. Jiyu Fenghua sneered. But senior brother, is he that stupid? He knows we're all in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Why would he still come? Qing Moshue was puzzled. You don't understand. This kid is very loyal. Zi Qianye helped him before. They call each other brother and sister. He will definitely come. Actually, what happened in the small purple spirit kingdom is an example. Jiyu Fenghua said with a smile, if he obediently hands over those things, perhaps I can take him in as a subordinate. After all, with his talent and character, it would be great if he became a subordinate. Is there really such a loyal man in this world? Qing Moshue still didn't believe it. Chapter 3843. Chen Yu, you can go back now. Remember, protect Zi Qianye well, don't let her die. As long as she's alive, she'll be more useful to us. Jiyu Fenghua said with a smile. Understood. Chen Yu turned around and left. Ling Xiao wouldn't let Jiyu Fenghua discover his existence. He knew a divine core warrior had a powerful divine sense. However, the divine sense wasn't the same as the eyes. In order to detect a cultivator, the cultivator had to release his aura. But Ling Xiao had the ability to completely hide his aura. He didn't want to expose himself. As long as he didn't attack, it would be impossible for anyone to find him with their divine sense. It took him 6 days to travel from the Peach Blossom Bay to the capital city. Because he had been using the Falling Plum Clear Shadow Steps for a long time, he had reached the Great Perfection stage. As for the Plum Blossom Acupuncture Hand, Ling Xiao had practiced it on demon beasts, and it had reached the Great Perfection stage. For safety's sake, Ling Xiao had been fed high-ranked energy stones by the Blood Thunder God along the way. He had also fed the Blood Thunder God all the lightning element demon cores he got from the ancient Dongsheng Emperor and the Peach Blossom's treasure vault. He had spent a total of 10 million high-ranked energy stones, hundreds of thousands of demon beast cores. The Blood Thunder God had filled up 10% of his cells. Not only had his body become stronger, his ordinary attacks had also skyrocketed. The current strength of his physical body was equivalent to a 6th-order Emperor realm defensive martial skill. That also meant most of the damage an early 6th Order Divine Core warrior could inflict on him would be negated. Although he was still no match for the 3 great generals, at least he wouldn't be easily defeated by them. Also, he wouldn't be easily killed. Cultivating while traveling, Ling Xiao had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Purple Palace's capital city. At the same time, Haim Myung-ko, who was far away in the western region, had encountered a strange situation. Although Haim Myung-ko wasn't a very strong cultivator, she was the representative of the Purple Palace. However, because she directly represented Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, her position were extremely special. Besides, she was once the holy son of the sacred dynasty. Many people respected her very much. On this day, Haim Myung-ko finished her cultivation and walked to the balcony of the pavilion, looking at the constantly changing scenery of the Celestial Empire. Ever since the Celestial Empire unified the Western region and the Archean Divine Tomb, everything was on the right track. Construction was in full swing. The scene of the entire nation practicing martial arts was even more popular than before. In the Celestial Empire, sects have nothing to do with it. The Empire would set up local academies and the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone, regardless of whether they were men or women, could take the test. Regardless of your aptitude, as long as you can pass the assessment, you can enter these academies to cultivate. Moreover, the Celestial Empire implemented compulsory education. Other than the higher education institutions, the rest could be studied for free. You only need to pay for your living expenses and books. Those books were compiled by countless martial arts instructors. They were easier to learn and understand than ordinary martial arts manuals. Such a situation had long been implemented in the Heavenly Dragon Continent, Divine Phoenix Continent, and White Tiger Continent. In the western region of the Black Tortoise Continent, this was just the beginning, but the people were very welcoming. It was just that Haim Myung-ko, who was in charge of this matter, was really a little tired. Haim Myung-ko smiled slightly. That guy left this mess for me and actually ran off to make his own way. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in her mind. She and Ling Xiao could be said to have become friends after a fight. They were once enemies, but later became friends. Now, they were best friends. Although she was blaming him, she revealed a hint of a smile. Ling Xiao occupied a very special place in her heart. The only thing she was not very satisfied with now was her own strength. She was too weak, so she could only stay behind to help Ling Xiao take care of the Empire's affairs. It would be great if he was stronger. He might be able to help that guy even more. No, I'm too tired. I'd better go to sleep for a while. She yawned. She was dealing with political affairs and cultivating. She really had her hands full. Now she really felt a little tired. When she returned to bed, she fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Suddenly, she saw a person standing in front of her bed. A woman who was so beautiful that she was jealous. She knew this woman. And she had been beaten up before. She knew that this was the woman Ling Xiao loved the most, the Moon Maiden. However, the current Moon Maiden was clearly younger than before. Senior Moon Maiden, why are you here? Haim Myung-ko looked at the woman in front of her in surprise and asked. My name is Yu Fanghua. The woman smiled and said, that guy used to call me Moon Maiden. I really don't understand why. But it doesn't matter. I know that you're his friend, and you're also a very trusted friend. Him? Are you talking about His Majesty the Celestial Emperor? Haim Myung-ko asked. So he's your Celestial Emperor. His background is not small. Yes, I'm talking about him. Is he not here? I've almost searched the entire Western region and the immemorial Divine Tomb, but I can't find his aura. Or is he dead? When Yu Fanghua said this, her expression suddenly became very ugly. There was a strong sense of sadness. No, he's not dead. Haim Myung-ko shook her head and said, he went to look for you. He went to the 4 regions to look for you. The 4 regions. How can he survive in the 4 regions with his strength? Yu Fanghua was anxious. Senior Moon Maiden, you don't have to worry. His Majesty the Celestial Emperor is a person who is good at creating miracles. When he left the Western region, he was already very powerful. I believe that his current strength is something you can't even imagine. Haim Myung-ko and Ling Xiao had known each other for a long time. The two of them had known each other since the Heavenly Dragon continent. Therefore, she knew Ling Xiao's abilities very well. That's impossible. It's only been a short time, and he can already set foot in the 4 regions. Yu Fanghua was a little surprised. If she had recovered her memories of the past, she probably wouldn't be so surprised. The Moon Maiden who had died for Ling Xiao knew more about Ling Xiao's strength than Haim Myung-ko. He must have gone. But what's your current state? Why are you here? Haim Myung-ko was still a little confused. She was clearly sleeping. You're in a dream right now. I'm talking to you through the dream reflection mirror. I really didn't expect that he would really go to the 4 regions to look for me. That Wang Quanjing guy actually told me that he's dead. That old thing really was lying to me. Yu Fanghua frowned and said, "Thank you for telling me this. Otherwise, I would still be aimlessly searching for him in the Western region. Although the dream reflection mirror is useful, it consumes too much energy. To thank you, I'll give you a gift." She suddenly pointed her finger, and a ray of light shot into Haim Myung-ko's body. Haim Myung-ko suddenly woke up. She realized that the room was empty. Chapter 38:44. When she woke up from her dream, Haim Myung-ko was shocked to find out that her cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. She had reached the first level of the divine vein realm. Although her cultivation base wasn't the strongest in the Western region, it was still very strong. Compared to her previous cultivation base, it was at least 1,000 times stronger. It had saved her a few decades of hard work. This senior UNU is really frightening. But, I think she must have consumed a lot of energy to help me increase my cultivation base. Haim Myung-ko thought to herself. Ling Xiao had set his sights on the Moon Lady, and it seemed like it made sense. I wish you all the best, we'll meet again soon. Haim Myung-ko stood up and once again immersed herself in her work and cultivation. The first level of the divine vein realm was considered a top warrior in the Western region. But, when she went to the other 4 regions, she was nothing. Therefore, she couldn't stop. But, with her current cultivation base, she could go to the other 4 regions and cultivate. That way, her cultivation speed would be faster. Everything in the Western region had stabilized. She didn't need to stay here anymore. Standing outside of the Purple Palace Kingdom, Ling Xiao had no idea what was happening in the Western region. But, he firmly believed in one thing. He was trying his best to get close to the Moon Lady, and the Moon Lady was trying her best to find him. He had his own beliefs. So did the Moon Lady. Both of them were willing to risk their lives for each other. Or else, they wouldn't be working together. Of course, Ling Xiao had to put the Moon Lady aside for now. The most important thing right now was to save Zi Qianye. Although Zi Qianye wasn't his true love, he did have a one-night stand with her. Besides, Zi Qianye had treated him well. He wasn't an ungrateful person. If you were willing to risk your life for your friend would do everything for you. Throughout his journey, there were many people who were loyal to him. It was because of his personality, his way of doing things. Those people knew that if they were loyal to him, they wouldn't be abandoned by him. They wouldn't be disappointed. Kid, don't blame your master. Long. You still have a chance to change your mind. There are 3 early 6th Divine Core Purple Palace Generals waiting for you in the Purple Palace Kingdom. A late 6th Divine Core Marshal. There was also a peak 6th Divine Core King of the Purple Palace. Of course, the most frightening ones were Qing Moshue, who was at the perfect 6th Divine Core Realm, and Jiyu Fenghua, who was at the early 7th Divine Core Realm. Once you enter that place, you will most likely die. Yuan venerates knew Ling Xiao very well. But as a master, he was unwilling to see his disciple court death. Although Ling Xiao now had the strength to kill Yu Zhen and Zi Lan, he still had the strength to do so. However, those 2 people were nothing in front of the current enemy. A Yuan venerate could see his disciple's improvement. If he had more time, he might not even be afraid of the enemies in front of him. Master, I know you care about me, but Zi Qianye is suffering. If I'm late, she'll have to suffer for another day. And have you forgotten? My strength has never been obtained by cultivating in seclusion. Instead, it was a head-on confrontation. Even if I'm not their match, I definitely won't die. Don't forget that your disciple's greatest strength isn't his combat prowess, but his ability to escape. If I don't want to die, none of them will be able to kill me. Ever since Ling Xiao started cultivating, he understood one thing. Survive. That was the most important thing. Therefore, no matter what he cultivated, his number one priority would always be to increase his survival ability. That was why he had become a monster that no one could kill even if they wanted to. Even a cockroach couldn't compare to him. Ling Xiao had been doing this for a long time, and he was already familiar with it. He knew when to fight, and when to run. He knew this very well. Furthermore, his main goal was to save Zi Qianye, not to compete with Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. He didn't necessarily need to fight. Jiyu Fenghua's divine sense is extremely powerful, and I don't know what kind of magical treasure she has. You better be prepared. Even if you can hide all your aura, you might not be able to escape from her eyes. Yuan Venerate gave up. He knew that he couldn't persuade Ling Xiao to give up. However, the more Ling Xiao acted like this, the more gratified he felt. If it wasn't because of Ling Xiao's personality, he wouldn't have chosen Ling Xiao to be his disciple. I understand, Master. Don't worry, I'll be careful. But, don't underestimate your own strength. Although Jiyu Fenghua is strong, he is still only an early 7th Divine Core warrior. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. Escaping shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao smiled, then he turned into a shadow warrior and stepped into the Purple Palace King's capital. The Purple Palace King's capital was comparable to 10 Purple Spirit cities. It was huge. At least, Ling Xiao had never seen such a huge city before. But, this was probably the limit. A city that could accommodate 1 billion people. Perhaps, in the future, there wouldn't be a city that was bigger than this. There was always a limit to everything. But then again, the Purple Palace King's capital also had a small world like the Peach Blossom Bay. According to Zi Qianye, there were a total of 12 small worlds in the Purple Palace King's capital. The size of each small world was no smaller than a Purple Spirit capital. Therefore, the Purple Palace King's capital was as big as 20 Purple Spirit cities. But, no one could see these small worlds on the surface. They could only be accessed through those portals. I don't think I've been discovered. Right after he stepped into the Purple Palace King's capital, it was as if Ling Xiao had suddenly disappeared from the world. He had completely hidden himself in the void. This ability of his was even scarier than the Shadow Warrior. He had learned it from the thief god's falling plum clear shadow steps. To be more precise, Ling Xiao could temporarily enter a different realm. No one could see him or sense him. But, he could see everything in the outside world, he just couldn't interfere with it. It was rather troublesome to open this realm, and it would take at least half an hour of preparation to succeed. Also, he had to put all of his attention into it. Therefore, when he was being chased, it was very difficult for him to enter. It was even more impossible when he was fighting. But luckily, all he needed to do was consume energy stones. Although the consumption of energy stones per minute reached hundreds. But for the rich Ling Xiao, it was nothing. The number of upper-grade spirit stones in his possession had already reached 800 million. He was not afraid of consumption. While hiding in the void plane, he could see, hear, and smell everything that was happening in the outside world. But he couldn't interfere, because once he did, the void realm would collapse. He would be exposed. Of course, the people outside couldn't interfere with him. Let's go to the palace first. Ling Xiao didn't know where Zi Qianye was imprisoned, so he could only look around. The palace was a relatively conspicuous place, so he naturally had to make a trip there. He walked into the palace just like that. But no one discovered his existence. This was because he and everyone else were existences in 2 different worlds. Chapter 3845. Unless someone was strong enough to destroy a plane, they wouldn't be able to find Ling Xiao. Sigh, our king has been living a miserable life recently. He's the king of the Zifu kingdom, but he can't even breathe because of 2 brats. Shut up. Do you want to die? Jiyu Fenghua's divine sense covers the entire Zifu kingdom. What's there to be afraid of? Her divine sense can only detect a warrior's aura. She can't even hear what I'm saying. Plus, I'm telling the truth. Who does she think she is? She comes to the Zifu kingdom and randomly kills people. I heard that woman called Qing Morshue destroyed the 10 cities of the Ziling kingdom, including the capital. They've become dead cities. That's true. I heard that they even locked the king of the Ziling kingdom, Zi Chenye, in the Zifu Netherrealm. Compared to the Ziling Netherrealm, the killing intent in the Zifu Netherrealm is 100 times stronger. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to survive. Only the king of the Zi Chenye kingdom was strong enough to survive. But at this rate, it'll be very difficult for her to resist the killing intent. She won't be able to improve her cultivation at all. She might even get injured and go crazy. Yeah. Every day she's locked up, she gets weaker and weaker. It's too tragic. Yeah. Poor woman. No one came to save her. I heard the king say that Ling Xiao might come. He received the legacy of the Bloodsword Lord. His power has probably increased greatly. I heard that he even killed Yu Zhen a few days ago. Don't count on it. Yu Zhen is nothing in front of a general, not to mention Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Morshue. If Ling Xiao really comes, he'll die. Yeah. The entire Zifu kingdom is looking for him. But what about him? He's not even worth mentioning in front of a general, not to mention that terrifying demon Jiyu Fenghua. As long as he has a brain, he won't come. Zi Chenye won't let him come either. At this point, everyone sighed. They felt sympathy for Zi Chenye, anger for Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Morshue, and indignation for the king of the Zifu kingdom. I believe he'll come back. The first person to speak said, although I've only seen that kid once. Back then, when he returned to his hometown to visit his relatives, he saw him duel with Nai Shuang. That kid can always create miracles, for sure. You're thinking too much. What kind of existence is the Dongsheng Strong Country? It's not like you don't know. Even our king was directly appointed by the Dongsheng Strong Country. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so humble in front of those 2 grandsons. At this point, Ling Xiao's thoughts had already flown to the Purple Mansion underworld. It was 100 times more terrifying than the Purple Spirit Nether Realm. This also meant that the weakest demon beast in the Purple Mansion Netherrealm was at least at the 2nd Divine Core Realm. Perhaps the strongest of them could reach the 6th Divine Core Realm. No matter how strong Zi Chenye was, he was still unable to withstand that terrifying killing intent. If you want to enter the bloodthirsty battlefield, you have to go through the teleportation portal in the Zifu army's camp. However, once they passed through that area, they would definitely release their aura and be discovered by others. This is really troublesome. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed tightly. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but the problem was that if he encountered Jiyu Fenghua or Qing Morshue directly, he wouldn't even be able to fight. He could only run. Could it be that I have no choice but to admit defeat? Ling Xiao thought of a way. He had to hand over the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and the immemorial martial skill. The Eastern Victory Sky Sword didn't have a sword soul, and even if Jiyu Fenghua had it, she wouldn't be able to control it. The immemorial martial skill was profound, and even the Bloodsword Reverend who was an 8th Divine Core warrior couldn't comprehend it. Jiyu Fenghua couldn't either. It was fine if he handed it over. What he was worried about was that even if he handed it over, Jiyu Fenghua would still want to kill him. This was the real problem. While Jiang Chen was thinking about this, suddenly, a towering aura exploded from outside the palace. Ling Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brows. This aura clearly came from someone who had reached the peak 5th Divine Core realm. Although he had killed 2 opponents like this before. But, this person seemed a little different. The aura was even more terrifying than Yu Zhen and Zilan combined. Could it be that Yu Qilong has broken through? Ling Xiao thought for a while, and this was the only possibility. Yu Qilong had brought back such important information, of course Jiyu Fenghua would give him some benefits. After all, Yu Qilong was an obedient dog. If Jiyu Fenghua didn't want to do it herself, she could just let this dog bite someone. Only Jiyu Fenghua was able to help Yu Qilong break through from the early 5th Divine Core realm to the peak 5th Divine Core realm in such a short period of time. Let's go there and have a look. Ling Xiao dashed out of the palace and headed towards the building. He noticed that when he left the palace, a few figures flew out from the palace at the same time. These figures were unfamiliar to Jiang Chen. But the Purple Palace King, the Purple Palace Marshal, and the three great generals were easy to recognize. They were all wearing the purple spirit armor. Those two unfamiliar faces must be heaven-slaying blade devil Jiyu Fenghua and Death Witch Qing Moshue. This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen these two people's faces. They had just passed by each other. They were just from different planes. I'll remember your faces. One day, I'll crush you into pieces. Ling Xiao really wanted to know what these people were planning. Therefore, he followed them. Senior disciple, I really don't understand. You wasted so much energy on a piece of trash like him, and he broke through to the peak 5th divine core realm. He's not even at the 6th divine core realm. Why did you waste so much energy? They arrived at the mansion. Yu Qilong was walking outside. Qing Moshue said with disdain. This woman was as arrogant as Jiyu Fenghua, and she looked down on everyone. However, she couldn't hide her thoughts, and she would say whatever was on her mind. Unlike Jiyu Fenghua, who thought one thing in her mind, but said something else with her mouth. Junior disciple sister, he's not bad. After all, his talent is just SOSO. He is indeed a genius in the Purple Palace Kingdom, but in the Eastern Victory Kingdom, he's not good enough. Don't be too harsh on him. Jiyu Fenghua said with a smile. Hearing what she said, Yu Qilong's face twitched. But he didn't dare complain. Even if a dog was beaten, it would still recognize its master. Welcome to the two young lords, the king, the marshal, and the three great generals. Yu Qilong was the one with the lowest status and strength among these people. Therefore, no matter who he met, he had to kneel down and greet them. Yen, stand up. Not bad, not bad. Not only have you broken through to the perfect divine core realm, you've also broken through to the divine core realm. Not only that, you've also cultivated a 5th order Emperor realm martial skill. Now, you should have the confidence to defeat that Ling Xiao, right? Jiyu Fenghua asked with a smile. Of course. Yu Qilong said confidently. A few days ago, when you were cultivating, Ling Xiao killed Yu Zhen and Zi Lan. Are you still confident? Qing Moshue said with disdain. What? Hearing what Qing Moshue said, Yu Qilong was shocked. He had betrayed his dignity and soul in exchange for his sudden increase in strength. But what did Ling Xiao have to kill Yu Zhen? Chapter 3846. Hearing that Ling Xiao had killed Yu Zhen, Yu Qilong's expression became gloomy and unwilling. The joy he felt after breaking through to the peak 5th heavenly core realm had vanished. You don't have confidence anymore? Jiyu Fenghua said coldly. No, I have confidence. Yu Qilong gritted his teeth and said, I'm just angry. That guy dared to kill Yu Zhen. I'll kill him for sure. Good, as long as you have confidence. You didn't waste my effort in cultivating you. Don't worry, in my opinion, your current strength is at least 10 times stronger than Yu Zhen. Ling Xiao had used all his strength to kill Yu Zhen. He is no match for you now. Jiyu Fenghua said with a smile. Thank you, young master, for your appreciation. Yu Qilong hastily said. Since senior brother appreciates you so much, shouldn't you do something for him? Qing Moshue suddenly said with a smile. Young master Qing Moshue, please be frank with me. I'm a fool, what do you mean? Yu Qilong asked with a respectful tone. You still don't understand? What an idiot. Qing Moshue curled her lips and said, Listen, what senior brother wants is Ling Xiao's treasures, not Zi Chenye's life. You're the one who imprisoned Zi Chenye in the Purple Mansion Nether Realm, right? You're really stupid. Can Ling Xiao enter the Purple Mansion Nether Realm? Even if he wants to save him, he can't. If he doesn't show up, how is he going to get the treasures? I think I understand now. Yu Qilong suddenly said, I'll release Zi Chenye from the Purple Mansion Nether Realm immediately, then make an announcement to the public. 7 days later, I'll publicly execute him. I'll give Ling Xiao enough time to come here. Then, I'll capture him on the spot. Not bad, at least you have some brains. Qing Moshue said with an indifferent tone. On that day, Senior brother and I will pretend to leave the capital and return to the Dongsheng kingdom. I don't want that little kitten to be too scared to come to the capital. Once he takes the bait, we'll trap him, and he won't be able to escape. At that time, everything he has will belong to senior brother." Although it was Qing Moshue who said this, Jiyu Fenghua agreed. None of the people here dared to betray him. He believed he could keep this secret a secret. It was absolutely impossible for outsiders to know about it. At the end of the day, Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue were both overconfident. Moreover, he relied too much on his divine sense, believing that no one could avoid detection wherever his divine sense was. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was an exception. This was something they had never expected. "Thank you for your advice, young lord." This subordinate believes that Ling Xiao should already be on his way here. Although he hated that brat to the bone, he had to admit that that brat was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. "You dare to go against my Yu clan for someone unrelated to Gao Hong?" For the people of the king's residence, he dared to go to the Purple Spirit capital alone. If it wasn't for the fact that Zilan was too useless and too stupid, that brat wouldn't have been able to escape from the Golden Light Dragon trapping Grand Array. Therefore, he would definitely come to the royal city. At that time, there is no need for the two young masters to make a move. This subordinate will be able to tear that brat into pieces. Vent the hatred in my heart. This bastard really knows me well. Ling Xiao, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard Yu Qilong's words. Of course, it wasn't because Yu Qilong was praising him, but because as long as Zi Qianye was brought out of the Purple Mansion underworld, he would have a way to save Zi Qianye. Even if it was a mountain of daggers and a sea of flames, he would have to give it a try. "All right, I'll leave everything to you." Jiyu Fenghua didn't know what to think, but she seemed to trust Yu Qilong very much. After leaving the palace quietly, Ling Xiao began to think about his next step. "Disciple, you heard what they said. This is simply a trap for you. Perhaps you won't be able to save Zi Qianye and might even lose your life." The Yuan Venerate had no choice but to remind Ling Xiao again. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was naturally the most important. "Master, I know what you're talking about. However, it's impossible for me to leave Zi Qianye alone. They have their plans, and I have mine. Letting Zi Qianye out of the Purple Mansion underworld might be the best bait for them. However, it's also the best opportunity for me. I can't give it up." Ling Xiao shook his head. "What we should consider now is not whether to save Zi Qianye, but how to save him. Forget it. Since you're so determined, I'll help you one more time. I'll leave your body for a period of time and modify the array formation of the Purple Mansion Royal City. This is in case of an emergency. This is our greatest advantage. Whether we want to save someone or escape, it's always good to be fully prepared." The Yuan Venerate said. "Will there be any problems?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. He couldn't let anything happen to his master just because he wanted to save Zi Qianye. "Don't worry, my spirit consciousness is already very strong. It won't be a problem for me to leave your body and protect you for about 10 days. I'll only need 3 or 4 days to set up and modify the array formation." The Yuan Venerate smiled. "But what if we're discovered?" Ling Xiao asked again. "That won't happen. Who do you think I am? Do you think that kid can discover me with his spirit consciousness?" The Yuan Venerate had the confidence of a powerhouse. "All right, but come back immediately if there are any unforeseen circumstances." Ling Xiao reminded him. "Of course. I still have a huge grudge to avenge, so I won't die just like that." The Yuan Venerate left his body after saying that. Ling Xiao watched him leave as he considered his next step. He still wasn't strong enough. Therefore, the next step was to break through. He hadn't used the Thief God's inner core yet. He had kept it in his Dongsheng Emperor ring. Buzz. Suddenly, the Bloody Thunder God jumped up excitedly. Ling Xiao could feel its excitement. Because the Blood-Red Thunder God had completely merged with his body, the excitement of the Blood-Red Thunder God was his excitement. The feeling was very obvious. Is there anything good in that direction? Ling Xiao looked in the direction the lightning was pointing in. That should be the Purple Mansion Academy. Ling Xiao had met students from the Purple Mansion Academy when he had just arrived in the Four Great Domains. He had also been looking forward to the Purple Mansion Academy. However, he had forgotten about the Purple Mansion Academy for a long time. Now, the Bloody Thunder God had reminded him of the Purple Mansion Academy. Could there be some treasure there that made the Bloody Thunder God so excited? Regardless, he had to go and take a look. If he could make the Crimson Thunder God stronger, then his chances of winning would be higher. He might even be able to improve his cultivation base. He didn't intend to use the Thief God's inner core yet. It would be a waste to use it given his current cultivation base. However, improving his strength was a must. After all, no matter how good a plan was, it couldn't compare to great strength. The Crimson Thunder God had given him a clear path to take. Eternal Emperor Region, Eternal Life Palace. There was actually a palace in a place with very few people. This place was blocked by a powerful array formation. Outsiders couldn't enter, and the people inside couldn't leave. Yu Fenghua's tired face broke into a smile. I never thought that this thing would really be useful. She looked at the book in her hand. It was a book that specialized in array formations. Chapter 3847. That book on array formations was given to Yu Fanghua by Ling Xiao. She had only intended to keep it as a souvenir. But now, she had used this book and spent a lot of time and energy to open an exit in this array formation. Although the array formation was completely repaired as soon as she went out. But that had nothing to do with Yu Fanghua. She had come out. Relying on her longing for Ling Xiao, she had broken out of the cage here. White Eagle, let's go. Yu Fanghua called out. The White Eagle, which was originally only a foot tall, suddenly grew to dozens of feet tall. Yu Fanghua jumped on and sped away. Let's go to the primordial divine tomb first. Maybe Ling Xiao will be there. Although she had learned from Hai Myung-ko that Ling Xiao had left the western region through the dream mirror. But she still had to go and take a look. At the very least, she had to walk the path that Ling Xiao had walked before she knew whether Ling Xiao was dead or alive. Ling Xiao, you must not die. Otherwise, all my hopes and expectations will be gone. Looking into the distance, Yu Fenghua's heart was burning with anxiety. If Ling Xiao had stayed in that small place, she would not have been so worried. But Ling Xiao had actually gone to the western region and then to the four great regions in order to find her. How could she not be worried? Sister Fanghua, your heart is in a mess. White Eagle suddenly spoke. It was a sweet girl's voice. White Eagle was a demon beast and could transform into human form. She had been saved by Yu Fanghua before, so she could be considered Yu Fenghua's best sister. Yes, my heart is in a mess. Yu Fanghua smiled bitterly. She had never thought that she would be so captivated by a man, and that she would be so flustered. Is that man really that good? Is he worth Sister Fanghua giving up your inner core? White Eagle sighed. White Eagle, keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell Ling Xiao about it. I'm afraid that he'll rush to the Immortal Palace to seek death. He's that kind of person. Yu Fanghua suddenly recalled the crazy look on Ling Xiao's face when she was taken away. Even in the face of powerful existences like Wang Tianming and Wang Zhenghua, he was still fearless. Such a person was really worth entrusting her life to. But sister, without the inner core, not only will your strength be greatly reduced, if someone destroys your inner core, you will also be crippled of all your cultivation. White Eagle could not help but ask. It's not a problem for now. Don't I still have you, White Eagle? With your strength, you can roam the four major regions without a problem. Isn't protecting me a piece of cake? Besides, I have the dream-reflecting mirror. Even if the Niden isn't in my body, I can still use my true essence. He wouldn't lose too much of his strength. As for the destruction of his inner core, even a vicious tiger won't eat its own cubs. I don't think father will do that. Yu Fanghua smiled and said, even if I take a step back, even if my cultivation is crippled, he won't abandon me. Me too. White Eagle said with a firm tone. I know. You're Yu Fenghua's best sister. Yu Fanghua gently stroked White Eagle's feathers. Suddenly, a battle cry sounded out from behind. White Eagle let out a cold snort, then he turned around and unleashed a frightening aura from his mouth. nearly 100 pursuers, and all of them were divine core warriors. But all of them were killed. "Don't fight, let's go," Yu Fanghua said. "Yes, sister." White Eagle was very strong, but he was willing to listen to Yu Fanghua. That was because Yu Fanghua was stronger than him. Besides, White Eagle was her savior. 7 days passed by in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Ling Xiao had visited the Purple Mansion Academy once. But the Purple Mansion Academy was heavily guarded. In order not to be discovered, Ling Xiao didn't fight. Therefore, he didn't get what the Blood Thunder God wanted. But he had confirmed the location of that thing. It was in the treasure vault of the Purple Mansion Academy. This could be considered as a small reward. After rescuing Zi Qianye, he would definitely come back to this place. It was the symbol of the Purple Mansion Kingdom's highest academy. Ling Xiao wanted to see what was so great about it. After leaving the Purple Mansion Academy, Ling Xiao went deep into the mountains near the Purple Mansion Kingdom's capital to cultivate. He specifically chose those powerful demon beasts to fight. Finally, on the 7th day, he broke through to the peak 4th Divine Core Realm. Although he still couldn't break through to the 5th Divine Core Realm. But, with this cultivation base, he was confident in dealing with Yu Qilong. It also increased his chances of survival. After all, his strength had increased, but his opponent's strength hadn't. This was his improvement. Not only that, he had also cultivated the Fiend Celestial Seal to the master level. Compared to the minor completion level, it was at least 10 times stronger. This was also the source of his confidence. On the 6th day, Yuan Venerate returned. He looked very weak, so he fell into a deep sleep after returning. Ling Xiao hurriedly gave Yuan Venerate all the pills and treasures that could replenish his soul force. He had a lot of these things as well. They were all obtained from the ancient Dongsheng Emperor and Thief God. It was enough for Yuan Venerate to recover. "Master, I won't let your efforts go to waste. I will save Zi Qianye, and I won't die." Ling Xiao looked in the direction of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. He changed his clothes and rushed towards the Purple Mansion Kingdom's capital. 7 days ago, Yu Qilong announced that he was going to publicly execute Zi Qianye. This caused an uproar in the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom. Zi Qianye had always had a good reputation. Many people in the royal city knew that she was going to be executed. Many people found it unbelievable that she was going to be executed in public. There were also some people who knew that this was to lure a certain fish into a trap. No matter if they knew or not, everyone was paying attention to this matter. 7 days was enough for the news to spread throughout the Purple Mansion Kingdom. The permanent population of the Purple Mansion Kingdom had reached hundreds of millions. It was really shocking that so many people were talking about it. Yu Qilong accused Zi Qianye of colluding with rebels and embezzling the kingdom's assets. During her reign, she obstructed the Purple Mansion army many times. She also schemed to frame the Yu family. In any case, these charges were just randomly thrown around. He didn't care whether they were true or not. Perhaps this was called extreme love, extreme hatred. Yu Qilong liked Zi Qianye. This was true, although he wanted to use Zi Qianye to achieve some of his goals. However, this liking wasn't fake. It was precisely because he liked her so much that he became so ruthless after being rejected. "I'm finally here." Ling Xiao appeared in front of the royal city once again. Anger surged in his heart when he saw the notice posted at the city gate. No matter what, he had already made the necessary preparations. Next, it would depend on how far he could go. To be honest, surviving was much easier than saving Zi Qianye. Saving Zi Qianye would mean facing the encirclement of many experts. Ling Xiao didn't know whether he could succeed or not. Although he had made all the preparations, in the face of a powerful enemy, many plans could only play a small role. If he wanted to succeed, it would depend on strength. "Let's do it. If I can't, I'll use all my strength. I'll use the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, Dongsheng Emperor's Ring, Crimson Thunder God, and Firestorm Wheels." Chapter 38-48. Right now, the Purple Palace Kingdom's capital was truly a tight encirclement. The powerful Purple Palace army had filled every corner of the city. The scene of the public execution was filled with mighty warriors as well. Major General, Lieutenant General, Great General, Marshal, King, and even the Dean of the Purple Palace Academy. Then, there were Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue. Although they didn't show up in public, they were hiding near the execution platform. They were waiting for Ling Xiao to show up, then they would capture him. When the crowd found out that all of this was just to capture Ling Xiao, a mere 4th-level Divine Core warrior, they were all shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Who was this guy? Why was he worth all of this? They would soon find out if it was worth it or not. A huge crowd had gathered around the execution platform. However, in order to prevent Ling Xiao from mixing into the crowd, the Purple Palace Army had cleared the area of 1,000 meters around the execution platform. Within this area, there were only their own people. Actually, many people already knew who Ling Xiao was. They also knew what Ling Xiao had. But, facing the mighty Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue, none of them had the qualifications to fight for it. Therefore, they were only here to watch the show. Perhaps they could capture Ling Xiao and make a great contribution, then be rewarded by the Dongsheng superpower. If that was the case, they would be able to achieve great things. Their overall strength would increase tremendously. As the executioner, Yu Qilong just sat there quietly. He had no intention of carrying out the execution. The purpose of today's public execution was just to lure Ling Xiao in. If Ling Xiao didn't show up, it would be meaningless. The stage has been prepared for you, we're just waiting for you. So many big shots are here to support you, you should be happy. Yu Qilong looked at the city gate. His eyes were filled with intense hatred and anticipation. Within a house next to the execution platform, Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue were drinking. They were chatting while waiting for the execution to begin. Senior brother, is it really worth it to kill a tiny little Ling Xiao in such a grand ceremony? Qing Moshue still felt like they were making a mountain out of a molehill. Ling Xiao was only a 4th-level Divine Core warrior. Even if he was a 6th-level Divine Core warrior, there was no need to do this. Hehe, it's better to be safe than sorry. I've studied this Ling Xiao before. He is a cunning man. Moreover, his ability was really very powerful. He was able to steal the Eastern Victory Heavenly Sword from so many mighty warriors. This is definitely not a coincidence. Jiyu Fenghua shook her head and said, in any case, Yu Qilong and the others are in charge. We don't have to worry. When the time comes, all you need to do is receive the treasure. But with such a grand occasion, will that guy come? Qing Moshue refused to believe that Ling Xiao would come for a woman. He will. Jiyu Fenghua smiled slightly, looking very confident. Yu Qilong, you despicable bastard. Zi Qianye was tied to the execution platform, wearing shackles. He looked extremely exhausted. However, the anger in his eyes did not diminish at all. Despicable? And, Yu Moshue. As long as I can make a great contribution, young Master Jiyu Fenghua will definitely give me better things. We, the Yu family, will rise again. As for your Zi family, it's over. You won't be able to catch Ling Xiao. Zi Qianyi said coldly. Hehe, you've seen it for yourself. With such an inescapable trap, don't lie to yourself. If he really comes, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to leave this place alive. Even if the 2 young masters don't do anything, with just 10 million Z Mansion army soldiers, a single spit from each of them is enough to drown him. Facing Zi Qianyi's scolding, Yu Qilong wasn't angry at all. He knew that today was the lucky day of his life. Not only was he going to achieve great success, he was also going to take revenge. Zi Qianyi suddenly shouted out, Ling Xiao, if you can hear me, don't show yourself. Don't show yourself. I, Zi Qianyi, can die, but you can't. Keep your body alive and avenge me. After saying that, she suddenly bit her own tongue, preparing to commit suicide by swallowing it. Her inner core was hidden by Jiyu Fenghua, so she couldn't use a large amount of true core. She could only kill herself in this way. Immobilizing talisman. Yu Qilong suddenly used the immobilizing talisman. He sneered, you don't have your inner core now. This ordinary immobilizing talisman can also make you unable to move for an hour. Just accept your fate. Before we get what we want, You can't die. If the bait dies, it will be a pity. Ling Xiao had actually seen everything that had happened. He looked at Zi Qianyi, who was on the execution platform, and walked over step by step. Sister Qianyi, I know you won't let me save you. I know you'd rather die than implicate me. But at the same time, I won't watch you die. Ling Xiao's first step was to save Zi Qianyi. Only in this way, he wouldn't hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Everyone present didn't know what was going to happen. Jiyu Fenghua didn't know either. He was just waiting for Ling Xiao to appear. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao had already arrived at the execution platform. Ling Xiao would give each of them a surprise. Senior disciple, I don't understand. Why do we have to let the real Zi Qianyi stay there? We can just use a fake one. That way, even if something unexpected happens, she won't be able to escape. In the house, Qing Moshua looked at Zi Qianyi, who was immobilized by the immobilizing talisman, and asked curiously. Ling Xiao isn't stupid. He is a divine core warrior as well. How could he not know about Zi Qianyi's aura? If we use a fake one and he doesn't want to come out, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Jiyu Fenghua shook her head and said, Don't worry, I have Zi Qianyi's inner core. Even if something unexpected happens and Zi Qianyi is saved by someone, we will still be able to save her. As long as we have the inner core, Ling Xiao will definitely come back. Without the inner core, not only would Zi Qianyi's cultivation be crippled, she would never be able to form a new inner core. That means she would be a cripple. If Ling Xiao knows this, he will definitely want it. Senior disciple, you're so wise. You've thought of everything, but you didn't tell me. Qing Moshua said with a frown. Hihi, Shui, don't blame your senior disciple. After all, what happened today will determine whether or not your senior disciple can become the Dongsheng Emperor. Jiyu Fenghua said with a smile. Right at this moment, he suddenly furrowed his brows. His here. Jiyu Fenghua's divine sense had been covering the entire Purple Palace Imperial City. But, he never expected Ling Xiao's aura to suddenly appear on the execution platform. Boom! When the crowd saw the man on the execution platform, a huge commotion broke out. It was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into the crowd. Ling Xiao's appearance was too surprising. While they were still guessing whether or not he would show up, he had already gotten Zi Qianyi. Although they were shocked, Yu Qilong and the others weren't angry. No matter how Ling Xiao appeared, the fish had finally taken the bait. Chapter 38-49. He really came. Qing Moshua stood up in shock. This man is really stupid. That's right, he's stupid enough. However, his cunning and unswerving determination are truly terrifying. Jiyu Fenghua could clearly sense Ling Xiao's cultivation base. Peak 4th Divine Core Realm. Being able to kill Yu Zhen and Zi Lan with such a cultivation base was really shocking. Furthermore, this guy was able to avoid his divine sense and appear on the execution platform without anyone noticing. This really surprised him too much. If we were in each other's shoes, perhaps he would be the strongest warrior in the Dongsheng Kingdom. Even my father is no match for him. Jiyu Fenghua was an arrogant man, and he would never praise someone easily. But today, when he saw Ling Xiao, he actually showed a shocked expression. No way. Qing Moshua said in surprise. It doesn't matter whether he is or not, he is already a turtle in a jar. Let's sit down and watch how he is going to be cut into pieces. Jiyu Fenghua suddenly sneered. There was no if in this world. Compared to him, Ling Xiao was just not as lucky. He had to get rid of this sprout that could pose a threat to him today. But, he didn't need to do anything yet. He would let those idiots from the Purple Kingdom kill each other first. A group of vicious dogs chasing after a rabbit, it was quite interesting. He removed the body-securing talisman from Zi Qianye's body. Are you crazy? Why did you really come here? Zi Qianye roared out loudly. Sister Qianye, it's pointless for you to roar now. You can call me stupid or crazy. My men are here. Just hide in the Dongsheng Emperor ring for now. I'll play with these people. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Qianye and spoke in a confident and domineering manner. In fact, Ling Xiao had a crazy idea. That idea was enough to make even Jiyu Fenghua retreat. It was the bloody devil rat that he hadn't used for a long time. The third level of the Bloody Devil Rat. As long as he unleashed it, it would increase his combat strength by 100 times. But at the same time, his cultivation base would drop from the Divine Core realm to the Divine Vein realm. His efforts over the past few days might have been in vain. Therefore, that kind of method could only be used when there was no other way. If he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. After all, that was not his only trump card. But if it reached a point where it had to be used, he wouldn't be stingy either. In any case, recovering one's cultivation base was much faster than increasing it. He was confident that what he had lost would come back. After all, it was better for his cultivation to regress than to die. Hehe, what a grand scene. I, Ling Xiao, am just a perfect 4th Divine Core warrior. At most, he was at the level of a lieutenant general. It is truly a great honor for all of you to welcome me like this. Ling Xiao directly sent Zi Qianye into the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Then, he looked around and laughed loudly. I only have one thing to say. I will leave once I save them. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed without mercy. This was a reminder, and also a prelude to a massacre. In this place, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy. Because if he didn't kill others, others would kill him. He had no choice at all. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the entire crowd burst into laughter. All the warriors from the Purple Mansion Kingdom thought that Ling Xiao was telling a joke that wasn't funny at all. A mere 4th Divine Core warrior dared to fight 10 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion army all by himself. Was he an idiot? An idiot? Or a madman? But the common people had a completely different view of Ling Xiao. What a young hero. In order to save his friend, he came even though he knew it was a mountain of blades and a sea of flames. Sigh, why didn't anyone do the same to me? That's right, I'm shocked as well, he really came here. He knew someone had set up a trap for him, but he still came here. Still, he came. A man like this shouldn't die. But he has no way to live. 10 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion army, and they are all elite soldiers. Even if he dies of exhaustion, there is no way he can kill all of them. I think he might give all his treasures to the young lord of the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom. Perhaps he might be able to keep his life. Maybe, but with his personality, would he really do that? All the common people were looking at Ling Xiao. They more or less felt some sympathy for him. After all, Zi Qianye had a good reputation. Since he was the one who came to save Zi Qianye, the common people naturally felt sympathy for him. Right now, Yu Qilong had walked onto the execution platform. He stared at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Are you trying to become the enemy of the entire Purple Mansion Kingdom? You can't represent the Purple Mansion Kingdom. Your king can't either. Those 2 grandsons of the Dongsheng Strong Kingdom can't either. I don't want to become the enemy of the Purple Mansion Kingdom. I want to become the enemy of all of you. It's as simple as that." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong with disdain and said, "Look at how arrogant you are. Do you think you have a lot of face after being someone else's dog?" With just a few words, Yu Qilong's face turned red, and his heart was filled with anger. But Yu Qilong managed to hold himself back. He knew that Ling Xiao was like a mosquito stuck on a spider's web. There was no way for him to escape. So, he pretended not to hear anything that Yu Qilong said. "Ha ha ha, you're the one who's barking like a dog. You know that you can't leave today, that's why you're biting people like that." Yu Qilong laughed maniacally. "Is that so? Since you're so confident, does that mean that you think you can stop me?" Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong and said sarcastically, "I can kill your father, Yu Hua, and your uncle, Yu Zhen. I can also kill you. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" If he was surrounded, it would be troublesome. So, Ling Xiao wanted to fight Yu Qilong one-on-one and then find a chance to escape. He raised his hand and the Blood Supreme sword was unsheathed. In an instant, the entire execution platform was filled with killing intent. Countless people felt their hearts tremble. Even the commoners who were 1,000 meters away were trembling in fear. It was as if they saw the god of death descending. You know the Blood Supreme sword, right? It's the weapon that the Blood Supreme sword once used. A spiritual-grade heavenly king weapon is extremely powerful. When this sword is unsheathed, it will be stained with blood. I wonder who will be the first. The moment Ling Xiao unsheathed the sword, everyone was shocked. When he said that, they were even more shocked. They did not understand. Was Ling Xiao really going to fight with Yu Qilong and the rest? Get lost. If you don't dare to fight, then don't block my way. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong, who was stunned by his killing intent, and sneered in disdain. He used the plum blossom shadow steps and appeared behind Yu Qilong in an instant. He did not want to fight. He only wanted to leave. After all, he had saved them. There was no need for him to fight. There were too many experts here. It was not wise to fight to the death. However, Yu Qilong was unwilling to give up. He suddenly attacked from behind, wanting to kill Ling Xiao on the spot so that he could show off his powerful strength. You're just a firefly. How dare you compete with the sun and moon? You're courting death. Chapter 3850. Ling Xiao's body instantly transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. After that, he landed on the ground, and once again stepped forward with the Mai Qingying steps. The cold blood sovereign sword slashed across Yu Qilong's throat. Clang! A large head fell to the ground. The sword had chopped off Yu Qilong's head. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Even the calm Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue couldn't help but furrow their brows. In their minds, Yu Qilong, who had mastered a 5th-grade Emperor Realm martial skill and was at the perfect 5th-grade Divine Core Realm, was nothing but a piece of cake. Even if he was no match for Ling Xiao, there was no way he would be killed so easily. This didn't make any sense. Of course, Yu Qilong was still alive. A 5th-grade Divine Core warrior was a warrior with a golden core. As long as his golden core wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die, he would only be severely injured. How dare you? General Hua Xiong jumped out and protected Yu Qilong behind him. If Yu Qilong was attacked by Ling Xiao in his current state, he would definitely die. General Hua Xiong, early 6th-grade Divine Core warrior, I don't think we have any grudges. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and asked Hua Xiong. We don't have any grudges, but you've gotten something you shouldn't have. If you're willing to hand over those things, I'll let you go. Hua Xiong said coldly. Hey, do you think you have the right to do that? You're just a dog under someone else's command. Your words are no different than a dog barking. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully, then he turned to Yu Qilong and said, You're just a piece of trash. Didn't you want my life? Why are you hiding behind someone else's back? Do you really think you can keep your life by doing this? General Hua, kill him, kill him. Right now, Yu Qilong's mind was filled with fear. He thought after breaking through to the perfect 5th-grade Divine Core Realm, he would be able to suppress Ling Xiao with ease. He thought after learning a 5th-grade Emperor Realm martial skill, Ling Xiao would be no match for him. But the reality was much crueler than what he had imagined. Ling Xiao was no longer someone he could defeat. Therefore, he could only hope that Hua Xiong would kill Ling Xiao. Hand it over, or die. Hua Xiong coldly looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a ruthless expression. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. It seems like you don't intend to let me leave today. Since that's the case, I'll make a big scene. The supreme blood sword in his hand was suddenly raised to the sky. A red circle emerged from the sword. It then quickly enveloped the entire execution platform. Everything within 1,000 meters of the execution platform was covered by a red halo. It just so happened to avoid those commoners. General Hua, be careful. That's Ling Xiao's fiend god seal. Yu Qilong shouted anxiously. General Hua had no idea what the god devil seal was. He had only heard of the blood devil seal. The commoners didn't know what Ling Xiao wanted to do. A 4th Divine Core warrior fighting a 6th Divine Core warrior. Is he serious? Looks like he's serious. Was this guy crazy? Shouldn't he be running away now? Even those commoners who sympathized with Ling Xiao didn't think Ling Xiao was Hua Xiong's match. Even if Ling Xiao could chop off Yu Qilong's head with a single slash, but compared to Yu Qilong, Hua Xiong was at least 100 times stronger. There was no way Ling Xiao could win. What a stubborn guy. Men, kill him for me. Hua Xiong didn't want to do it himself. He felt that it would be a loss of face. When an early 6th Divine Core warrior fought a 4th Divine Core warrior, it was no different than bullying a 4th Divine Core warrior. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. After all, he had many lieutenant generals serving him. All of them were at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divine Core realm. There were even some 5th Divine Core warriors. With so many of them working together, how could they not be able to capture Ling Xiao? Hearing Hua Xiong's order, the group of men immediately leapt towards Ling Xiao. None of them noticed the cruel killing intent in Ling Xiao's eyes. Just in time, a grin emerged on Ling Xiao's face. Since they didn't want to let him go, he had no choice but to kill them all. Bang! The red halo turned everything within its range blood red. The terrifying energy kept expanding. The group of men who were leaping towards Ling Xiao suddenly felt their qi and blood stagnate, and they couldn't continue attacking. They had to circulate their internal energy in order to prevent themselves from being injured. On top of the blood-red halo, strange runes emerged. On top of the Blood Sovereign sword, there were also blood-red runes glowing. The seal of Fiend God had been activated. Stop right now, or else you'll die today. Hua Xiong had noticed the strange halo as well. The runes were terrifying. He was finally not going to show any mercy. Within this red light, one could clearly feel the suffocating and terrifying murderous aura. It was as if the Blood Sovereign had come back to life. The commoners couldn't see what was happening, but the warriors within the red halo could clearly feel it. General Hua, don't wait any longer, kill him now. This is the upgraded version of the Seal of Fiend God. It's even more terrifying than the Seal of Fiend God. If you let him release it, even you will be injured. In order to survive, Yu Qilong's expression changed. He shouted with all his might. What? The Seal of Fiend God is an upgraded version? Hearing this, even Jiyu Fenghua was stunned. The seal of the Blood Sovereign was very famous. This Ling Xiao had not only learned the Seal of Fiend God, but he had also upgraded it. This talent. He was really much stronger than him. The only thing he could be thankful for was that he had met Ling Xiao earlier. This way, he could destroy this sprouted organization as soon as possible. However, he still wanted to see how far Ling Xiao could go. He could easily defeat Yu Qilong. Could he even defeat the General Hua Xiong? He didn't believe it. Hua Xiong, kill him. Jiyu Fenghua gave the order as if she was ordering her subordinates to kill a chicken. It was very light. Yes. Hua Xiong gritted his teeth, then he suddenly took out a war hammer and smashed it towards Ling Xiao's head. Hua Xiong was an early 6th Divine Core warrior, and his speed was incredibly fast. But too bad, his speed was still nothing in front of Ling Xiao. As a general, you're pretty strong. But too bad, you're too slow. Ling Xiao looked at Hua Xiong with disdain. With a light step, he moved to the other side. Within the Seal of Fiend God, he could control everything. Together with the falling plum-clear shadow steps, he was simply unpredictable. Yu Qilong, farewell. Just stay in that boundless hell and continue your revenge. You'll never be able to take revenge anyway. Ling Xiao spat out these words. His words were filled with disdain and ridicule. Slaughterhouse of Fiend God Seal. Finally, Ling Xiao unleashed his most powerful martial skill, the Seal of Fiend God. At this moment, within the area surrounded by the red halo, blood-red sword qi suddenly erupted. It was like a swarm of locusts. No one was able to dodge it completely, unless they were strong enough to defend against it. Those weaker warriors were instantly pierced into a beehive, and even their inner cores were destroyed. Chapter 38:51. Those who were slightly stronger could only try their best to defend themselves, but the wounds on their bodies were still increasing. Most of the warriors only had their inner cores left. Their bodies had been completely destroyed. As for Yu Qilong, he was dead without a trace left behind. His head was chopped off, and his body was severely wounded. There was no way he could defend himself against this terrifying attack. Even the three great generals had no choice but to defend themselves when facing such a dense amount of sword energy. Their bodies were bleeding profusely. The only ones who could protect themselves were the Purple Mansion King Chen Yu, Death Witch Qing Moshue, Heaven-slaying blade demon Jiyu Fenghua, and the principal of the Purple Mansion Academy. Only these few people were left. Hey! Ling Xiao suddenly saw something. Wasn't the pendant that the dean of the Purple Mansion Academy was wearing the favorite item of the Sanguine Thunder God when he entered the Purple Mansion Academy? He actually brought it here. Since I can't escape, I'll just have to give it a try. With that pendant, the Blood Thunder God will definitely become stronger. I might even be able to kill that Jiyu Fenghua. Looking at the pendant, Ling Xiao's eyes widened. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. Right at this moment, no one noticed Ling Xiao's gaze. Because they were still in a state of shock. Ling Xiao's single attack had turned the entire execution ground into a living hell. Miserable screams could be heard everywhere. Blood had gathered into a stream and was flowing on the ground. This seal of celestial and demon was too domineering. No wonder it was the skill used by the Bloodsword Lord. But this wasn't its full power. Only when a warrior reached the peak 6 divine core realm could he unleash the true power of the seal of celestial and demon. When Ling Xiao unleashed the same skill again, all those trapped in the red lights would be torn into pieces. This lasted for a full 30 seconds. Finally, the sword energy in the slaughterhouse disappeared. Hua Xiong looked around in shock. Ling Xiao's single attack had killed 10,000 great generals of the Purple Mansion army. Almost all the captains, major generals, and lieutenant generals were dead. Even Hua Xiong and the other 2 great generals were injured. Even the Purple Mansion marshal wasn't spared. A piece of his ear was sliced off. 10,000 people. Corpses were everywhere. The execution ground had turned into purgatory. This made Hua Xiong's expression change again and again. Yu Qilong is trash, Hua Xiong is also trash. He actually allowed that kid to kill so many people. Qing Moshue was displeased. Senior brother, why don't you let me do it? I'll just kill that brat. Junior sister, you're still too impatient. There was no need for that. I really want to see who dares to work for our Dongsheng strong country and not do their best. That Purple Mansion King, Chen Yu, might normally be submissive to us, but he's waiting for us to run out of luck. Therefore, even if he attacks, don't attack. That Ling Xiao won't be able to do anything. Don't worry. Although he could feel the threat that Ling Xiao posed, he was still very confident. However, Jiyu Fenghua did not think that Ling Xiao could escape. What Ling Xiao relied on the most was the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. He had already heard about this from Yu Qilong. Therefore, the moment Ling Xiao appeared at the execution ground, he had already ordered his subordinates to cover the entire Purple Mansion royal capital with the Vajra barrier. The Vajra barrier was a Dharma treasure, a spiritual heavenly king artifact. Even the blood sovereign sword in Ling Xiao's hand could not penetrate it. Therefore, it could be said that the Purple Mansion royal city was a huge cage. Once Ling Xiao came, there was no way he could leave. No matter how hard he tried, the final outcome would not change. It's so boring to sit there and watch the show. Qing Moshue's personality was different from Jiyu Fenghua's. She preferred to be on the front line. Therefore, she did not listen to Jiyu Fenghua's advice and rushed out. Hua Xiong, you're a piece of trash. With you around, Yu Qilong was still killed. So many Purple Mansion army generals died in battle. How did you manage to become a general? As soon as Qing Moshue appeared, she scolded Hua Xiong. Hua Xiong was already so old. Being scolded like this made him feel aggrieved. However, he did not dare to blame Qing Moshue. He could only transfer all his anger to Ling Xiao. It's my fault. I misjudged this kid's ruthlessness. Kill him now. Hua Xiong hurriedly charged towards Ling Xiao. He did not dare to be negligent at all. He was afraid that Qing Moshue would vent her anger on him. To think that you're a general. Why are you in such a hurry? Ling Xiao sneered. He waved the blood sovereign sword in his hand again. Godfiend seal bat cave. In an instant, the entire execution ground turned pitch black. At the same time, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Although the ultrasonic attack could not injure the bodies of the martial artists, it could injure the martial artists' souls. Even Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue were tricked. At that moment, their divine senses were not working. Chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao suddenly approached Hua Xiong. Plum blossom acupuncture hand. He pointed at Hua Xiong's acupuncture point from afar. At that moment, Hua Xiong suddenly stopped moving. He just stood there awkwardly. He could not even resist the ultrasonic attack. His soul was shaken to a great extent. However, Ling Xiao did not want to let him go just like that. He took the opportunity to pierce Hua Xiong's abdomen with his sword. He forcefully extracted Hua Xiong's inner core. Then, he used the Dongsheng Empress's inner core to devour it. The bat cave only lasted for about 30 seconds. It did not cause the terrifying scene of the slaughterhouse. However, when people recovered their divine senses and vision, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. He escaped. That's impossible. Jiyu Fenghua was also stunned. Previously, he had vowed that Ling Xiao would not be able to escape. But now, Ling Xiao had disappeared without a trace. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The Vajra barrier has not been destroyed. He must still be in the city. Search. Search every nook and cranny, and find that bastard for me. Jiyu Fenghua was about to go crazy from anger. He thought that he had everything under control, but he had been fooled by a brat. He was about to explode. The commoners were all secretly impressed. Good heavens, this Ling Xiao was too strong. He had played so many experts in the palm of his hand. He was too awesome. Although many people were happy, they did not dare to say it out loud. They did not dare to show it on their faces. After all, Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue were both cruel people. They might even kill them. Senior brother, something's not right. It's only been 30 seconds. Where can he hide? Qing Moshue frowned. That brat has a terrifying escape technique. He can move 10 miles in an instant. 30 seconds is enough for him to hide in many places in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Jiyu Fenghua sighed. Senior brother, you don't have to worry too much. That brat can't break through the Vajra barrier, so tens of millions of Purple Mansion army soldiers are searching together. I believe it won't be long before they find him. Qing Moshue comforted him. Jiyu Fenghua thought so too. Everyone thought so. However, after searching for a while, they obtained a shocking result. Ling Xiao is missing. Chapter 3852. Impossible. He must still be in the capital. If we can't find him, none of us will be able to sleep peacefully tonight. Jiyu Fenghua furrowed her brows tightly. He just disappeared. This was simply impossible. How could a living man just disappear without a trace? Young master, why don't we let the students of the Zifu Academy help us search for him as well? Perhaps that guy is skilled in some sort of concealing skill, and he can even completely hide his aura. Among the students of the Zifu Academy, there are some who are skilled in secret skills. We should be able to find him. The Zifu Academy's principal suddenly stood up and said, "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Jiyu Fenghua nodded her head. After that, the principal turned around and walked towards the Zifu Academy. Amongst the crowd, Hua Xiong's eyes flickered with a cold light. But he quickly covered it up. Hua Xiong, Pan Feng, Yang Liang, you three follow him. Jiyu Fenghua suddenly thought of something, then she ordered the 3 generals to go to the Zifu Academy together. A smile emerged on Hua Xiong's face, but it only lasted for a brief moment. The 3 men caught up with the principal and arrived at the Zifu Academy together. Seriously, this young master is too much. The principal is a peak 6th divine core warrior. Why does he need our protection? Yang Liang said unhappily. What do you know? Is this called protection? This is called surveillance. Pan Feng said with disdain, this young master, no one can be at ease with him. That's enough, don't talk bad about the young master behind his back. If he hears you, we'll be in trouble. Hua Xiong reminded. You're right. Pan Feng turned to Yang Liang and Hua Xiong and said, why don't the 3 of us go have a drink? We can just stay in the academy and drink, I don't think we'll cause any trouble. Just because of Ling Xiao, we can't even rest, right? 3 of us won't do, let's leave one of us behind, just in case something happens. Hua Xiong thought for a moment and said, then why don't you leave him behind? Pan Feng said with a smile. Damn it, you 2 only know how to torture me. Fine, You two go first, I'll take over later. Hua Xiong said helplessly. Then we'll have to trouble brother Hua. Pan Feng and Yang Liang laughed mischievously, and the two of them found a place within the Purple Mansion Academy to drink with each other. Chimph, two idiots. Hua Xiong sneered and immediately chased after the dean of the Purple Mansion Academy. Dean, what's that you're wearing? It looks quite extraordinary. Hua Xiong asked with a smile. Well, I don't know how to explain it. I thought it was pretty, so I put it on. If brother Hua likes it, I'll give it to you. The dean of the Purple Mansion Academy directly took out the item that Ling Xiao yearned for in his dreams and handed it over to Hua Xiong. I don't dare to take it. I'll just take a look. Hua Xiong took the pendant. Suddenly, blood-red lightning appeared in his right hand and merged with the pendant. At that moment, Jiyu Fenghua, who was far away at the execution ground, sensed Ling Xiao's aura. He is indeed in the Purple Mansion Academy. Quickly chase after him. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. In the midst of the chaos, he killed Hua Xiong and then destroyed the corpse, turning himself into Hua Xiong. It was all for the sake of obtaining the item on the Zifu Academy's dean's neck. However, he did not expect to expose himself at this moment. By the time he wanted to escape, Jiyu Fenghua, Qing Moshue, and Chen Yu had already arrived. The three of them were really fast. Jiyu Fenghua didn't say anything, and Chen Yu didn't do anything either. Only Qing Moshue was furious. She immediately threw a palm strike at Ling Xiao. The terrifying palm strike was extremely fast, and it had a high hit rate as well. Ling Xiao was knocked flying away. He fell heavily onto the ground. Good kid, you're pretty strong, you can even change your appearance. We were nearly fooled by you. If you weren't so greedy and wanted something from the Purple Mansion Academy, we wouldn't have been able to escape. I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Qing Moshue was extremely anxious. Ling Xiao had played all of them for a fool. Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, didn't show any reaction. Don't tell me he's dead. Pan Feng couldn't help but ask. I think he's pretty much dead. Young Master Qing Moshue is a peak 6th Divine Core warrior. That Ling Xiao is only a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. There's no way he can defend against her attack. Yang Liang whispered as well. Qing Moshue agreed with what Pan Feng said. Therefore, she didn't pay any more attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, she turned to Pan Feng and Yang Liang and scolded, You two trash, this guy killed Hua Xiong and disguised himself as your friend. Why can't you recognize him? Now, I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. Chop this guy into pieces and feed him to the dogs. He was just a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured by her palm strike. The power of her palm strike was enough to kill a perfect 5th Divine Core warrior. Therefore, she didn't want to do it herself. Instead, she asked the two derelict generals to do it. Right now, more and more people were following them. When they saw Hua Xiong slowly turning back into Ling Xiao, they couldn't help but sigh. This guy was too strong, but in the end, he was destroyed by his greed. Perhaps he had no chance of surviving this time. He was dead for sure. Pan Feng and Yang Liang's expressions were dark. They were unhappy with Qing Moshue's scolding. But, they hated Ling Xiao even more for deceiving them. If news of this were to spread out, they would no longer have the face to stay in the Purple Kingdom. The only thing they could do now was to kill Ling Xiao. With this, they might be able to regain their lost face. With this thought in mind, both men looked at each other. Almost at the same time, they charged towards Ling Xiao. They couldn't let this guy be so arrogant anymore. They had to defend the dignity of the Purple Kingdom army, defend the dignity of the generals. Kid, don't blame us even if you die. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. Yang Liang sneered. Both men's attacks were approaching Ling Xiao. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao could only accept his fate of being killed. After being attacked by Qing Moshue, there was no way he wouldn't be severely injured. But, in the next moment, everyone was shocked. A killing intent could be seen in Ling Xiao's eyes. He instantly exploded. The sharp sword beam was only a foot away from Yang Liang's back. Even though Yang Liang was extremely strong, the distance was too close. With Ling Xiao's sudden attack, it was impossible for him to avoid it. Bloodlight clone / kill. Yang Liang used all his strength to attack and didn't realize that Ling Xiao could still attack. In terms of defense, he purely relied on his physical body and quintessential essence to protect himself. But this couldn't block the sharpness of the Blood Sovereign sword. In just an instant, the fate of this general was decided. The 3 bloodlight clone slashes all passed through Yang Liang's body. Yang Liang's pupils constricted. Then, he fell to the ground with a clang. He was completely dead. Of the 3 sword beams, one pierced his throat, one pierced his heart. The last one pierced his inner core. He didn't even have a chance to live. Chapter 3853. A perfect attack. This was the benefit of the Tai Chi Eye. It allowed him to plan his plan so precisely that it was flawless. Every step had been carefully calculated. Even if Yang Liang's strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's, it was meaningless. Damn it, he had to die. Besides, he was only an early 6th Divine Core warrior. If it was the Purple Palace Marshal or the Purple Palace King, Ling Xiao's sneak attack wouldn't be able to kill them. At most, he would only be able to injure them. Impossible. He was hit by Shue'er's palm strike, but he didn't seem to be hurt at all. How strong is this guy's body? Jiyu Fenghua was getting more and more shocked by Ling Xiao. This man's intelligence and talent were both top-notch. If this man was allowed to live, how would the others survive? He had to be killed. He had to be killed without mercy. However, after Ling Xiao killed Yang Liang, he didn't stop. He immediately fled with the falling plum-clear shadow steps. What he needed to do now was to find a place and solve the problem of the Blood Thunder God. Once he obtained the treasure and absorbed it, he might be able to break through to the next realm. Once he reached the 5th Divine Core realm, the chances of him escaping from the capital would increase tremendously. Even Jiyu Fenghua might not be able to stop him. This was the reason why he risked being discovered to obtain the pendant. The Blood Thunder God was a very powerful trump card. You bunch of idiots, you want my treasure? Sure. Come and give it a try. I'll give you an unforgettable memory. Oh right, once a man dies, he won't have any memories. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out from afar. The killing intent in his voice made Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue feel a chill down their spines. This man was too scary. They couldn't let him live. Both of them had the same thought. Chase after him. Jiyu Fenghua ordered. He didn't chase after Ling Xiao immediately, because he didn't know what other tricks Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. Therefore, he was just observing. If he knew that the pendant in Ling Xiao's hand could make Ling Xiao's strength skyrocket, he probably wouldn't think that way. Qing Moshue, the Purple Mansion King Chen Yu, the Purple Mansion Marshal, and Great General Pan Feng all chased after him. Shue'er, come back. Jiyu Fenghua shouted. Qing Moshue stopped in her tracks. Senior brother, I want to kill that guy. Qing Moshue shouted. I told you to come back. Jiyu Fenghua's face suddenly darkened. Although Qing Moshue was known as the Death Witch, she did not dare act rashly in front of Jiyu Fenghua. Especially when Jiyu Fenghua was angry. She could only land and lower her head without saying a word. Jiyu Fenghua's attitude suddenly became amiable, and she said, "All right, you listen up. Blindly pursuing is completely meaningless. Why don't we wait and see? If those pieces of trash can't catch up, we can intercept them from different directions. The effect will be better. Actually, I really wanted to know what other trump cards Ling Xiao had up his sleeves. Don't take unnecessary risks. Senior brother, are you saying that the kid still has some terrifying trump cards that can seriously injure or even kill me?" Qing Moshue said in disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, I believe that my instincts can't be wrong. This kid is full of tricks and can't be underestimated. Don't forget that his transformation technique almost fooled all of us just now. Jiyu Fenghua's brain was still functional. To be honest, if he forced Ling Xiao into a corner, Ling Xiao would really use something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Jiyu Fenghua's approach was to let the others, the cannon fodder, force Ling Xiao to use his trump cards. That way, he would have a better idea of what to do. But how can that kid be so fast? Even the Purple Mansion King Chen Yu and the Purple Mansion Academy's dean are only on par with him. That's too perverted. Qing Morshue's divine perception captured Ling Xiao and the others. She could not help but exclaim. If I'm not wrong, he should be using the falling plum clear shadow step. Not only did he obtain the windfire wheels of the thief god, but he also obtained the falling plum clear shadow steps. That's a 6th-tier emperor-class movement technique. In addition, that kid is already fast. Chen Yu and the dean are about as fast as him. Jiyu Fenghua's eyes flashed with greed. He had only wanted to obtain the East Victory Heaven Sword and the primordial martial technique. However, from the looks of it, the treasures on Ling Xiao were far more numerous and better than he had imagined. Whether it was the windfire wheels, the falling plum clear shadow steps, or the powerful plum blossom acupoint strike, they were all fatally attractive to him. At this moment, the Purple Mansion King Chen Yu and the Purple Mansion Academy's dean were very depressed. They were clearly much stronger than Ling Xiao, but they could not catch up to him. Ling Xiao obviously did not want to fight. He only cared about escaping and did not know what to do. They could not catch up to him. At most, their speed was equal, so it was completely meaningless. They could only keep running and hope that Ling Xiao's quintessential essence would be exhausted first. After escaping for a while, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped using the falling plum clear shadow steps. Instead, he used the windfire wheels to escape. The speed of the windfire wheels was about the same as the falling plum clear shadow steps, but it was more energy efficient and could be used for other things. He did this because he wanted to figure out what was going on with the pendant while he was escaping. At this distance, even if Jiyu Fenghua personally chased after him, she would not be able to catch up in a short time. If it really did not work, he could still use the vertical golden light technique. What is this kid trying to do? The few people chasing behind him were stunned. He wants to tire us to death. The windfire wheels consume very little quintessential essence. But its speed is not inferior to the falling plum clear shadow steps. If this continues, we will be the first to use up our quintessential essence. The Purple Mansion Academy's dean frowned. This old guy had been tricked by Ling Xiao. He had a bellyful of anger in his heart. He swore that after catching up to Ling Xiao, he would definitely tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. Everyone, don't hide anything. Use your pills, talismans, puppets, whatever you can use. This may take a long time to kill. The Purple Mansion King Chen Yu said. At the same time, he pasted a talisman on his body. It was called the Divine Travel Talisman. It could increase one's speed and reduce the consumption of quintessential essence. The others all used their divine abilities. Anyway, their speed had increased, and their quintessential essence consumption had decreased. Chen Yu, who was charging at the front, blasted out his palm in an attempt to knock Ling Xiao down from the sky. However, the defense formed by the three energies of wind, fire, and lightning instantly blocked his attack. Not only that. At that moment, Chen Yu actually felt a wave of dizziness. The windfire wheels really live up to its name. We can't attack it easily. Otherwise, we will be the ones to be hit. Chen Yu hurriedly shouted. He could feel a slight wave of dizziness. If the Purple Mansion Marshal or General Pan Feng attacked, the effect would be even more obvious. Once he fainted, it would be terrible. Chapter 3854. The chase lasted for half an hour. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth finally curled into a cold smile. The pendant in his hand disappeared. He suddenly stopped. Chen Yu and the others were dumbfounded. A bunch of cowards. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. He then looked at Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue, who were slowly approaching from afar. Qing Moshue, you're known as the Death Witch. You've massacred millions of people in Purple Spirit Capital. You must be very strong. Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one? There was a reason why he chose Qing Moshue over the others. Because Qing Moshue was an impulsive woman, and she wasn't very smart. To put it bluntly, she was stupid. Plus, she was extremely arrogant. You want to fight me one-on-one? I didn't hear about it, did I? Qing Moshue chuckled. Are you tired of living? You don't have the guts. Ling Xiao mocked. you're willing to fight for Qing Moshue, who is ranked 10th in Dongsheng's combat strength ranking. So, you're just a coward. Trash. Jiyu Fenghua, why don't you fight me? That woman is trash anyway. You. How dare you call me a coward? I'll kill you. Qing Moshue thought Ling Xiao's words were a joke. But, what she couldn't stand the most was being called a coward. Also, Ling Xiao wanted to fight Jiyu Fenghua. He called her trash. If she didn't kill him, she would definitely kill him. If that happened, she would be laughed at when she returned to Dongsheng superpower. Shui, don't be impulsive. He's trying to provoke you. I don't know what he's trying to do. Jiyu Fenghua shook her head and said. But senior brother, he called me trash. Qing Moshue said agitatedly. That's right, you're trash. So what if I'm provoking you? I'm just a peak 4th divine core warrior, that's all. Do you think you're afraid of me? Hehe, not only are you a coward trash, I think that Jiyu Fenghua is the same. Both of you are a coward. Ling Xiao's words had touched Qing Moshue's reverse scale. Her reverse scale was Jiyu Fenghua. Although she was furious when others scolded her, she could still endure it. But if anyone wanted to scold Jiyu Fenghua, she wouldn't be able to control her emotions. Senior brother, don't stop me. I must kill him today. All of you, stand aside. Qing Moshue soared into the sky and faced off against Ling Xiao. Jiyu Fenghua did not stop him this time. Ling Xiao had indeed gone too far. He thought about it. Even if Ling Xiao had some sort of trump card, it would not be enough to kill Qing Moshue. Qing Moshue was a perfect 6th divine core warrior. If he continued to obstruct her, it would probably affect Qing Moshue's martial will, and she wouldn't be as determined to improve in the future. In the distance, many martial artists were watching the show. Their hearing was very good, so they could hear what Ling Xiao was saying. Even if a peak 4th divine core warrior was able to kill a general, he would only be able to do so with a sneak attack. After running for half an hour, he actually had to fight a perfect 6th divine core warrior. Had he decided to give up on himself? No one believed that Ling Xiao was Qing Moshue's match. The gap between their cultivation bases was just too big. Although they were the same age, Qing Moshue was from the Dongsheng kingdom. She had much better resources and cultivation conditions than Ling Xiao. No matter how talented Ling Xiao was, before he grew up, he would never be Qing Moshue's match. That guy is too impulsive. Someone secretly shook his head. Yeah, give him 1 or 2 more years, and he'll be able to kill Qing Moshue with ease. But facing Qing Moshue now is just courting death. No one believed that Ling Xiao could win. This was simply an impossible matter. Even Zi Qianye was getting anxious. Ling Xiao, don't go crazy. You're so fast, you should think of a way to escape. Qing Moshue is not someone you can fight against. Even with the Blood Sovereign armor on my ship, I might not be her match. Let alone you. Zi Qianye cried out in shock in the Dongsheng Emperor Ring. Sister Qianye, just sit back and watch the show. If I don't go crazy, I'll go crazy and die. This is the only path I can take. But don't worry, I won't die. Even if I lose, I won't die. Ling Xiao had too many life-saving abilities, there was no need to worry about him. Shui, listen to senior disciple, don't underestimate him. I think this guy is only 18 years old. Reaching the peak 4th divine core realm at such a young age is already shocking enough. But he's still able to kill an early 6th divine core warrior. I've never heard of such a thing even in the entire Dongsheng kingdom. No, not only in the Dongsheng kingdom, I don't think there's such a terrifying genius in the entire 4 regions. Most importantly, he has too many tricks up his sleeves, it's impossible to guard against him. Don't underestimate him. Jiyu Fenghua was worried that Qing Moshue would underestimate her opponent, therefore, she flew up into the sky and whispered. Senior disciple, please stop joking. With his cultivation base, if he can't even defeat me, I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. That's just too embarrassing. Qing Moshue said with disdain. Shut up. You're too arrogant right now. Be careful, you might fail miserably. Jiyu Fenghua was not satisfied with Qing Moshue's attitude. This was a battle of life and death. Qing Moshue was courting death by being so careless. Senior disciple. Qing Moshue was startled. Listen to me, if you don't think you can handle him, just step back. I'll deal with him myself. Jiyu Fenghua said coldly. No way, senior disciple. Who does he think he is? Senior disciple, you're overestimating this guy. He's not qualified to fight with you. Qing Moshue was surprised. Ever since Jiyu Fenghua arrived, she hadn't fought. Zi Qianye had surrendered on his own accord, he didn't fight. As for the rest, they were all killed by Qing Moshue. Jiyu Fenghua was ranked 7th on the Dongsheng combat strength list. There were only 4 superpowers in the entire Golden Heavenly region. The Dongsheng Kingdom was the scariest of the 4 superpowers. Under the Dongsheng Kingdom, there were 300 kingdoms similar to the Purple Kingdom. In fact, the population of the Dongsheng Kingdom had reached more than 10 billion people, and Jiyu Fenghua was one of the 7 most outstanding people among the 10 billion people. Who was Ling Xiao to deserve Jiyu Fenghua's attention? Qing Moshue was actually a little jealous. Being jealous of a man was really something. Not only did she not take Ling Xiao seriously, but she also looked down on him even more. She wanted to prove to Jiyu Fenghua that in front of her, Ling Xiao was simply a trilobite that she could not care less about. She could kill him with a slap. She took a deep breath and gradually approached Ling Xiao. She wanted to make Ling Xiao kneel and beg for mercy in agony. Martial Soul Barrier. Suddenly, Ling Xiao released his Martial Soul Barrier, Triple Dragon Trapping Talisman. Then, Ling Xiao released the Triple Dragon Trapping Talisman. This was for the sake of time. Since Qing Moshue had taken the bait, this top-notch sparring partner had to accompany him to death. He couldn't let Jiyu Fenghua save him. Even Jiyu Fenghua would find it very difficult to break the Triple Dragon Trapping Talisman. Not to mention breaking the Martial Soul Barrier. Chapter 3855. What are you doing? Qing Moshue couldn't help but laugh. I'm afraid you'll run away. Ling Xiao also laughed. Ha 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 ha. Are you kidding me? Run away? Run away from a little thing like you? What a joke. Qing Moshue was amused by Ling Xiao's words. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a genius? To be honest, you can only be considered a genius in the Purple Kingdom. Reaching the perfect 4th-tier Divine Core realm at the age of 18 isn't even considered a genius in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. True geniuses are like me and my senior brother. Qing Moshue laughed. You guys are considered geniuses? What a joke, if I'm not wrong. 1 year in the 4 Great Domains is equivalent to 2 years in the Western Domain. In other words, you might be 16 years old, but in the Western Domain, you've been cultivating for 32 years. Jiyu Fenghua is 19 years old, which is equivalent to 38 years old. I don't think you can be considered a genius for reaching such a cultivation base at such a young age. You're just a piece of trash. Ling Xiao hadn't known about this when he had first arrived in the 4 Great Domains. However, after a period of research, he had finally discovered it. The time in the 4 Great Domains was twice as long as in the Western Domain. In other words, time was more durable here. It was just that he couldn't feel it after getting used to it. Later on, he had confirmed it with a Yuan Venerate. This explained why the cultivators in the 4 Great Domains had much higher cultivation bases than in the Western Domain. The laws in the 4 Great Domains were different from those in the Western Domain. Not only were items more sturdy, but time was also more durable. Qing Moshue really wanted to accept Ling Xiao's humiliation. She was clearly an innocent 16-year-old girl, but in Ling Xiao's words, she had become a 32-year-old auntie. How could she accept this? This was even more depressing than saying her strength was trash. However, there was one thing she had to admit. She really wasn't considered a genius. The 4 Great Domains were extremely vast. The Golden Sky Domain alone had tens of billions of people. She was only ranked 10th in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. In the entire Golden Sky Domain, she was really nothing. As for the strongest Eternal Emperor region, they had even more geniuses. There was also the frightening Desolate Beast region. Many beasts were born with divine core warriors. There was no comparison at all. There were also countless geniuses in the Deep Sea Dragon field. Not to mention that there were other planes of different sizes in addition to the 4 major regions. The most terrifying one was, of course, the 9-star celestial realm, which was as famous as the 4 major realms. Similarly, there were countless top geniuses. In the end, not only was Qing Moshue insignificant, but even Jiyu Fenghua was insignificant. Even so, Qing Moshue could not tolerate Ling Xiao's humiliation. No matter what, in the Dongsheng strong country, she was definitely a genius. Brat, you sure know how to talk. However, fighting depended on one's means, not one's mouth. Come, I'll give you 3 moves. I won't bully you. Qing Moshue tried her best to show that she was stronger than Ling Xiao. She wanted Jiyu Fenghua to see how powerful she was. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "No need, I'll give you 10 moves." When the crowd heard this, they were stunned. This person did not seem to have a problem with his brain. Giving Qing Moshue 10 moves? He was really giving up on himself. Of course, they did not understand Ling Xiao's thoughts. Ling Xiao's goal was to let Qing Moshue attack him. As long as he did not die, he could recover. Then, he would break through. There was a reason why he chose Qing Moshue. Qing Moshue was arrogant and impulsive. She would definitely look down on him at the beginning and would not use her full strength. Then, he would not die. If it was someone else, he would probably have to use life reversal. I'm really interested. How will this Ling Xiao defeat Qing Moshue? Defeat? I think it'll be good as long as he can survive 1 move from Qing Moshue. Everyone's evaluation of Ling Xiao was only 8 words: brave and fierce, but weak. No one thought he could survive, let alone win. Qing Moshue was annoyed. Listening to Ling Xiao's arrogant words, she felt like a fool who had been played. Forget it. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. After saying that, she suddenly struck out with her palm. This attack was 10 times more terrifying than the one she had used at the Purple Mansion Academy. The palm wind arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. Ling Xiao did not dodge. This palm landed squarely on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Several of his ribs were broken. Blood spurted out. First move. Ling Xiao got up from the ground and revealed a sinister smile. He casually stuffed a few pills into his mouth. In terms of healing pills, he had more and better than anyone else. For the time being, he did not need to use life reversal or rising from the ashes. He really dares to let Qing Moshue win? And he didn't die from that palm strike? Everyone's mouths were so wide open that they could throw a goose egg in. It was too shocking. This guy had really gone too far with his bragging. Very good, this woman is indeed a peak 6 divine core warrior, she's really strong. Ling Xiao could feel the blood-red lightning roaring in his body. His potential was crazily flowing into his cultivation. Finally, at some point in time, he broke through. He had broken through to the 5th divine core realm. His combat strength had increased by 100 times. However, he had suppressed the aura of his breakthrough, so Qing Moshue wouldn't notice his intention. Qing Moshue, are you trying to scratch my itch? Is your attack so trashy? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. Damn it. Qing Moshue was really surprised. Although she had only used an ordinary attack, her attack was so powerful that even an early 6th divine core warrior would die from it. What was wrong with Ling Xiao? How strong was his body? Why was it so abnormal? This time, let's see if you can survive. Qing Moshue decided to use a martial skill. Fist of Death. Her fist was suddenly shrouded in a cloud of black smoke. After that, she violently punched out. The power of this attack was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary palm strike she had used before. Bang! The black smoke enveloped Ling Xiao. This time, that guy is dead for sure. Of course. Who asked him to be so strong? Damn it. However, before she could finish her sentence, the black smoke disappeared. It was swallowed by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. The energy in my cultivation has increased by 50%. My black tortoise divine physique has also increased to the mid-6th order emperor realm. This woman's attack is really effective. His performance this time was much better than the last time. He only lost a little blood, and he didn't even consume any healing pills. After all, his combat strength had increased by 100 times, while Qing Morshua's attack had only increased by a few dozen times. It was very difficult for her to cause such obvious injuries to him. The second attack. Ling Xiao revealed a disdainful smile. Woman, were you pinned to the bed by that guy Jiu Fenghua yesterday? Why do I feel like my limbs are weak? That's all. And you still say you're not trashy. Who would believe you? Chapter 3856. Qing Morshue was completely infuriated by Ling Xiao's words. She started attacking Ling Xiao crazily. She didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance to recover. And each attack was stronger than the last. Third attack. Boom. Ling Xiao's cultivation base broke through again. Mid-5th level divine core realm. The energy in his body increased by 10 times. Fourth attack. Fifth attack. Sixth attack. Seventh attack. Eighth attack. Boom. His cultivation broke through again. Late 5th level divine core realm. His strength increased by 10 times. Suddenly, Qing Morshue stopped attacking. That was because Ling Xiao had already fallen to the ground like a pile of mud. Even his body was no longer complete. Qing Morshue's attacks weren't useless. They were extremely powerful. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was basically on the verge of exhaling, no more breathing. Hehe, so this is what you get for giving me a 10 attack advantage. I haven't even used 10 attacks, and you're already dead. Qing Morshue had finally vented her anger. His heart finally felt a little better. But something didn't feel right. Ling Xiao didn't counterattack during the 8 attacks. He only defended himself. In other words, he was letting her win. This made her feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Do you really think you can kill me? Don't you have 2 more attacks? Why don't you use them together? Ling Xiao couldn't even speak clearly, and it looked like he was using a lot of effort. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Qing Morshue wouldn't show any mercy. Not only did she want to destroy Ling Xiao's body, she also wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's inner core. Boom. Her martial soul appeared behind her. It was a terrifying witch. Black robe, sharp nails. An ugly face. The appearance of the witch martial soul caused everyone's heart to tighten except for Jiu Fenghua. Back then, Qing Morshue had used this witch martial soul to turn millions of people in Purple Spirit City into zombies. Today, she had used this martial soul once again. There's no need for that, right? That Ling Xiao is about to die. The Purple Mansion King Chen Yu frowned and said, "There's nothing wrong with eliminating the source of trouble." The Violet Mansion Marshal said, "However, is that Ling Xiao really that scary? If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from Qing Morshue's attack. That brat has already withstood 8 moves and is still alive." General Pan Feng was dumbstruck. At this moment, he had even forgotten about the hatred he had for Ling Xiao killing his companions. He was frightened by Ling Xiao's tenacity and perseverance. That's right. It's a pity for this kid. If he hadn't gotten something he shouldn't have, he wouldn't have gotten it. He will definitely become the pride of our Purple Kingdom. Chen Yu also sighed. Even though they were enemies, Ling Xiao was someone he truly admired. Meanwhile, Qing Morshue's attack had already landed on Ling Xiao. The 9th move. Ling Xiao's body was almost completely shattered. Even his inner core and heart were exposed. Both of them were the key to a human's body. This move will completely destroy your inner core and kill you forever. Qing Morshue's final attack had used nearly 80% of her strength. To be honest, she felt like she was making a mountain out of a molehill. She had used 80% of her strength to deal with a peak 4th rank Divine Core warrior, and she had even unleashed her martial soul. She couldn't let anyone know about this battle. If not, it would be too embarrassing for her. Suddenly, she had a terrifying thought. That was to turn all the commoners and Purple Mansion soldiers who had witnessed the battle into zombies. Even the Purple Mansion King and Marshal wouldn't be spared. While she was having this crazy thought, finally, she had used 80% of her strength to unleash the final attack. Many spectators couldn't bear to see such a scene, so they closed their eyes. But then, they heard a strange scream. It was a woman's scream. These people opened their eyes in confusion, then they saw Qing Moshue sitting on the ground with a pale face. Blood was dripping down from the corner of her mouth. She stared at Ling Xiao in fear. 10 moves. It's my turn now. Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out. Suddenly, a ball of flame burst out. Within the ball of flame, a human figure appeared. Everyone stared at him in surprise. After a brief moment, the ball of flame was extinguished. Ling Xiao appeared. He was perfectly fine, but his aura was much stronger than before. He wasn't going to hide his aura anymore. It was too tiring, and he wouldn't be able to fight with his full strength. Peak 5th rank Divine Core Warrior. How is this possible? Jiyu Fenghua said in shock. Heavens, I thought he was a peak 4th rank Divine Core Warrior. How did he reach the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm in such a short period of time? What kind of despicable joke is this? Qing Moshue was dumbfounded as well. She had worked so hard to defeat Ling Xiao, and only his heart and inner core were left. But, in the blink of an eye, not only had Ling Xiao stood up, he had even broken through to the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm. She felt like she was in a dream. She felt like she was in a nightmare. Everyone else also fell into a state of incomparable confusion. No one could figure out how Ling Xiao had done it. They didn't even know if they were dreaming, or if it was real. You shouldn't have attacked my Naiden at the very last moment. You're injured, right? And your injuries aren't light, right? I'll give you a chance to recover. I don't want you to say it's unfair when I kill you later. Ling Xiao looked at Qing Moshue with an indifferent expression. Qing Moshue's last attack had landed on the 2 divine cores in his body. A lot of energy gushed out from the divine cores. The energy knocked Qing Moshue away. At the same time, it allowed him to break through to the peak 5th rank Divine Core realm. At this stage, he didn't even need the Sky Tyrant martial soul to kill Qing Moshue. Finally, he didn't need to be tortured by this woman anymore. Now, it was his turn to torture her. You'll regret this. Qing Moshue coldly harumphed, then she took out a pill and swallowed it. It took her an hour to fully recover. Kid, the stupidest thing you've done today was asking me to heal myself. If you had taken advantage of my injuries, you might have been able to win. But now, you have no chance. No chance at all. Qing Moshue could feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Therefore, she wasn't going to hold back. She was going to use everything she had to deal with Ling Xiao. Heavenly flame, rotting flame, body, witch's physique, weapon, fine heavenly king weapon. These were all her trump cards, her most powerful trump cards. Kill. Qing Moshue didn't say anything. With a flash, she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Curse of death. A huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a blood-red eye. The eye moved along with Qing Moshue. Qing Moshue waved her staff in a strange manner. A strange red light shot out from the giant blood-red eye. The red light contained a terrifying curse intent. It had merged with her martial soul. She launched an all-out attack on Ling Xiao. When the huge eye appeared, the entire sky seemed to have turned blood-red. Ling Xiao looked at Qing Moshue calmly and said, "You're too slow." Chapter 38:57. Ling Xiao lightly stomped his foot. Falling plum-clear shadow steps. Beautiful plum blossoms fell from the sky. He dodged Qing Moshue's attack like he was taking a stroll in the park and appeared behind her. Right now, Ling Xiao's body was glowing with a golden light. That was the color a golden core warrior should have. Therefore, the crowd could finally confirm that they weren't dreaming. They were witnessing Ling Xiao breaking through from the perfect 4th heavenly core realm to the perfect 5th heavenly core realm. He held the Blood Sovereign sword in his hand. A cold killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent was even more terrifying than the Blood Sovereign's. Qing Moshue could feel her body trembling, as if there was a thorn in her back. It was as if she wasn't fighting a human, but a god. Looks like senior brother was right. This guy is really strange. I can sense the aura of the beast god from his body. Could it be that he was also one of the legendary beast god martial artists? And the beast god's divine position isn't low? At this moment, Qing Moshue finally understood. Jiyu Fenghua's judgment of Ling Xiao was correct. This Ling Xiao was even scarier than they had imagined. His body was almost destroyed, but he was still able to come back to life. This in itself was an impossible matter. But Ling Xiao did it. And now, Ling Xiao made her feel the terrifying killing intent of the beast god. She couldn't not believe it. But Qing Moshue still believed that her strength was stronger than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's potential hadn't been fully unleashed, so there was no way he was stronger than her. We've already exchanged 10 moves, so don't think that you won't be injured. Bloodlight clone slash. After dodging Qing Moshue's attack, Ling Xiao immediately swung the Blood Sovereign sword and unleashed a powerful 5th Order Emperor Realm martial skill. Qing Moshue quickly activated the huge blood-red eye and unleashed a bright light to defend herself. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. It was a draw. How is this possible? Even if I reacted hastily, my death curse is a 6th Order Emperor level martial skill. His martial skill is merely at 5th Order Emperor realm, yet he managed to fight me to a draw. How can this guy be so terrifying? The more Qing Moshue killed, the more shocked she became. He was shocked, and the spectators were shocked and incredulous. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had forgotten to breathe. All of their attention was focused on this battle. This scene made people feel that it was very strange. It was an incredible battle. Double curse. Qing Moshue refused to give up and unleashed 2 death curses at the same time. The accumulated power had almost reached the offensive power of a mid-6th level Emperor grade martial skill. Is your attack only at this level? What a pity. Blood Devil Seal. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, using the most ordinary Blood Devil Seal. However, it was still a high-grade 5th level Emperor class martial skill. A blood-red sword mark actually broke through the 2 rays of curse light. It pierced Qing Moshue's body. Qing Moshue cried out in surprise. She was injured again. Although the injury wasn't serious this time. It was too embarrassing. How despicable. Witch's body. Qing Moshue was originally unwilling to use the witch's body. It was too ugly. For a beauty like her, she was unwilling to use such a transformation. Especially in front of Jiyu Fenghua. However, the problem was that if she didn't use it, she might really lose to Ling Xiao. She couldn't accept such an outcome. Gradually, her entire body began to change. Her entire being became as ugly as her martial soul. However, everyone could feel it. Her strength was rapidly increasing. Ling Xiao, you're really powerful. You forced me to use the witch's body. Even if you die, you should be satisfied. Her eyes were filled with intense hatred and murderous intent. Boom. A terrifying aura of death erupted in the entire martial soul barrier. A huge and strange black skull appeared on Qing Moshue's magic staff. The skull burned with an intense rotting flame. The rotting flame was an unusual flame that could corrode everything it touched. It would then destroy everything. The skull slowly floated up into the air, emitting a terrifying aura of death. Even those who weren't fighting could feel the threat of death. Their faces darkened. I didn't expect Xue to use the witch's body in order to kill Ling Xiao. The rotting flame unleashed by the witch's body is so powerful that even I can feel threatened by it. As for martial artists of the same cultivation level, they were even more invincible. With this attack, that Ling Xiao won't have a chance to survive. Jiyu Fenghua murmured to himself. However, even he wasn't sure about it. Ling Xiao's ability was too surprising. Every single time, it would bring a huge shock to everyone. Looking at the skull burning with the rotting flame in the air, Ling Xiao's expression was still as calm as ever. He had said it before, the torture had ended. He had risked his body being completely destroyed and raised his cultivation level to the perfect 5th heavenly core realm. He wasn't going to continue being beaten. Right now, he had the absolute strength to fight Qing Moshue. Of course, he had to admit it. Qing Moshue's attack was indeed powerful. Aside from the Fiend Celestial Seal, he couldn't think of any other attack that could defend against it. Perhaps even the Firestorm Wheels couldn't defend against such a terrifying attack. Therefore, he decided not to waste it. He didn't want the Firestorm Wheels to be destroyed. Qing Moshue, you and I don't know each other. There's no grudge between us. But not only did you kill millions of my people, you even used despicable means to kill my friends, Zi Qianye and Zi Long, and now, you want to kill me. Today, I don't care who you are, I'm going to kill you. Ling Xiao's voice was unhurried. He could feel that his opponent's attack was still condensing, and it wasn't time to unleash it yet. You're different from me. You fight purely for the sake of killing. As for me, I fight to protect what I want to protect. Our beliefs are completely different. Therefore, you're going to lose today. Lose. I, Qing Moshue, will never lose. At least, I won't lose to you. You can go to hell now. Boom. Finally, the terrifying skull finished condensing. The rotting flame enveloped it, making it look like a small sun occupied by the rotting flame. The rotting sun blasted toward Ling Xiao. Powerful. Terrifying. It was filled with a sinister aura, especially the skull's open mouth. It contained the most terrifying energy of the rotting sun. The heavenly fire's suppression even penetrated the martial soul barrier and made the people outside feel it. Qing Moshue is so powerful. I'm really no match for her. Under such a terrifying attack, this king can only die. Chen Yu was shocked. He didn't care about Qing Moshue at first. That was because Qing Moshue had the same cultivation level as him. He was afraid of Qing Moshue purely because of Jiyu Fenghua. If not for Jiyu Fenghua, he would have killed Qing Moshue long ago. However, at this moment, he realized that even 10 of him wouldn't be a match for Qing Moshue. She was ranked 10th on the Dongsheng combat strength list. She lived up to her name. Chapter 3858. A gift from the Death Witch. Qing Moshue's ear-piercing scream could be heard. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt like everything around him had disappeared. In his eyes, there was only the green rotting flame and the terrifying laughter. He was like a lone traveler in a desert. A green sun was falling down from the sky towards him. Once it landed, his entire body would be completely destroyed. She's really strong, Ling Xiao exclaimed. Qing Moshue's attack was much stronger than Zi Qianye's. Even with the Blood Sovereign armor, Zi Qianye was still no match for Qing Moshue. This girl was indeed a genius from the Dongsheng Great Kingdom. Ranked 10th on the Dongsheng combat strength list. But even so what? Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with disdain. If Qing Moshue had used this attack earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been able to fight until now. He might just run away like a wisp of smoke. But now, he was a perfect 5th-level Divine Core warrior. Why would he care about Qing Moshue's attack? Which, today, you will meet your end. Ling Xiao looked at the falling green sun with pride. He knew Qing Moshue could hear him. The sun god's blood in his body was awakening under such terrifying pressure. Previously, it was only 1 out of 1,000. But right now, the sun god's bloodline had skyrocketed. After such a long time of accumulation, finally, Ling Xiao had reaped the fruits of his labor. The sun god's blood had reached 1 out of 100. It was a 10-fold increase. The 10-fold increase in the sun god's blood had brought Ling Xiao a 100-fold increase in his combat strength. It was more than enough to crush Qing Moshue. He was infinitely close to Jiyu Fenghua. Ordinary 7th-level Divine Core warriors were no match for him. But Jiyu Fenghua was a little special. She was a genius, and she was able to fight those above her level. Therefore, compared to Jiyu Fenghua, she was at least a dozen times weaker. The increase in combat strength was only one aspect. The most important aspect was the increase in the toughness of his body. Because of this, his black tortoise divine body had reached the 7th Order Emperor realm. In other words, a 7th Order Emperor grade martial skill wouldn't be able to harm him at all. In addition, his speed and soul force had all increased. It was as if he had been reborn. The blood of the sun god is indeed powerful. Qing Moshue, oh Qing Moshue, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I might not have had such a shocking breakthrough today. Ling Xiao lifted the blood sovereign sword gently as he sensed the terrifying power. Originally, he had planned to use the Fiend God seal in this final clash. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The awakening of the sun god's blood caused his strength to soar. Now, even if he only used a 5th-level Emperor-grade martial skill, he could still kill Qing Moshue. Bloodlight clone / Ling Xiao only spat out a few indifferent words. Then, a sword soared into the sky. 3 streaks of sword light pierced through the air. The terrifying sword light was clearly much stronger than usual, and it directly pierced into the huge skull. Crack. A cracking sound was heard. That huge skull actually shattered with a loud sound. It turned into countless fragments and fell like a meteor. I told you, everything is over. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Qing Moshue, who was frozen in mid-air, dumbfounded. None of this is real. How is this possible? My most powerful attack was actually so easily destroyed by him. This is impossible, impossible. Nothing is impossible. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. How many miracles have you seen? Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Qing Moshue and said, it's time to end this. You should no longer have the strength to launch the same attack. To thank you for what you've done to me today, I'll give you a quick one. You won't have to suffer. You'll disappear from this world in an instant. He could sense that Qing Moshue was at the end of her rope. Ling Xiao, let her go and I'll let you leave alive. Jiyu Fenghua suddenly spoke. His eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that Qing Moshue was no match for Ling Xiao at all. He didn't know why Ling Xiao had suddenly become so terrifying. But no matter what, he couldn't let Qing Moshue die. She was his woman. How can you be so shameless? Why should I listen to you? Ling Xiao looked at Jiyu Fenghua mockingly and said, if you can break this martial soul barrier, then you can ask me to let her go. But what can I do? Even you would need at least an hour to break the 3 dragon trapping talismans and the martial soul barrier. During this time, Qing Moshue must have been deader than dead. You should know that she's the disciple of the Dongsheng Emperor. You know very well what the consequences will be if you kill her. I don't need to say more. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, as long as you're in the Dongsheng strong nation, you can forget about living. Jiyu Fenghua said coldly. This person's self-restraint was really good. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think you'll let me go if I don't kill her? Before you threaten others, you should think of a plan. Don't hurt yourself. Ling Xiao laughed maniacally. The Dongsheng Emperor. He originally didn't want to be enemies with this emperor. But this person actually sent his disciple to steal his things and destroy the country of his dreams. He killed the people he had already acknowledged. Most importantly, among those people, there was a friend who foolishly followed him to the small purple spirit nation. Although that person was very weak, but he was still a friend. How could Ling Xiao not avenge his friend? Senior brother, I don't want to die. Qing Moshue was completely flustered. She had long lost her arrogance and smugness. She was extremely terrified. If she had known that Ling Xiao was so terrifying, she wouldn't have attacked Ling Xiao even if she was beaten to death. But now, it was all too late. Ling Xiao didn't even give face to her senior brother Jiyu Fenghua. What should she do? No need to beg. You don't have a chance anymore. Ling Xiao slowly raised up the Blood Sovereign sword. Then, a bright light emerged from beneath his feet. The Blood Sovereign sword pierced into Qing Moshue's dantian. Qing Moshue's inner core was absorbed by Ling Xiao and merged into the 2 divine pills. No. No. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Qing Moshue's face instantly turned old. She slowly turned into a shriveled shell. She died a horrible death. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. Before this battle, Ling Xiao was thought to have only one path, death. There was no second possibility. In many people's eyes, although Ling Xiao was brave, he was just a brute, a brainless fool. But now, the terror that Ling Xiao displayed had already struck terror into everyone's hearts. Perfect 4th Heavenly Core Realm, breaking through to the perfect 5th Heavenly Core Realm, then killing a perfect 6th Heavenly Core Warrior. Didn't this kind of thing only happen in novels? Chapter 3859. Such terrifying potential. If this person stays with Jiyu Fenghua and Qing Moshue in the Dongsheng imperial family, he will definitely be ranked first. I believe he will definitely become number 1 on the Dongsheng combat strength list. Freak. Demon. Inhuman. All sorts of praises rang out in everyone's hearts. They didn't dare to say it out loud, but it didn't mean that they didn't dare to think about it. Jiyu Fenghua's face was like the bottom of a pot that had been smeared with black ash. It was extremely gloomy. He looked at Ling Xiao, and a murderous aura bloomed from his body. I will definitely kill you. Kill me. Qing Moshue said the same thing. But now, don't you think you might walk the same path as her? Ling Xiao looked at Jiyu Fenghua indifferently. Because of the sudden awakening of the sun god's blood, Jiyu Fenghua didn't seem so scary in his eyes. At the very least, she wasn't so far away. Although he was still no match for Jiyu Fenghua under normal circumstances. It was impossible even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul. But he was fully qualified to fight with her. Unlike before, all he could do was to run. Jiyu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao. The most difficult thing to understand was the scene of Ling Xiao being reborn from the ashes. That was beyond his understanding. This guy who was on the verge of death was alive and kicking again in the blink of an eye. Even his true origin had recovered to its peak. How was that possible? He wasn't the only one who thought so. The others thought so too. But most people's thoughts were skewed. I think Ling Xiao must have some kind of treasure on him that can bring someone back from the dead. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? He obtained the treasures of the Dongsheng ancient emperor and the thief god. Maybe there is such a treasure in there. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Hand over everything you have and I can spare your life, Jiyu Fenghua suddenly said. It was as if he had forgotten about Qing Moshue's death. He is indeed a heartless person. He can forget about his woman's death for those things. Hearing Jiyu Fenghua's words, Ling Xiao's impression of this guy worsened. So be it. I believe that even if Shui were alive, she would definitely do the same. Her greatest wish in life was to make me stronger and take over the position of the Dongsheng emperor. Sit on the throne, Jiyu Fenghua said calmly. TSK, look at the face of this hypocrite. To actually be able to say such shameless words in such a dignified manner. I really admire you. Ling Xiao really had to hand it to Jiyu Fenghua. How thick-skinned. How shameless. You can say whatever you want. It's true that your triple dragon trapping talisman is very powerful. Your martial spirit barrier is also very strong, not bad. But it won't take me more than 10 minutes to break it. Do you think you can sit back and relax just because you're hiding inside? Jiyu Fenghua didn't care about what Ling Xiao said at all. Perhaps he had always been a heartless and unrighteous person. Why would he care so much? Hehe, do you think I'm relying on this thing? Ling Xiao revealed a hint of disdain. Of course, if it was before the awakening of the Zishan's blood, he might really have to rely on the dragon trapping talisman and the martial spirit barrier to protect himself for a period of time. But now, there was no need for that. It was true that he wasn't as good as Jiyu Fenghua, but the gap wasn't that big. As he spoke, he removed the dragon trapping talisman and the martial spirit barrier. Jiyu Fenghua didn't make a move, but was ready at all times. If he could peacefully obtain the things in Ling Xiao's hands, he didn't want to fight to the death. Because he could already feel how terrifying Ling Xiao was. To deal with such a person, he couldn't use force. He had to use underhanded methods. As for how to deal with Ling Xiao, he had already thought about it. The only thing he was worried about was that Ling Xiao wouldn't take the bait. I don't want much. Just give me the Dongsheng Heavenly Sword, the immemorial martial skill, the Windfire Wheel, and the treasure that can let you rise from the ashes. As for the rest, you can keep it. I promise, as long as you give me these 4 things. My junior sister's death can be written off. I can even recommend you to join the Dongsheng royal family and become my master's disciple. Address me as your brother. Jiyu Fenghua tried his best to appear sincere. However, this made Chen Yu and the others stunned. Could it be that even young master Jiyu Fenghua is afraid of this person? Is that why he made such a request? They were really dumbfounded. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, this shouldn't be necessary, right? After all, Jiyu Fenghua was an earth core expert. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't answer, Jiyu Fenghua continued, your strength has indeed increased very quickly. But if I'm not wrong, you've already exhausted all the potential you've obtained. Next, Your cultivation breakthrough won't be so fast. Therefore, what happened to my junior sister, Qing Moshue, definitely won't happen to me. You're too weak. You should understand the principle of treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. I'm not killing you now because I cherish your talent. Now that a junior sister has died, I have to give Master an explanation. What if I don't give it to you? Ling Xiao asked. If you're stubborn, then I'll have to do it myself today. Once I do, you'll lose your only chance of survival. Do as you see fit. I definitely won't show mercy, Jiyu Fenghua said coldly. Hurry up and agree. What are you hesitating for? You only need to hand over 4 things in exchange for such great power. Isn't that good enough? The onlookers were all anxious for Ling Xiao. They felt that the people from the Dongsheng Strong Country wouldn't go back on their words. Since they had agreed to let Ling Xiao go, they would definitely keep their promise. Moreover, looking at young Master Jiyu Fenghua's expression, it seemed that he really cherished Ling Xiao's talent. They wanted Ling Xiao to agree to Jiyu Fenghua's request. They felt that it would be a pity if a genius like Ling Xiao died just like that. Tell me your choice. I'll wait here. One is the great path of light. You can soar from now on. Perhaps the things you obtain in the future will be better than what you give me. The other is a complete train of thought. Without light, without hope, you will completely end your path of martial arts. Jiyu Fenghua released a powerful aura. That was the terrifying aura of an Earth-core realm expert. The power of the Earth was mobilized. It formed a terrifying force field. Jiyu Fenghua did this to increase the pressure on Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao agree to his conditions. If Ling Xiao agreed, he would naturally bring Ling Xiao to the Dongsheng royal family. However, after going there, whether Ling Xiao lived or died, he wouldn't care. He didn't go back on his word. Even if Ling Xiao died, it would be normal. After all, the competition in the Dongsheng Strong Country was very fierce. Many cultivators became the disciples of the Dongsheng Emperor. They might be killed by their fellow disciples. Reality was so cruel. It was no different from many sects. Chapter 3860. Ling Xiao, you're a smart man. You should be able to make the right choice. Don't risk your life for a few things. It's not worth it. Jiyu Fenghua's eyes were filled with killing intent. If Ling Xiao didn't agree, he would have to do it himself. Letting this scourge continue to live would be a great threat to him. Hurry up and agree. Don't be so stubborn. You've already done well. That's right. This is the best outcome. The onlookers were all trying to persuade Ling Xiao. No one knew if it was out of concern for Ling Xiao or if it was to help Jiyu Fenghua. What should I do, Jiyu Fenghua? You didn't give me the choice I wanted the most. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What choice do you want? As long as I can give you something, I'll give it to you. Jiyu Fenghua said. I want your life. Before he finished speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and pounced on Jiyu Fenghua. You're courting death. Jiyu Fenghua activated his true yuan and was about to meet the attack. However, he found that Ling Xiao was just faking it. Ignoring him completely, he sped off in a certain direction. What's that place? Jiyu Fenghua turned around and chased after him. The camp of the Purple Mansion Army, the Purple Mansion Marshal said. After him. They didn't know why Ling Xiao was going to the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. However, they all knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't do something so useless. Since he chose to go, there must be something else. Everyone followed behind him. The stronger ones went faster, while the weaker ones went slower. Soon, they arrived at the camp of the Purple Mansion Army. When Jiyu Fenghua caught up with Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao was standing in front of a huge skeleton. The skeleton looked more like a giant bull demon. It held 2 axes in its hands, and blood-red lightning flashed all over its body. The lightning looked like a divine dragon coiling around it. This bull demon had taken the blood-red divine dragon as a pet. Except for the members of the Purple Mansion Army, everyone else was shocked by this scene. Jiyu Fenghua also felt an uneasy aura coming from this strange skeleton. At this moment, Ling Xiao's hand was pressed against the demonic bull's corpse. She turned around and looked at Jiyu Fenghua with contempt. That uneasy aura became more and more obvious. Chen Yu, what is going on? Jiyu Fenghua asked cautiously. In all the camps of the Z Mansion army, there is a corpse of a demonic beast brought back from the bloodthirsty battlefield, which is used to help the soldiers comprehend the cultivation method of the evil qi. However, this one was a little special. This skeleton was dug out from a secret realm in the bloodthirsty battlefield. Because the baleful aura was extremely terrifying, it was left in the headquarters of the Z Mansion army. Chen Yu explained. I see. But what is Ling Xiao doing here? Jiyu Fenghua was still confused. We don't know either. Chen Yu and the others shook their heads. They didn't know what the corpse, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was for. A bunch of fools. They have such a treasure but don't know how to cherish it. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. This terrifying skeleton was also guided here by the blood-colored thunder god. That pendant seemed to be the energy of the blood-colored thunder god. And this skeleton was the true body of the blood-colored thunder god. If they were combined, he didn't know how great the effect would be. If he wanted to defeat Jiyu Fenghua, he had to make himself stronger. Therefore, he felt that it was necessary to try any method to increase his strength. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying sound was heard. A blood-colored beam of light shot up to the sky from the originally sleeping skeleton. It enveloped Ling Xiao and the demonic bull's corpse. A terrifying baleful aura burst out. Everyone was so shocked that they hurriedly dodged. Only Jiyu Fenghua stood there without moving. When the baleful aura rushed over, it was knocked away by his aura. Even so, Jiyu Fenghua's face was still somewhat unsightly. He was careless. Too careless. He had never imagined that the Purple Mansion army would have so many terrifying treasures that could increase Ling Xiao's strength. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the blood-colored beam of light. Everyone seemed to see the phantom of a huge demonic bull appear. The terrifying pressure was even stronger than before. Countless people covered their ears and closed their eyes, urging their true essence to protect themselves. They didn't want to bleed to death. Could it be that the demonic bull's corpse is alive? Impossible, the demonic bull's corpse has been here for thousands of years. Even the blood-colored sword lord couldn't change it. How did Ling Xiao do it? But he did it. This guy is simply a miracle worker. If he doesn't die, the 4 territories will become his world. Everyone gradually recovered from their fear. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the blood-colored beam of light. They could feel a supreme fear in the depths of their hearts. It was the pressure of a god. The pressure of the Black Tortoise Continent's beast god. That's right, Ling Xiao also felt it. The full name of the demonic bull in front of him should be the blood-colored demonic bull. It had a high-level beast god divine position. It was a high-level beast god divine soul. It was the beast god divine martial soul that countless warriors in the 4 territories dreamed of. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to subdue such a terrifying thing. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao had the beast god divine martial soul. And it was the primordial divine soul. Above the high-level divine positions were supreme divine positions and master divine positions. Next were the 12 primordial divine positions. Not only did Ling Xiao have the 12 primordial divine positions, he also had the Sun God Divine Soul, the Ox God Divine Soul, and the Incomplete You God Divine Soul. These 3 divine souls were all primordial divine souls. The Ox God's primordial divine soul belonged to the same series as the Blood Lightning Demonic Bull's high-level divine soul. But it was even stronger. Therefore, the Blood Lightning Demonic Bull's divine soul could only submit in front of it and didn't dare to resist. The blood-colored light continued to be released. Then, blood-colored lightning began to fall from the sky. Jiyu Fenghua, who originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao, was forced to retreat by the blood-colored lightning. This made him feel a little terrified. What kind of power was this? How could it be so strong that it could make him feel terrified? Right at this moment, those who were slower than him had already witnessed this terrifying scene. Above the Purple Palace Army's campsite, dark clouds were gathering, and blood-colored lightning was falling from the sky. It was a strange scene. No wonder the blood lightning god led me here. The lightning on the blood lightning demonic bull's body must be formed by it. It was able to merge with the blood divine dragon and turn it into its own strength. The blood lightning demonic bull's strength was unimaginably strong. But too bad, with Ling Xiao's current cultivation, he couldn't obtain such a powerful divine soul. Therefore, even if the blood lightning demonic bull was subdued by him, it could only display the strength of a ninth heavenly core divine core beast soul. Just like the other divine soul, it couldn't surpass this limit. Suddenly, a scene emerged in Ling Xiao's mind. This scene should be the blood lightning demonic bull's past. Chapter 3861. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a king in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was 10 meters tall and had blood-colored lightning dragons coiling around his huge body. He held 2 huge axes in his hands and controlled the most terrifying territory in the bloodthirsty battlefield. He was the king of the bloodthirsty battlefield, the ruler. Countless human warriors stepped into the bloodthirsty battlefield one after another in an attempt to kill him. However, no one had ever succeeded. No matter how many people entered, they would all die. His strength caused the people of the world to be terrified. At that time, the bloodthirsty battlefield was almost a forbidden area. Entry was strictly forbidden. Fortunately, the blood lightning bull demon did not intend to enter the modern world to cause destruction. Therefore, both sides could live in peace. Later, the world changed and the earth collapsed. The complete mystic world fell apart. It turned into 13 continents. At that time, new laws were born in the Black Tortoise continent. Beast gods appeared. The strongest among them were the 12 primeval beast gods. The blood lightning bull demon was unlucky. It was at that time that it encountered a natural disaster. A drop of strange resin fell from the sky and wrapped around it. No matter how hard it struggled, it was useless. In the end, it turned into a huge fossil. The blood lightning bull demon did not lose to anyone but lost to nature. Sure enough, nature was the most powerful existence. It was no wonder that countless people desperately wanted to become one with heaven and earth, to become one with heaven and earth. So that's how it is. This guy is actually such a fierce existence. It seems that he is suitable to become one of my beast souls. Ling Xiao had not used the beast soul of the ox god for a long time, because it was too weak before. It was a pity that the ox god's primeval soul was wasted. But it was good now. With the blood lightning bull demon beast soul, the ox god's primeval soul could erupt with power. At the very least, it could be awakened like the sun god's blood. Ling Xiao was clear about the benefits of awakening. It could increase his strength dramatically. Ling Xiao's wild laughter came from the blood-colored lightning. Hearing it made one's hair stand on end. It was impossible for a person to survive in that kind of environment. Jiyu Fenghua was so anxious that he was going crazy. He knew that Ling Xiao was getting stronger. However, he could not stop him. This was simply the worst thing that could have happened. Ling Xiao didn't care if he was anxious or not. At this moment, Ling Xiao was carrying out a very important task. The enormous Blood Thunder Bull magical beast soul had already been awakened by him. The next step was to merge with his deity position. It was a little similar to the yin-yang universal light tiger he had fused with. However, it was much simpler than that. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved too much. Moreover, there was no primeval divine soul above the tiger god's deity seat, so it couldn't intimidate the hell cosmic light tiger. That was why it was so difficult. But now, with the ox god's primeval divine soul suppressing it, the blood lightning bull demon didn't dare to resist at all. He allowed Ling Xiao to transform him into a beast spirit and fuse with the deity position. In fact, this was a supreme honor for the blood lightning bull demon. What it possessed was merely a high-level deity position. Now that he could temporarily reside in the primordial god position, he could laugh to himself. Terrifying power continuously poured into Ling Xiao's body. Behind Ling Xiao, a lively figure gradually formed. This figure was completely formed by blood-red lightning. It was the appearance of the blood lightning bull demon. It also held a broad axe in its hand and had a divine dragon coiled around its waist. It was incomparably domineering. Success. Moreover, The energy in my cultivation sea has increased by nearly 50%. The potential that was originally consumed has been completely filled. This blood lightning bull demon is too terrifying. It's just a skeleton, but it actually possesses such terrifying power. Ling Xiao was incomparably emotional. Of course, the fusion of the blood lightning bull demon beast soul also allowed Ling Xiao to have an additional special skill on the ox god's deity position. Originally, there was only earthquake, but now there was an additional blood-red thunder god. This blood-red thunder god's attack was similar to Ling Xiao's attack when he used his arm to release it. Similarly, it had to swallow high-grade spirit stones to attack. The more high-grade spirit stones it consumed, the more terrifying the attack power would be. At present, the strongest attack could even reach the terrifying power of a 7th-level Emperor-level martial skill. Even Jiyu Fenghua would be seriously injured if she was hit by this attack. As Ling Xiao subdued the blood lightning bull demon, the huge blood-red light pillar disappeared. The blood-red lightning bolts that filled the sky disappeared as well. Only Ling Xiao was still standing there, staring at Jiyu Fenghua with a mocking expression. I have to thank you for your arrogance. If you had acted personally from the beginning, I would have been able to defeat you. If you had attacked me first, I would have had no choice but to run away. But now, even if you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao really had to thank Jiyu Fenghua. Or, he had to thank all those who looked down on him. Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Jiyu Fenghua's voice was cold and cruel. Everyone thinks I'm just an early 7th level divine core warrior. But today, I'm going to tell you, my real cultivation is actually a perfect 7th level divine core warrior. Bang! A terrifying aura exploded out. The strength that Jiyu Fenghua had been hiding was unleashed at this moment. The reason why he had been hiding his strength was because he wanted to disguise himself as a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, his target wasn't Ling Xiao, but his competitors in the Eastern Victory Kingdom. But, even he didn't expect this. He actually had to reveal his hidden strength for Ling Xiao. But, he felt it was worth it. If he could get his hands on that high-grade divine soul, he would be as powerful as Wang Tian from the Eternal Emperor domain. He would become a terrifying beast god warrior. At that time, not only the Eastern Victory Kingdom, no one in the entire Golden Heavenly region would dare to look down on him. Do you understand now, Ling Xiao? The gap between our strengths is so huge. Now, give me your high-grade divine soul, or else, I'll kill you right now. Jiyu Fenghua furiously roared while unleashing his aura. Are you an idiot? If I take out my divine soul, I'll be dead. Ling Xiao looked at Jiyu Fenghua with disdain. But, he was secretly feeding the blood lightning bull fiend with high-grade soul stones. This guy had a huge appetite. In order to fuse with him, Jiang Chen had spent 10 million high-grade soul stones. But now, this guy had eaten a few million high-grade soul stones, and he was still eating. But, the more he ate, the more terrifying his strength became. Ling Xiao was in pain and joy at the same time. Jiyu Fenghua, I won't kill you because you helped me raise my strength today. Activate your Vajra barrier and let me leave. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Otherwise, not only will I destroy your Vajra barrier, but I'll also let you know what fear is. Actually, Ling Xiao already knew Jiyu Fenghua's true cultivation through the Tai Kai Eye. Of course, he only managed to do it after fusing with the blood lightning bull fiend beast soul. The beast soul of the blood thunder bull demon had made his soul power even stronger. The effects of the Tai Kai Eye had also been greatly enhanced. He knew that he wasn't a match for Jiyu Fenghua now. But it wasn't impossible to injure him. He only needed 2 moves. One was the blood lightning god, and the other was the rage of the onyx soul. Chapter 3862. What a ridiculous suggestion. Fine, I have nothing else to say to you. Now, I'll just kill you to prevent any unexpected events from happening. Jiyu Fenghua sneered, then he suddenly leapt toward Ling Xiao. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao just now, but because of the blood-red lightning, he couldn't do it. But now, the opportunity had arrived. How could he just let Ling Xiao go? That would be the same as releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. When Ling Xiao saw Jiyu Fenghua attacking him, He immediately dodged with the falling plum-clear shadow steps and the firestorm wheels. At the same time, he continued to feed the blood lightning ball. He wanted the blood-red lightning to reach its current limit. Only then could he severely injure Jiyu Fenghua. Or even kill him. But this Jiyu Fenghua was really hard to deal with. His speed was terrifyingly fast. Even with the falling plum-clear shadow steps and the firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao still felt a great threat. 20 million upper-grade soul stones. I can still eat them? Ling Xiao was surprised. 20 million upper-grade soul stones, perhaps even an 8th divine core warrior could only afford 20 million upper-grade soul stones. This blood lightning bull demon really had a big appetite. But now, its speed had obviously slowed down. It should be reaching its limit soon. Damn it, you're just like a cunning loach. Although Jiyu Fenghua was pressuring Ling Xiao, he still couldn't land a single hit on Ling Xiao. With the falling plum-clear shadow steps and firestorm wheels, Ling Xiao was giving him a headache. Finally, he was enraged. His martial soul emerged behind his back. It was also a blade martial soul. However, Jiyu Fenghua's blade martial soul was golden in color, and it shone brightly, illuminating the entire campsite. Many people couldn't help but close their eyes. Golden blade martial soul, this is young master Jiyu Fenghua's martial soul. In order to deal with Ling Xiao, he actually unleashed his martial soul. This Ling Xiao is really admirable. Chen Yu was filled with mixed emotions. He was even glad that he had not attacked Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he might have been the one to die instead of Qing Moshue. 10,000 Zhong golden light breaks evil. Jiyu Fenghua let out an explosive shout. His hands formed the saber art. Suddenly, with his body as the center, countless saber lights suddenly burst out, heading towards Ling Xiao. These saber lights were streaks of golden light. It almost enveloped the entire world. Jiyu Fenghua was known as the heaven-slaying saber demon. His comprehension of the saber was outstanding. His golden light saber soul was already at the 10th level of the Carnate realm. Compared to Ling Xiao's 30% innate Godfiend sword soul, the difference wasn't that great. The power of his saber art was more than 10 times that of a normal saber soul martial artist. This was the reason why he was able to fight above his level. In fact, with Jiyu Fenghua's strength, even if she couldn't defeat an early 8th divine core warrior, she wouldn't be easily killed. At the perfect 7th divine core realm, his battle prowess was definitely among the best. Of course, Ling Xiao's Dao of Sword was even more frightening than his. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. The 10,000 golden lights were extremely frightening. Ling Xiao could feel that even if he tried to defend himself with the wind flame wheels, they would still be shattered. Once the saber lights landed, Ling Xiao would be sliced into pieces and turned into minced meat. This is too domineering. Even if there were 100 of me, I wouldn't be able to defend against such a powerful saber energy. Everyone, run away. Chen Yu could feel how frightening the saber lights were. He quickly ordered everyone to run away from the battlefield. Actually, even without his order, everyone had already started running away. Fear was something that everyone had. When facing a powerful force, everyone would have a direct reaction. However, Ling Xiao didn't run away. What a pity, Jiyu Fenghua. Such a powerful attack, if you had used it earlier, your junior sister Qing Moshue wouldn't have died. Ling Xiao could sense that the blood lightning bull fiend had stopped devouring the energy stones. He knew it was time for him to strike back. It's not too late to kill you now. Jiyu Fenghua shouted coldly. You're the only one who thinks so. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. Blood lightning bull fiend, come out. Following Ling Xiao's shout, the blood lightning bull fiend's beast soul, which was 10 meters tall, appeared behind him. Its two huge eyes were like two blood-red suns. A frightening murderous aura filled the air. Roar. The blood lightning bull fiend's roar was like thunder. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body was completely covered by blood-red lightning. He immediately put away the wind flame wheels. This was because he had a more powerful attack to execute. The wind flame wheels were a little cumbersome. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. They couldn't understand why the blood lightning bull fiend would become Ling Xiao's martial soul. This was too inconceivable and too illogical. It was hard to understand. Blood lightning god. Ling Xiao spat out these words. In an instant, blood-red lightning filled the entire space. When the 10,000 rays of golden light came into contact with the blood-red lightning, they instantly shattered and disintegrated. The blood lightning bull fiend turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt and charged toward Jiyu Fenghua. This wasn't just a beast soul. It was a terrifying attack that contained more than 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. It was also an attack from the blood lightning god. Compared to the embryonic form that Ling Xiao had used before, it was much more powerful. The weather changed. Heaven and earth roared. The onlookers continued to flee. The golden light was frightening, but the blood-red lightning was even more frightening. At that moment, Jiyu Fenghua actually revealed a terrified expression. He was an expert, so he knew what Ling Xiao's attack meant. This was a power that could definitely kill him. But he didn't understand. How could such a terrifying power be contained in Ling Xiao's body? It was puzzling. But he didn't have time to think about it. He quickly retracted the 10,000 rays of golden light and formed a huge golden shield in front of him. In order to defend against Ling Xiao's attack, he even retracted the golden shield and used it as a defensive item. But, in front of the mighty blood lightning god, all of his efforts were in vain. In front of Chen Yu's eyes, a scene that he would never believe for the rest of his life appeared. A huge blood lightning bull demon swallowed Jiyu Fenghua in one gulp. Young master. Chen Yu's expression changed dramatically. Qing Moshue was killed, and he didn't know how to explain this to the Eastern Victory Kingdom. If Jiyu Fenghua was killed as well, it would be a huge problem. This little life of his would probably be gone. Bang! A frightening shockwave exploded from the blood lightning bull fiend. Before Chen Yu could even think about it, he was sent flying away. This power was simply too frightening. Just the shockwave alone was enough to send a peak 6th heavenly core warrior flying away. How strong was this blood lightning bull fiend? This was too frightening. Not bad. Ling Xiao nodded his head. He didn't waste 20 million upper-grade spirit stones for nothing. 20 million upper-grade spirit stones, and he just threw them away like that. Chapter 3863. The shockwave continued to wreak havoc. A large number of Purple Mansion Army soldiers were devoured by the blood-red lightning, and they were instantly turned into charred corpses. Right now, everyone only had one thought about Ling Xiao, and that was fear. This man was too frightening. He didn't even use all of his strength to kill Qing Moshue. He still had such a terrifying attack. Jiyu Fenghua was too careless. I was careless as well. Chen Yu furrowed his brows. He didn't know what Ling Xiao would do to them once Jiyu Fenghua was killed. In any case, nothing good would happen. Jiyu Fenghua, do you feel it now? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you looking down on me? How about now? Doesn't it feel great to be struck by lightning? With his Taikai eye, Ling Xiao could clearly see Jiyu Fenghua's current situation. Within the terrifying blood-red lightning, the golden shield was first destroyed. Then, the golden shield was shattered as well. After that, Jiyu Fenghua's body was torn apart. Jiyu Fenghua's body was completely destroyed amidst the pain and anger. But, that inner core was really strong. Jiyu Fenghua's inner core was an earth core, and it was a perfect earth core. Its defense was incredibly strong, and it was shocking. Even the terrifying blood lightning god couldn't destroy it. So this is an earth core. It can draw upon the earth force, that's why it's so strong. Ling Xiao knew that if he couldn't destroy the earth core, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiyu Fenghua. It looked like he had to settle for the next best thing. The blood lightning god was his strongest attack, but it still couldn't kill Jiyu Fenghua. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the result would still be the same. Looking at the earth force gushing out from the ground and wrapping around the earth core, Ling Xiao's frown deepened. Whatever, I've saved Zi Qianye, there's no need to kill him now. Once I break through to the 6th divine core realm, it won't be too late to kill him. With this thought in mind, Ling Xiao was ready to leave. Finally, the blood-red lightning disappeared. The blood lightning bull's shadow once again returned to Ling Xiao's body. He seemed a little weak. This attack had consumed 20 million high-grade spirit stones, and if he wanted to recover the blood lightning bull magical beast soul, the amount of high-grade spirit stones would probably have to be doubled. However, Ling Xiao was not stingy. He knew very well that such a powerful attack was the best way to save his life. Therefore, he hurriedly fed a large amount of spirit stones to the blood lightning bull demon to devour. An earth core floated in the air. Jiyu Fenghua's shadow appeared. The power of the earth continued to pour in, and Jiyu Fenghua's illusory figure gradually solidified. Ling Xiao knew very well that Jiyu Fenghua would launch a fatal attack on him the moment the illusory figure materialized again. Since he could not kill Jiyu Fenghua, there was no need for him to suffer here. Mai Qing's shadow steps rose and fell, and then she entered the body of cosmic light state, raising her speed to the extreme. Ling Xiao, ever since I broke through to the perfect 7th divine core realm, no one has been able to injure me so much. You're the first. And he would be the last one. Run. No matter where you run to, I'll find you, and tear you into a million pieces. Jiyu Fenghua's shadow had a ferocious expression, and she looked like an enraged devil. Ha ha ha, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Fine, I'll wait for you. I can tell you now, I'll return to the purple spirit capital this time. If you want to find me, just come. I'll be waiting for you. The next time we meet, it'll be your death. Amidst the wild laughter, Ling Xiao had already disappeared. Only this sentence was left, echoing in the purple palace royal capital. They didn't disperse for a long time. It was as if he was mocking Jiyu Fenghua on purpose. Young master, are you all right? Chen Yu didn't chase after Jiyu Fenghua, and he didn't have the courage to do so. When he saw Jiyu Fenghua only had her inner core left, he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. What if the attack just now had hit him? Perhaps he would have been turned into ashes by now. There wouldn't even be a single fragment left. Not only him. None of the people present had expected such an outcome. They had set up an inescapable net, waiting for Ling Xiao to walk right into it. Ling Xiao had come. Not only had he saved Zi Qianye, he had also killed 2 generals, Qing Moshue, Yu Qilong, and even severely injured Jiyu Fenghua. As for the tens of thousands of captains, major generals, and lieutenant generals of the Purple Palace Royal Capital, they didn't even need to be mentioned. It could be said that Ling Xiao had achieved a complete victory, and they had suffered a complete defeat. Jiyu Fenghua's body was still in the process of reforming. At the earth core stage, as long as the inner core wasn't destroyed, one could use the power of the earth to reform their body. But even if the reform was successful, it would take a few days to recover to its original level. At that time, Jiyu Fenghua might not be a match for Ling Xiao. He was the 7th strongest on the combat strength list. If someone else faced Ling Xiao, how could they have any chance of winning? Jiyu Fenghua's consciousness hadn't dissipated. It was stored in her inner core. Everyone could speak of the fury in his soul. This anger made everyone tremble in fear. Those who had nothing to do with it all turned around and left. They didn't know what Jiyu Fenghua would do after she recovered, so it was better to leave as soon as possible. However, Jiyu Fenghua was already fuming with anger. He felt as if every cell in his body was burning crazily. Since young, he had always been a proud son of the heavens. He had never been humiliated like this. Although he thought highly of Ling Xiao, he only thought that he had outstanding talent. In terms of strength, he didn't care at all. But such a person had not only killed his junior sister in front of him. Moreover, he had also severely injured him. How could he not be angry? However, Zi Qianye's inner core is still in my hands. Even if Ling Xiao escapes, can you not come back? At that time, won't you have to hold back? This might be the only thing that Jiyu Fenghua could let go of. However, he might not know that Zi Qianye had the Bloodsword Supreme's inner core and hadn't used it yet. Even if she lost her inner core, with the help of an expert, she could take the Bloodsword Supreme's inner core for herself. In this way, not only would her cultivation not be destroyed, but she would also have a great breakthrough. While Ling Xiao was causing havoc in the Purple Mansion royal capital. In the immemorial divine tomb, there was also a life-and-death battle. The beast race of the savage beast region had attacked again. The scale this time was even larger than the previous battle. The savage beast region had sent 100,000 beasts. The weakest was at the 7th level of the reincarnation divine realm. Among them, 10,000 were divine vein realm cultivators. The strongest was at the 9th level of the divine vein realm. The reason why such powerful beasts could reach the immemorial divine tomb was because the laws of the entire western region were changing. After Ling Xiao unified the western region, the laws became more strict. Everyone's cultivation speed increased, and the spirit qi in the air became more abundant. However, the trouble that came with it was that the foreign invaders had also become stronger. Chapter 3864. However, before Ling Xiao left, he'd already considered the possibility that the 4 domains would target the primordial divine tombs. Thus, before leaving, he'd set up the strongest defenses on the front lines. This included powerful formations and terrifying puppet armies. At the very least, the savage beast region's army wouldn't be able to break in anytime soon. The only problem was that the passageways to the 4 domains were blocked. The Celestial Empire's cultivators in the 4 domains were cut off from those in the Western domains. Moreover, the Western domain's cultivators lacked a way to continue strengthening themselves. If the passageways were blocked for too long, it might even cause the laws to collapse again. They'd return to their previous situation. Currently, Haim Myung Ko was the only divine vein expert left in the Western domains. The others had already left the Western domains for the Golden Skies to further their studies. They'd built their own base there, using the Meng village as a fortress. The cultivation resources over there were much better than here. Haim Myung Ko stood on a tall city tower, gazing at the savage beast region's army in the distance. She couldn't help but feel a bit worried. In truth, her goal in coming to the primordial divine tombs was to head to the Golden Skies and meet up with her colleagues there. Generally speaking, any divine vein cultivator born in the Western domains would do the same. After all, the Western domain's soil wasn't suitable for divine vein cultivators to cultivate. But now it was troublesome. There was no way she could leave. I have to think of something. Haim Myung Ko frowned, lost in thought. General, why don't we contact the Celestial Emperor? Perhaps he'll have a way. Standing next to Haim Myung Ko was the Ling family's head, Ling Wuhan. The Sky Dragon Continent's Ling family and the Black Tortoise Continent's Ling family had merged. Ling Tianxiong was willing to join the Sky Dragon Continent's Ling family. He still worshipped Ling Wuhan as the head of the family. Apart from the branch families, the Ling family's main branch had all moved to the primordial divine tombs. According to Ling Wuhan, they were Ling Xiao's strongest spiritual support. No matter where Ling Xiao was, no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he needed the support of his family. The current Ling Wuhan was already a martial artist at the 1st level of the reincarnation divine realm. His aptitude was not bad, it was just that the Sky Dragon Continent's conditions were too poor. Therefore, after coming here, his cultivation base rose steadily. However, due to the delay, he was only at the 1st level of the reincarnation divine realm. He couldn't help Ling Xiao much, but he could take care of the rear for Ling Xiao. This person was very capable. He was also the first benefactor that Ling Xiao had met. Without him, perhaps Ling Xiao would have already died in that small corner of the Sky Dragon Continent. Don't disturb His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor for now. Haim Myung Ko shook her head. It's not easy for His Majesty to cultivate. Coming back will waste a lot of time. Let's wait and see. As long as the formation left behind by His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor exists, the formation department of our Heavenly Dynasty Empire will be maintained well. At the very least, it could last for a few years. Maybe they retreated. That's true. It seems that other than this method, the only other way is to cultivate as hard as possible. Only by surpassing those beasts can we truly protect the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Ling Wuhan looked at Haim Myung Ko and said, General, among all of us, only you have the highest chance of defeating the leader of the beasts. Go and cultivate. When you're here, I and the others will be in charge. There won't be any problems. Fine. Haim Myung Ko could only think of this method now. Since she couldn't go out, she would stay here and cultivate for the time being. She definitely couldn't cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Just as Haim Myung-ko was about to go back to cultivate. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the sky. Her heart tightened. Oh no, the enemy is attacking, but how can they break through His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's formation? Haim Myung-ko was extremely worried. Ling family head, immediately evacuate the people in the city. Warriors above the reincarnation divine realm stay, and the rest hide. Although she looked very calm, in her heart, she was feeling despair. That guy had said that the weakest person who could break through his formation was a divine core warrior. No one below the divine vein realm could do it. That also meant that the attacker was at least a divine core warrior. How could they fight this? Facing such a terrifying opponent, there was no hope for them to win. Damn it. She had no choice but to fight. Just as she was feeling despair, a bright light landed on the ground. She had a clear look at the person's face. Senior Moon Maiden. She still gave off the same ethereal feeling. She still gave off the same beautiful feeling. She still made all other women feel inferior. The Moon Maiden wasn't a perfect woman. But her flaws had become her strengths because of her temperament. It made people feel like she was supposed to be something more beautiful. Ling Wuhan hadn't left yet. He quickly kneeled down. He was lucky enough to meet the Moon Maiden before. He knew that the Moon Maiden was Ling Xiao's woman, and she was the savior of the Ling family. Next to the Moon Maiden, there was another beautiful woman. She was wearing a white dress, and she was giving off a fierce aura. Compared to the Moon Lady, she seemed to be less graceful and more wild. The beast race. Haim Myung-ko furrowed her brows. But, after thinking about it carefully, since the Moon Maiden was here, she shouldn't be doing anything bad to the Western region. We meet again. Yu Fanghua smiled bitterly. Weren't you imprisoned in the Eternal Palace? Haim Myung-ko was surprised. It's nothing, I just escaped. He can go to the 4 regions for me, and I can come here for him. Yu Fanghua smiled and said, originally, I was going to ask him where he went. But, I saw the Savage Beast Region's army of 100,000 attacking the immemorial Divine Tomb, so I knew you were in trouble. I'm here to help. Help? You alone? Haim Myung-ko knew that Yu Fanghua was strong, but she wasn't sure how strong she was. You don't need to do anything, I can do it. The white-robed girl had a pair of angelic wings on her back. She was beautiful to the extreme. Go, Bai Shui. It's best if they retreat of their own accord. If they can't, then we'll have to use a more forceful method. Make them fear us. Yu Fanghua said calmly. Understood, big sister. Bai Shui nodded, then shot into the air. Above the Savage Beast Race army, she spoke in a loud, clear voice. All Beast Race soldiers below, listen up. Retreat to the Savage Beast region immediately, or none of you will return. Bai Shui's temper was far worse than Yu Fenghua's. She was a Yarrow, after all. She'd been tainted by the White Eagle's viciousness. Ha 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 ha, where did this little White Eagle come from? She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wild laughter rang out. A man soared into the air. He was a 7th-level divine vein expert. He was also the leader of the 100,000 soldiers. This fellow was a vulture that had cultivated into a human form. However, he was different from the demons. Unlike humans, beasts retained most of their characteristics. This vulture wasn't very good-looking. Are you talking to me? Bai Shui asked coldly. Chapter 3865. That's right. Little White Eagle, if you're willing to become my woman, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll be trampled by the beasts when the city falls. Marshal Vulture laughed proudly. I think you're tired of living. Bai Shui snorted coldly and flapped her snow-white wings. A terrifying gust of wind instantly pierced through Marshal Vulture's body. Marshal Vulture was torn into dozens of pieces in mid-air. Even his demonic beast crystal core was completely shattered. The demonic beast crystal core was very similar to a human's inner core. Once it was damaged, there was no way to revive it. Moreover, the gust of wind didn't stop there. It directly hit the ground. In an instant, the 100,000-strong army was annihilated. Aya, I didn't stop. Bai Shui stuck out her tongue and looked at Yu Fanghua helplessly. Sister, what should we do? This guy was rude and I was angry, so I used too much strength. We're doomed. Forget it. Let's just kill him. The beasts have been harassing our Eternal Emperor region for years. Many of our martial artists have died at their hands. Yu Fanghua naturally couldn't bear to blame Bai Shui. Moreover, Martial Vulture's words were indeed unpleasant. The conversation between the two of them left the hundreds of millions of warriors in the Divine Devil City dumbfounded. In their eyes, the 100,000-strong army was like a godfiend. The girl with the snow-white wings had actually wiped them all out with a light flap of her wings. Was she a god? Everyone knelt down. In their eyes, Yu Fanghua and Bai Shui were more terrifying than a godfiend. Get up. I'm only helping your heavenly emperor. Yu Fanghua smiled faintly and looked at the stunned Haim Myung-ko. I'm here to ask about the exact details of his departure. I used the dream-reflecting mirror the last time, so I'm not too sure. No problem. Haim Myung-ko recovered from her shock. Oh my god, Yu Fanghua is so strong, even Bai Shui can't compare to her. Would Ling Xiao really be able to catch up to such a terrifying person? After His Majesty the Celestial Emperor left the immemorial divine tomb, he arrived at the Golden Sky region. They had even established a base. On our side, all cultivators who have reached the divine vein realm will be sent there to further their studies. I don't know what's going on over there. I only know that he went to the Golden Sky region. Haim Myung-ko replied. He actually went. In Yu Fenghua's eyes, she was touched and worried. She was the clearest about the situation in the 4 major regions. Although the Golden Sky region wasn't as strong as the Eternal Emperor region, it was definitely not weak as one of the 4 major regions. She wondered how he was doing now. To be honest, when she parted ways with Ling Xiao, she never thought that the two of them would meet again. Or rather, if they were to meet, she would be the one to look for Ling Xiao. Instead of Ling Xiao looking for her. If I go and look for him now, it would be different from what we agreed on. That would be an insult to him. Yu Fanghua already had an idea. She wasn't going to look for Ling Xiao anymore, because she believed that Ling Xiao would definitely be able to find her at the agreed time. However, because she was worried, she would definitely hide in the dark to observe. After confirming Ling Xiao's situation, she would then decide what to do next. It seems like that person is sincere to you. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do it. To be honest, Bai Shui didn't like Ling Xiao. Because Ling Xiao made Yu Fanghua suffer the torment of longing for him. She was even willing to be put under house arrest rather than listen to the Eternal Palace's arrangements. But at this moment, she seemed to have understood. Yu Fenghua's longing for him for such a long time was worth it. That person was also risking his life. She was very clear about how dangerous it was for a Western region cultivator to enter the 4 major regions. Perhaps as soon as he entered the forest, there was already no hope. Now, she was very worried about whether Ling Xiao was still alive. Because she knew that if Ling Xiao died, her sister Yu Fanghua would be in so much pain that she wished she was dead. That was the last thing she wanted to see. Haim Myung-ko, can you tell me how he managed to survive for such a long time? Yu Fanghua really wanted to know. How did that man, who could make her heart ache and make her miss him, go from a small country to the emperor who unified the Western region? Of course. Haim Myung-ko nodded and told Yu Fanghua everything that had happened after Yu Fanghua left. During this process, Yu Fanghua would occasionally cry out in surprise. Because Ling Xiao had encountered danger in the story. Bai Shui's eyes widened. She had never thought that a man would go to such lengths for a woman. He was simply a madman. However, she really liked this lunatic. After a long time, Haim Myung-ko finally stopped. Yu Fanghua seemed to be still immersed in the story. As expected of my man. He's too strong and too crazy. It seems that everything I've done has not been in vain. Ling Xiao, it's my turn to look for you now. I hope I can find you soon. She knew that even if she found Ling Xiao, she could not be with Ling Xiao. Because once the Palace of Immortality found out, they would definitely send experts to find her. Her existence would only cause more trouble for Ling Xiao. But it was fine. She just wanted to quietly hide in the dark and watch over her man. She just wanted to see him safe. All right, the story is over. I should leave. Before I leave, I'll give you something good. Yu Fanghua took out a palm-sized puppet beast and said, "This is my toy. Don't underestimate it. Once it has enough energy stones, it can unleash the frightening strength of a first divine core warrior. Divine core realm, not the divine vein realm. When the time comes, even if the beasts of the savage beast region invade again, as long as you have it, you'll be able to kill them all." "Thank you," Senior Yu Haim Myung Ko said gratefully. "No need to thank me. Isn't the Heavenly Empire his kingdom? I like him. It's not a big deal to give something of mine to his kingdom." Yu Fanghua smiled. After that, she jumped onto Bai Shui, who had transformed into a huge white eagle. They flew into the sky. Their next step was the Golden Sky region. Although she was still worried, she was willing to believe that Ling Xiao was still alive. And he must have become very strong. "Bai Shui, let's go to the Meng village and have a look," Yu Fanghua said. "Understood, sister." Bai Shui sped up, then it turned into a white beam and disappeared. Haim Myung Ko thought for a moment, then she handed the puppet beast to Ling Wuheng and said, "The Heavenly Empire has its own system. But in the end, it belongs to Ling Xiao, it belongs to your Ling family. That's why you have to shoulder a heavier responsibility. Protect it well. You can take this puppet. I'm going to the Golden Sky region." Originally, Haim Myung Ko wanted Yu Fanghua to bring her along. But she could tell that the demon called Bai Shui was very arrogant, and she would never let her ride it. Besides, the journey to the Golden Sky region was a kind of cultivation. Chapter 3866. Ling Xiao didn't know that Yu Fanghua had risked her life to find him. Right now, he had brought the weakened Zi Qianye back to the Purple Spirit Capital. In this battle, not only did he come out unscathed, he even saved Zi Qianye. It was a complete victory. His only regret was that he couldn't kill Yu Fanghua. "My strength is still too weak. If I can break through to the mortal core realm, I might have a chance." Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, thinking about how to break through to the next realm. He didn't have much time. Yu Fanghua would need at most half a month to fully recover. Within this period of time, he had to break through. Or else, once Yu Fanghua came, it would be like a thunderbolt. The reason why he was able to severely injure Yu Fanghua was because he didn't know anything about the Blood Thunder God. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But come to think of it, Ling Xiao was only famous in Zifu Kingdom, but in the entire Dongshan Kingdom, he was just a nobody. He was able to injure Yu Fanghua to such an extent. It could be said that he had done something that left people dumbfounded. He felt good about it. "Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Should we leave the Purple Spirit Capital?" Towards Ling Xiao, Zilong didn't just admire him, he respected him. Ling Xiao had really saved Zi Qianye all by himself. This was unbelievable. "Why should we leave? Not only is this Purple Spirit Kingdom mine, the Zifu Kingdom will also be mine. Since he had already started, he might as well do something bigger. At this stage, it was better to control the Purple Spirit Kingdom first. The Dongshan Kingdom wouldn't care about a small kingdom, and he could make Zi Qianye continue to pretend to be loyal to the Dongshan Kingdom. He believed that the death of Yu Fanghua and Qing Moshue would make the Dongshan Kingdom restrain themselves. After all, no matter how good the Dongshan Heavenly Sword and immemorial martial skills were, it wasn't worth it to lose too much. The Dongshan Kingdom was facing the competition from the other three kingdoms. They didn't have time to waste on a small kingdom. Of course, if the Dongshan Kingdom really wanted to destroy the Purple Spirit Kingdom, then Ling Xiao would have to retreat to the Meng family first. A temporary retreat was to prepare for a better counterattack in the future. But this was all in the future, no one could say for sure. Right now, what Ling Xiao wanted to do the most was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. "Sister Qianye, is there a place that is dangerous but also filled with opportunities? Is there a place that can increase my cultivation level in a short amount of time?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "There really is such a place. In the past, even I didn't dare to casually enter that place. But with your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem." Zi Chenye pondered for a moment before replying. What place? Asked Chenye. Actually, there's a portal in the king's residence that connects to an unknown small world, and there is the aura of the heavenly demon inside. It is very terrifying. Teet Chenye, take me there. No matter what, I have to give it a try. After all, it's only half a month. Chenye, King, Chenye. In the depths of the king's residence, there was a sealed portal. Legend has it that one day, a heavenly demon flew out of it, killed the monarch of the Purple Spirit Kingdom, and took over the capital city. Later, it was killed by the experts of the Dongsheng Kingdom. However, Zi Chenye was the successor of the monarch, so she didn't know much about it. This sealing technique is really crude. Seeing the seal, Ling Xiao couldn't help but curl his lips. Crude? No way, this was sealed by the imperial master of the Dongsheng Kingdom. Zi Chenye smiled bitterly. So what? Crude is crude. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He tapped a few times and the seal was destroyed. A terrifying demonic aura gushed out of the portal. Ling Xiao was immediately invigorated. Yes, this is the feeling. I really like it. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Brother Ling Xiao, take me with you. I want to become stronger too. If there's any danger and you can't save me, don't save me. I want to join the battle as well. I don't want to be a coward all the time. Zilong suddenly said. He was an early third divine core warrior, and he wasn't weak at all. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't weak. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was too abnormal. I'll go with you. Zi Chenye said. No problem. But before we go, Sister Chenye, you need to recover your strength first. Ling Xiao looked at Zi Chenye and said, I don't think you've merged with the Bloodsword Lord's inner core yet. Let me give you a hand. Will it take a long time? Zi Chenye was worried that she would waste Ling Xiao's cultivation time. About an hour, it's nothing. Ling Xiao said confidently. He had 2 divine cores in his body, and they were more than enough to suppress the Bloodsword Lord's heavenly core. It was easy for him to merge with Zi Chenye. Besides, the heavenly core of the Bloodsword Lord had lost its consciousness, only its memories were left. Once the fusion was successful, Zi Chenye would inherit the Bloodsword Lord's combat skills and wisdom. Not only would her cultivation improve, her combat strength would also skyrocket. Of course, she wouldn't be able to reach the same level as the Bloodsword Lord. But, it was still possible for her to reach the peak 6th Divine Core Realm, or even the early 7th Divine Core Realm. Let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Consume this healing pill first, it will heal your injuries. Ling Xiao didn't have much time, and he didn't want to waste any time. Therefore, he quickly started. After Zi Chenye's injuries were fully healed, Ling Xiao and Zi Chenye worked together to merge the Bloodsword Lord's inner core. Zi Chenye thought the process would be extremely difficult. But in fact, besides the pain, every step was smooth. All the problems and troubles that arose were solved by Ling Xiao one by one. In less than an hour, around 40 minutes had passed. The Bloodsword Lord's inner core had completely merged with Zi Chenye, it now belonged to her. Just as Ling Xiao had expected, Zi Chenye's cultivation had successfully broken through to the early 7th Divine Core Realm from the early 6th Divine Core Realm. It should have been an Earth Core, but now, it had become a Heavenly Core. Zi Chenye was an invincible existence among all warriors at the same level as her. An Earth Core could only utilize the force of the Earth. But a Heavenly Core could utilize the force of the heavens and Earth. It was much more powerful. Alright, let's depart now. Purple Spirit Capital is protected by a formation, we won't be in any danger for the time being. As long as we can make it back in half a month, we'll be fine. Ling Xiao stood up and was the first one to enter the portal. Zi Chenye and Zi Long followed closely behind. Inside the portal was an incomparably huge space. The strangest thing was, there were countless volcanoes here. The volcanoes were huge. Just the craters of the volcanoes were more than 1,000 meters long. Below them was a land that stretched for dozens of miles. It was truly a shocking sight. Chapter 3867. The scariest thing wasn't the gigantic volcano. The scariest thing was, There was a huge forest not far away. Vaguely, they could hear the strange cries of heavenly devils coming from within. The sky above the forest was covered by a dense devilish energy. Black, evil, terrifying. Countless demon beasts could be seen roaming around the forest. Miserable cries could be heard from within the forest. Obviously, some demon beasts had been killed. They could even hear the miserable cries of humans. There are people here. Zichenya was surprised. She thought the Heavenly Devil's ruin was only connected to the Purple Spirit Capital. She didn't expect it to be connected to other places as well. This isn't strange. Perhaps the Heavenly Devil's ruin is similar to the bloodthirsty battlefield. It is connected to 30,000 small kingdoms. If that's the case, we have to be extra careful. We might encounter some people with evil intentions. Ling Xiao reminded Zichenya. After that, he started walking towards the forest. Since that was the most dangerous place, perhaps it was also the place where he could break through. Swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a group of men descended from the sky and landed outside the forest. The Heavenly Devil energy here is so dense, this must be the nest of the Heavenly Devils. But, I wonder if the Heavenly Devils are as scary as the rumors say. One of the men said with a smile. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of the legendary Heavenly Devils, and instead, he looked quite relaxed. Sister Chenya, who are those men? Ling Xiao asked curiously. They didn't walk towards them, they just hid. At this moment, it was better for them not to be discovered so easily. Bai Tianyu from the Blood Sun Kingdom, and Lu Yi from the Greenwood Kingdom, I know both of them. Bai Tianyu is the #1 warrior from the Blood Sun Kingdom, and he is much stronger than the Purple Palace army you joined. I think he is at the mid-6th Divine Core realm. Lu Yi's strength is on par with him. I didn't expect them to team up. Zichenya furrowed her brows. She was worried. Sister Chenya, don't forget about your current strength. Those two guys are just cats and dogs in front of you. As for the rest of them, they are not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao reminded her. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. I thought I was at the early 6th Divine Core realm. Zichenya was startled, then she said with a bitter smile. Lu Yi said, the Heavenly Devil relic is such a good place, but it's not allowed to be opened. What a waste. To martial artists like us who cultivate Devil Dao martial techniques, the Heavenly Devil grass can be said to have many benefits. As for the Heavenly Demon Pith, it's even more beneficial to us. It might even help us break through to the 7th Divine Core realm. Bai Tianyu shook his head and said, Heavenly Devil Essence isn't that easy to obtain. No matter what, since I'm already here, I should go and take a look. If he was lucky enough to get it, he would be rich. Moreover, it was rumored that a terrible war had taken place in the Heavenly Devil ruins a long time ago. At that time, the Heavenly Demon was still at its peak and was very powerful. They had killed many of the Dongsheng Strong Country's martial artists who had come to encircle them. There should be a lot of inner cores and treasures left behind. Even if I can't get the Heavenly Devil Essence, it's still good to get those things. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was optimistic. Then let's go. Bai Tianyu seemed to be tempted as well. Smiling, they entered the forest together. There were a total of 20 men in this group, and all of them were at least at the 4th Divine Core realm. It was obvious that the Blood Sun and Greenwood Kingdom had been preparing for this trip to the Heavenly Devil ruins for a long time. However, they didn't expect to bump into Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao and the other two arrived at the forest, Lu Yi, Bai Tianyu, and the other men had already entered for some time. Someone is opening a path for us, great. Ling Xiao smiled, then he followed the path Lu Yi and Bai Tianyu took. Along the way, they found a lot of demon beast corpses. They must have been killed by Lu Yi, Bai Tianyu, and the other men. Be careful, I can feel that after entering the forest, my divine sense has suddenly become very weak. Originally, I could release my divine sense to a few dozen miles in circumference. But now, I can only release my divine sense to a few dozen meters away. I think I'm affected by the Heavenly Devil energy. Zichenya furrowed his brows and said, Don't worry, just follow me. Although Ling Xiao's divine sense was affected as well, his Taikai eye wasn't affected too much. He could still see things up to a mile away. It was much larger than Zi Chenya's divine sense. Zilong, get ready to fight. I won't be following the men in front of us. After all, we're here to train ourselves. If we don't fight, it'll be meaningless. Ling Xiao reminded Zilong. Among the three men, Zilong was the weakest. But, with the Blood Sovereign armor, Zilong was able to unleash the combat strength of an early 4th Divine Core warrior. Furthermore, his defensive strength was comparable to a 6th Divine Core warrior's. Therefore, he didn't have to worry too much about his safety. I understand, Brother Ling Xiao. Zilong nodded his head. When he thought about how his sister was taken away, he couldn't do anything about it. When he thought about how his sister was slaughtered in Purple Spirit City, he couldn't do anything but watch. Zilong's heart was filled with endless courage. No one could stop him from moving forward. He had to become stronger. Roar. Not long after they moved forward, a roar suddenly sounded out. Within the dense forest, a ferocious devil tiger leapt towards Ling Xiao and the other two men. This devil tiger must have been contaminated by the heavenly devil energy, that's why it became like this. It had become an aggressive beast, and its strength had become much stronger as well. Early 4th Divine Core warrior, Zilong, you do it. A small fry like this was nothing to Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't plan to fight. But, since the demon beasts in the outer perimeter of the forest were so terrifying, the demon beasts in the inner perimeter must be even stronger. It looked like he still had a chance to break through. Die. Zilong's dragon martial soul emerged behind his back. With the Blood Sun World in his hand, he charged towards the demon beast. After a fierce battle. Although Zilong wasn't injured, he was exhausted, and his true yuan was almost depleted. As for the devil tiger, it was killed as well. Come, eat it. Ling Xiao took out a demon beast core from the devil tiger's body and gave it to Zilong. Of course, he had prepared it beforehand. If he let Zilong eat it, he would be harming Zilong also. I'll teach you the sky-devouring art. This is a skill I got from the ancient emperor of Dongsheng. A few thousand years ago, there was a warrior who relied on devouring demon beast cores to increase his strength. This was his cultivation technique. I'll let you slowly comprehend it, but there's no time for that. Let me give you some pointers. Ling Xiao pressed his finger on Zilong's forehead, then a memory entered Zilong's mind. In an instant, Zilong felt as if his head had been pierced through, and he howled in pain. He was rolling on the ground. This pain will make you remember how hard it is to obtain this thing. If you can't hold on any longer, just tell me, I'll give up. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Although he couldn't bear to do this, but he also knew that only by experiencing the toughest of hardships could one rise above others. If he couldn't do it, then Zilong would have to slowly cultivate. Chapter 3868. Brother Ling Xiao, I can do it. Zilong was a young master from a rich family, and he hadn't suffered much. But now that the situation had changed, he had no choice but to endure it. If he didn't, he wouldn't be able to protect his family. Good, I didn't misjudge you, my brother. Let's continue moving forward. Zilong had learned the sky-devouring skill, and he could slowly study it along the way and try to devour the demon beast's crystal core. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and as long as he succeeded the first time, the rest would be easy. The heavenly demon energy in this forest was extremely dense. Perhaps because of this, heavenly demon beasts that were much stronger than ordinary demon beasts were born here. These demon beasts had absorbed the heavenly demon energy, and possessed the heavenly demon energy. Although their cultivation level wouldn't increase, their combat strength would become stronger. Compared to demon beasts of the same cultivation level, they were much more ferocious. This was similar to the bloodthirsty demon beasts in the bloodthirsty battlefield who were affected by the murderous aura. After walking for another mile or so, a huge monster suddenly jumped out of the dense forest. It was a frightening heavenly demon bear. It was about 8 meters tall, and its huge body contained a power that could destroy everything in its path. Its eyes were glowing with a blood-red light, and it was emitting a ferocious killing intent. Any martial artist who barged into this forest had to die. This was the territory of heavenly demon beasts, and they hated human warriors even more than ordinary demon beasts. Furthermore, it could sense that the 3 men in front of it were all pretty strong demon beasts. If it could devour them, it might be able to increase its strength. In this heavenly demon forest, it would be able to rule over everything. Great Earth Demon Bear, this guy's combat strength is really strong. Ling Xiao stared at the monster in front of him, and he was eager to fight it. This Great Earth Demon Bear was an early 7th Divine Core Demon Beast. Such a powerful monster would definitely be of great help to his cultivation. Sister Chenye, Zilong, you two deal with the cubs it brought here, leave this guy to me. Ling Xiao said. Understood. Although Zi Chenye was worried, when she thought about Ling Xiao's frightening combat strength in the Purple Palace Kingdom, she had miraculously performed a miraculous feat. She didn't want to waste any more time talking. Together with Zilong, they blocked off the Heavenly Demon Bear's army. This demonic Earth Bear seems to have absorbed a lot more heavenly demonic chi than the previous demonic tiger. His feet had turned into the appearance of a heavenly demon, and strange demonic wings had appeared on his back. Although it wasn't big, if it continued to change, it would probably become a true heavenly demon. It's been a long time since I've absorbed heavenly demonic chi. It's a good opportunity to play with it. Ling Xiao stared at the demonic Earth Bear in front of him and launched an attack. The battle lasted for half an hour. In the end, Ling Xiao completely defeated the demonic Earth Bear with a single Fiend God seal. Then, it swallowed the demonic Earth Bear's core. Black energy surged within his body. After a long time, he smiled. The energy in his sea of cultivation had increased to 60%. It seemed like coming here was the right choice. If an earthen bear alone could bring him such a huge improvement, then perhaps a breakthrough wouldn't be impossible. By the time his battle ended, Zi Chenye and Zilong's battle had also ended. The purple dragon was devouring the demonic beast cores. With the heaven-swallowing art, Ling Xiao no longer needed to purify the demonic beast's crystal core. After all, Zilong's martial soul was a divine dragon. Although he was a low-rank divine dragon, he was still a dragon. The strength of his bloodline was much stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. The heaven-swallowing art was the best for him to cultivate. After another half an hour, Zilong's cultivation had broken through to the late 3rd Divine Core realm. This speed was much faster than simply cultivating. Of course, it was also very dangerous and painful. Because every time Zilong devoured the demonic beast's crystal core, he would feel a pain that made him wish he was dead. If he couldn't endure it, he would be dead for sure. The heaven-swallowing art was a torturous skill, but it was also a heaven-defying cultivation skill. Can you still endure it? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, Zilong said while gritting his teeth. Good, let's continue. Ling Xiao really wanted to see a demonic beast similar to the demonic Earth Bear again. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Although that heavenly devil giant serpent's power is at the same level, it is still extremely powerful. Although the demonic Earth Bear was similar to the demonic Earth Bear, with the combined strength of all 20 of us, we finally killed it. Besides, the demonic Earth Bear's demon crystal core is a great supplement for us, a devil cultivator. In just a short period of time, my stagnant cultivation has broken through the bottleneck. I've reached the mid-6th Divine Core realm. About 10 miles away from Ling Xiao and the group, Lu Yi was looking at the dead body of a demonic Earth Bear in front of him excitedly. Bai Tianyu nodded his head and said, "Me too, looks like we've made the right choice this time. Us devil cultivators are different from the other cultivators, we're just like half-demons, we're not welcomed by anyone. But, if we become invincible, who will dare to look down on us? That's right, if this continues, it won't be a problem for us to break through to the peak 6th Divine Core realm in a short period of time. At that point of time, even the King of Z Palace will be no match for us," Lu Yi said excitedly. It had to be said that these people were a little too arrogant. This heavenly devil python was only at the early 6th Divine Core realm. It was much weaker than the demonic Earth Bear. If they knew that the demonic Earth Bear was killed by Ling Xiao alone, what would they think? Let's continue. Bai Tianyu called out to the group and continued walking. Brother Bai, what do you think we should do if we encounter other warriors? Lu Yi suddenly asked. He had smelled the scent of other humans. What else can we do? Of course, we'll kill them. There are only a few devil cultivators, we can't be careless, Bai Tianyu said with a cold voice. Along the way, Ling Xiao and the group had encountered many frightening devil beasts, but they managed to survive. The energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation ocean had increased to 70%. Zilong was an early 4th Divine Core warrior, and with the help of the Blood Sovereign armor, he could unleash the combat strength of an early 5th Divine Core warrior. Zi Qianye's cultivation hadn't increased, but he had become more familiar with his combat strength. What is that? Suddenly, Zilong cried out in shock. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. What he saw startled him as well. A frightening skeleton that was 100 times bigger than the Blood Thunder Bull Devil skeleton had appeared a few hundred meters away. The skeleton stood there like a towering mountain. Only those who stood far away could see it clearly. It was a gigantic heavenly devil. If they stood in front of it, they wouldn't even be as long as its fingernail. Ling Xiao had seen heavenly devils before, but they were all transformed heavenly devils. None of them were as huge as this one. From this, it could be seen that heavenly devils were different species from the beast race. Different species would have different forms. Although it had been dead for more than 10,000 years, they could still feel the frightening pressure coming from the skeleton. Zi Qianye and Zilong were both trembling, and they kept stepping back. Ling Xiao almost knelt down at first. But at this critical moment, the martial soul of Tyrant Heavens had a miraculous effect. The aura of supremacy instantly shattered the pressure brought by the heavenly demon skeleton. Chapter 3869. This terrifying pressure, it belongs to a real heavenly devil. I wonder what kind of race this heavenly devil is. Why is it so terrifying? Why did it have to come to the mystic world? Zi Qianye took a deep breath. He could still remember the trembling he felt just now. That's right, this is terrifying. This heavenly devil has been dead for so long, but it still has such a terrifying pressure. I wonder how terrifying it was when it was still alive. How did the human martial artists kill him? Zilong was shocked as well. Did you notice? There is a strange herb growing on the heavenly devil's skeleton. It's called the heavenly devil herb. It can only grow from the heavenly devil's blood and flesh. It contains a rich amount of heavenly devil energy. If you can concoct it into a heavenly devil pill, it can greatly increase the strength of your body. Also, the heavenly devil energy will be born in your body. The heavenly devil energy can be used for both offense and defense. It's similar to a magical treasure. If you're lucky, you can even cultivate the heavenly devil combat body, and your true yuan will be completely transformed into heavenly devil energy. You will be at least 10 times stronger than your opponent at the same cultivation level, or even dozens of times stronger. Ling Xiao was an alchemist, that's why he knew all this. Of course, the heavenly devil essence is even more valuable than the heavenly devil herb. The heavenly devil essence is formed from the heavenly devil's inner core. It has the same effect as the heavenly devil herb, but it's 100 times stronger. This is great. Looks like we've really found some precious treasures this time. We didn't come here in vain. When Zi Qianye heard what Ling Xiao said, he couldn't help but become excited. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect someone to be here before us. But, we'll take both the heavenly devil essence and the heavenly devil herb. Suddenly, a wild laughter sounded out from another direction. 20 men appeared at the same time. The 2 men leading the group were Bai Tianyu and Lu Yi, the men Ling Xiao and the others had seen before. Both men had broken through to the late 6th Divine Core realm at the same time. It looked like their cultivation method wasn't ordinary as well. Bai Tianyu, Lu Yi, do you think I, Zi Qianye, am not here? Zi Qianye said with a cold voice. Little girl, if you don't want to die, bring your 2 brothers and get the hell out of here. Everything here belongs to us. Bai Tianyu glared at Zi Qianye. He was much older than Zi Qianye. In fact, he was already 100 years old. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with calling Zi Qianye a little girl. What a joke. You, Bai Tianyu, are just a mortal core warrior. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Now that Zi Qianye's strength had increased greatly, he was looking for someone to spar with. The Blood Sun Kingdoms Bai Tianyu had given her a lot of trouble. This was because the Purple Spirit Kingdom and the Blood Sun Kingdom were neighbors. Bai Tianyu was also the great general of the Blood Sun small country and often led his army to invade. It gave her a headache. Now that her strength had skyrocketed, she really wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered all these years. Zi Qianye, I heard that you were captured by Jiyu Fenghua. Although I don't know how you managed to get the information out of her, I don't know. However, since he had already escaped, he should cherish his life and not cause trouble for no reason. You're just an early 6th Divine Core warrior. Even if you have the Blood Sovereign armor, you won't be a match for us if we join forces. Lu Yi also spoke up. They did not put Zi Long and Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. A bunch of idiots, all you know is nonsense. I think the ones who should scram are you. Zi Long couldn't help but scold. Buddy, you're Zi Qianye's younger brother, right? How dare you scold us? Fine, you don't have to scram, just prepare to die. A cold expression emerged in Bai Tianyu's eyes. Die? Brother Ling Xiao, did you hear that? He said he wants to kill us. Zi Long sneered. How dare a few pieces of trash act so arrogantly in front of us? You guys don't know what's good for you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. If you don't even think about leaving. Ling Xiao's temper was even worse than Zi Long and Zi Qianye's. Especially when these people kept saying that they wanted to kill him, he would never pretend that he didn't hear anything. Did you hear that? Brother Ling Xiao asked you to scram within 10 breaths of time. Zi Long mocked. Buddy, I think I've heard of your name before. You're Zi Qianye's younger brother, right? I think you've also robbed the ancient Dongsheng Emperor's treasure. Looks like we're going to be lucky today. Bai Tianyu looked at Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. The things that Jiyu Fenghua can't get will belong to us. Even Zi Qianye won't be able to protect you today. Just wait for your death. After saying that, a demonic figure appeared behind Bai Tianyu. This guy's martial soul was indeed a little strange. It was emitting a dense demonic aura. I was wondering who you were. So you're the bastards left behind by the heavenly demons. No wonder you're so arrogant. Ling Xiao saw the truth from the martial soul. Since you've seen through us, then all the more reason for you to die here today. We're the legendary human demons. The descendants of the heavenly demons possess the noble bloodline of the heavenly demons. You humans will die at our hands sooner or later. The heavenly demons haven't come to the mystic world for 100,000 years. But you just have to wait. One day, they will come. At that time, you lowly humans will become the slaves of the heavenly demons. Bai Tianyu seemed very proud when he mentioned the heavenly demons. Is your mother also a heavenly demon? Ling Xiao asked curiously. My mother? She's just a lowly reproductive tool. There's no need to talk about it. Bai Tianyu said in disdain. You bastard, you're simply a scum. Not only did you forget your human bloodline, you even humiliated your own mother. It seems that if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to sleep well. Ling Xiao hated people who forgot their ancestors the most, especially those who dared to humiliate his own mother. Reproductive tool? Scum, he's simply a scum. White Bear, that little guy called you a scum. Lu Yi laughed. Kid, do you have the guts to report your sect and family? I dare to guarantee that after you die, they'll definitely go down to accompany you in death. Bai Tianyu snorted coldly. He was obviously furious. Boom. Suddenly, Bai Tianyu stomped on the ground. A crack appeared on the ground. Then, he threw a terrifying punch at Ling Xiao. Behind him, the strange demonic figure actually cracked open its mouth and revealed a sinister smile. Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. These human demons aren't easy to deal with. Zi Long reminded. He knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, but he didn't know how strong he was. After all, Ling Xiao didn't tell him about what happened in the Purple Mansion royal capital. Therefore, he wasn't too sure. If he really saw how Ling Xiao beat Jiyu Fenghua half to death, he probably wouldn't be worried anymore. This Bai Tianyu was nothing in front of Ling Xiao. Desolate ancient demonic fists. Bai Tianyu's body seemed to be wrapped by the shadow of a heavenly demon. The fist that he threw out was also like the fist of a heavenly demon. His figure was similar to the way a heavenly demon moved. The strangest thing was that his battle intent actually contained the will of a heavenly demon. As expected, it was the bloodline left behind by a heavenly demon. Chapter 3870. Too slow. You're too weak. Facing Bai Tianyu's attack, Ling Xiao didn't even have any interest in fighting. He casually pointed his finger forward. A sharp sword energy pierced through the air. Not good. Bai Tianyu was startled, and he immediately circulated the energy in his body. Movement of the devil shadow. He gave up on attacking, and used all his energy to dodge the attack. In an instant, wisps of black smoke emerged from his body. He had actually entered the devilized state. His combat strength had skyrocketed, and he had almost reached the level of an early 7th Divine Core warrior. This surprised Ling Xiao. But his finger attack wasn't something that could be dodged by anyone. Bai Tianyu had entered the devilized state too late. His shoulder blade was still pierced through by the sword energy. The pain caused him to scream out in agony. How is this possible? Bai Tianyu, be serious. He's just a little bastard, and you've already used the movement of the devil shadow and the devilized state. Lu Yi furrowed his brows and shouted out. What do you know? This guy is very strange. Everyone enter the devilized state, kill these guys. Bai Tianyu roared out while healing his wounds. After just one fight, he knew that Ling Xiao wasn't someone to be trifled with. All right. Lu Yi immediately entered the devilized state as well. He looked at Zi Qianye with an indifferent expression and said, Little girl, you have one last chance, either get the hell out of here, or die. Why do I feel like you're panicking? Zi Qianye mocked, let me tell you something, Ling Xiao is stronger than me. Bai Tianyu has offended him today, and he's dead for sure. Zi Long, you deal with the rest of them, I'll handle this guy. With the Blood Sovereign armor, Zi Long's combat strength could reach the early 5th Divine Core realm. Apart from Bai Tianyu and Lu Yi, the strongest among them was only an early 5th Divine Core warrior. The rest of them were all at the 4th Divine Core realm. Therefore, although it was a bit difficult for Zi Long, it wasn't impossible. Don't worry, big sister, I'm no longer the old me. Along the way, not only had Zi Long improved his cultivation, he had also improved his combat skills. Tempering himself in the midst of life and death had greatly improved his strength. That's great. Zi Qianye smiled and released his martial soul. It was also a purple dragon. However, his aura was clearly much stronger than the purple dragon's. Her hands had turned into sharp dragon claws. The sharp light made Lu Yi frown again and again. Fine, fine, fine. Little girl, since you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth and insist on seeking death. Don't blame me then. Lu Yi snorted and leaped towards Zi Qianye. After demonizing, his combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary early 7th Divine Core warrior. Although he wasn't as strong as Zi Qianye, he was more adept at controlling his strength. After all, it hadn't been long since Zi Qianye had reached this level of strength. It would probably take a long time for him to get used to it. Human demons had always been cruel and bloodthirsty. Killing was nothing to them. Under the temptation of those treasures, their true ferocity erupted. All of them charged towards the purple dragon. Lu Yi charged towards Zi Qianye. His first move was a killing move. Little girl, we fought 3 years ago. At that time, you lost miserably. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Don't tell me that after 3 years, you're already my match. While defending against Lu Yi's attack, Zi Qianye was also familiarizing himself with his strength. His sharp dragon claws were grabbing towards Lu Yi's head. He was going to leave a bloody hole in Lu Yi's head. Soon, you'll know how much I've improved. What a joke. Lu Yi's hands changed as well. They turned into pitch-black devil claws and clashed with Zi Qianye's dragon claws. The devil claws were pitch black, and they were emitting a gloomy aura. It gave people the feeling that they were made for killing. Clang. The devil claws and dragon claws clashed in the air, producing a loud metal clashing sound. Blood devil seal. Zi Qianye let out a cold snort. After taking a few steps back, he struck out with his dragon claws. The frightening blood devil seal was unleashed, and it smashed towards Lu Yi's head. Devil eye. At this critical moment, a devil eye suddenly grew out from Lu Yi's forehead. The devil eye unleashed a sharp red beam and hit the celestial devil seal. Their attacks collided once again. Then, they shattered. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched in both attacks. On the other side, Bai Tianyu launched another attack. His devil claws clawed out continuously, forming claw shadows that filled the sky. His terrifying speed coupled with his terrifying attack power. In addition, he had a pair of powerful devil wings. Ling Xiao was forced to retreat step by step. Bai Tianyu finally revealed a look of excitement. However, Zi Long and Zi Qianye were not worried at all. Because Ling Xiao had yet to transform. Both of them knew very well that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was the most terrifying when he transformed. However, even without transforming, Ling Xiao was able to block all of Bai Tianyu's attacks with the Blood Supreme Sword. Ling Xiao was purposely squeezing out his potential. The sense of danger would only be stronger if he fought without transforming. In this way, his potential would erupt faster. More importantly, Bai Tianyu was not worthy of his transformation. Bai Tianyu's devilization did cause his combat strength to skyrocket. But, his speed was still slower than Jiang Chen's falling plum-clear shadow steps and cosmic body. Why is this guy so fast? After a series of storm-like attacks, Bai Tianyu suddenly stopped. Kid, I've really underestimated you. You don't look like much, but you actually possess such terrifying strength. But, did you know? A completely devilized human devil is extremely terrifying. I can give my everything to a heavenly devil. Bai Tianyu sneered, then his body started transforming again. Originally, he still looked like a human. But, in just a short moment, his skin had turned black. His arms and legs had turned into the hands and feet of a heavenly devil. Even his face had turned into a malevolent sheep-bodied demon. He no longer looked like a human. Of course, what replaced it was a terrifying strength. Mid-7th Divine Core Realm? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. He could sense that Bai Tianyu's soul had turned completely black. He had given his everything to a heavenly devil. Under such circumstances, his combat strength would skyrocket. But, after the battle, his combat strength would drop drastically, and he would be severely injured. This was the price he had to pay. It was similar to Ling Xiao's sanguine rat devil. They were both devils, and they felt the same. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, this feeling is great. This is great. Kid, in less than 3 minutes, Daddy will eat you alive. Die, kid. Suddenly, his body trembled in midair, then he was blasted away like a cannonball. His speed had reached an extreme. A pair of devil claws grabbed toward Ling Xiao's head. So fast. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. A completely devilized human was indeed powerful. 10 swords merge. In an instant, 10 bright sword beams shot out from Ling Xiao's hand, then they merged into one. He shot out. Chapter 3871. It's useless. Bai Tianyu sneered and shattered the sword light with his terrifying claws. Then, he landed a heavy blow on Ling Xiao's body. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded. Ling Xiao took a few steps back. However, he was not injured. Your defense is quite strong. You can defend against it once, but can you defend against it a second time? Whoosh. A black shadow flew out from behind Bai Tianyu. It was actually a tail. It entangled Ling Xiao. It did not give Ling Xiao any chance to dodge. Let's see how you dodge. Go to hell. Bloodthirsty demon fist. The terrifying fist landed on Ling Xiao's body. It was like a storm. On the other side, Lu Yi sneered. Zi Qianye, did you see that? Your godbrother is done for. I told you that Bai Tianyu is stronger than me. Among us, he is the only one who can completely transform into a demon. That little guy is dead for sure. Zi Qianye sneered. A frog at the bottom of a well. You always think that you know more than others. But you don't know that you can only see a small part of the sky. As soon as Zi Qianye finished speaking, Bai Tianyu's attack had also ended. Over 100 punches landed solidly on Ling Xiao's body. All the human demons thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure. However, the smoke and dust dissipated. Only a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. You really disappoint me. Such an attack can't even increase the energy in my cultivation C by 10%. It seems that my anticipation was in vain. It's time for this battle to end. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Blood lightning bull demon, beast soul transformation. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded. In an instant, before Bai Tianyu could even see what had happened, he was sent flying. What's going on? You're a beast god. Bai Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Just the power of this attack was more terrifying than his hundreds of attacks. Bai Tianyu's face turned ugly. Didn't I tell you? I was just playing with you. If I had fun, I might have spared your life. But you let me down too much. Ling Xiao sneered in his beast soul transformation state. Plum blossom acupuncture hand. Whoosh. Pa. Streams of light shot out from his fingertips. It pierced through Bai Tianyu's body. As for Bai Tianyu, he stood there, unable to move. Although he could still move his eyeballs and speak, he couldn't use his true essence. He couldn't move his body. It was simply a situation where they were at the mercy of others. How could he lose? This scene gave Lu Yi a fright, and he was somewhat distracted. In the end, Zi Qianye seized the opportunity and sent him flying hundreds of feet away with a palm strike. He coughed up blood. Retreat. All of you, retreat. Lu Yi turned around and fled. He completely ignored Bai Tianyu. That was because he knew that if he ran a little slower, he wouldn't even have a chance to survive. At this time, Zi Long had also killed 3 people. The rest fled with Lu Yi. Only Bai Tianyu was immobilized by Ling Xiao's plum blossom acupuncture hand. Don't be so afraid. I won't kill you. A living Bai Tianyu is more useful to me than a dead Bai Tianyu. Ling Xiao looked at Bai Tianyu and smiled faintly. What are you trying to do? Bai Tianyu asked. Submit to me. Ling Xiao said coldly. Submit to you? You're just a nobody. What right do you have to make me submit to you? Bai Tianyu said in disdain. I thought you were still useful, but you're actually so blind. Since that's the case, die. Ling Xiao sneered and swung the Blood Supreme sword, directly chopping off Bai Tianyu's head. Bai Tianyu regretted it the moment he died. Originally, he just wanted to show off his firm will and ask for more negotiation terms for himself. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao wouldn't even negotiate with him. He actually killed him with a single strike. It was too late for regrets. Collect the heavenly demon herbs. Ling Xiao ordered Zi Qianye and Zi Long. The 2 of them hurriedly went to pluck the heavenly demon herbs from the heavenly demon bones. There was a total of 64 sticks, and all of them were handed over to Ling Xiao. With these things, I believe our strength will skyrocket. As for the heavenly demon bones, I'll take them. Ling Xiao waved his hand and the heavenly demon bones were directly trapped in the mountain river world. Next, let's cultivate here. Cultivating and fighting at the same time is more beneficial to the absorption of the heavenly demon herbs. Help me guard while I refine the heavenly demon herbs into heavenly demon pills. This way, the medicinal effect will be better. With that, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. Refining pills required concentration. A powerful immortal fire bloomed from Ling Xiao's hands. 64 heavenly demon herbs and more than 1,000 supplementary herbs danced in the flames. Constantly refining. Constantly changing. After a full 3 hours. The supplementary herbs and heavenly demon herbs were completely removed and replaced with 64 heavenly demon pills. Alright, each of you take 1 heavenly demon pill. Just this 1 pill alone is probably enough for Zi Long to break through again. And it's very likely that he'll cultivate the heavenly demon battle physique. Although Sister Qianye can't break through, with your aptitude, it's also very likely that you'll cultivate the heavenly demon battle physique. After speaking, Ling Xiao gave the heavenly demon pills to the 2 of them. Then, he began to cultivate himself. However, what he used for cultivation was not the heavenly demon pills. It was the heavenly demon bones. The heavenly demon bones contained the heavenly demon essence. Together, not only could it improve Ling Xiao's black tortoise divine physique again, and it was very likely that he'd cultivate the heavenly demon bone. The so-called heavenly demon bone was just a name. It was a layer of black bone attached to the surface of the body. Like a close-fitting armor, it could greatly increase a martial artist's defense. Ling Xiao's current physical strength had reached high-level 6th Order Emperor with the help of the Black Tortoise divine physique. But it was not enough. Because this strength was still vulnerable against Jiyu Fenghua. So he had to strengthen it. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the energy of the heavenly demon bones. This terrifying energy poured into his meridians like a torrential river. It poured into his body. On one hand, it was frantically tempering his physical body. On the other hand, it continued to strengthen every cell of his. This energy is indeed terrifying. Just feeling it for a while, Ling Xiao was very surprised. This amount of energy was definitely enough for him to strengthen his physical body a few times. It might even allow his cultivation to break through. The energy in the heavenly demon bones was divided into 3 parts. One part was tempering the physical body, one part was strengthening the cells and turning them into potential, one part flowed into the cultivation sea. With the 3-pronged approach, the effect was simply violent. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. A day passed. Ling Xiao was still immersed in cultivation. Zi Long and Zi Chenye were also refining the heavenly demon pills. At this time, on a tree a mile away from them, Lu Yi and the others looked over viciously, revealing greedy and angry expressions. Chapter 3872. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Jiyu Fenghua, who had always harbored resentment, had finally recovered from his injuries. He had recovered even earlier than Ling Xiao had predicted. He stood coldly on the tallest pavilion in the Purple Mansion Royal Capital, looking in the direction of Purple Spirit Capital. The shadow of that failure still shrouded his heart. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would probably never be able to recover from this shadow in this lifetime. He could only live in incomparable pain and torment. It would even have an immeasurable and terrifying impact on his martial path. His cultivation might stagnate from then on. So Ling Xiao was his inner demon, a demon that had to be eliminated. Chen Yu, immediately lead the Purple Mansion army and besiege Purple Spirit Capital. I want to use Ling Xiao's blood to wash away my humiliation. Suddenly, Jiyu Fenghua said to Chen Yu. Yes, sir. Chen Yu naturally did not dare to disobey Jiyu Fenghua's orders. Jiyu Fenghua had suffered a loss at the hands of Ling Xiao. But in the end, he had underestimated his opponent. An existence at the peak of the Earth Core realm was definitely not someone a Golden Core realm warrior like Ling Xiao could contend against. So, he still chose Jiyu Fenghua. Moreover, Jiyu Fenghua was backed by the Dongsheng Strong Country. Even if Ling Xiao was really heaven-defying and killed Jiyu Fenghua, facing the terrifying Dongsheng Strong Country, wasn't there still no chance of victory? The Purple Mansion army was quickly assembled. With Jiyu Fenghua in the lead, Chen Yu, the Purple Mansion Marshal, the Purple Mansion Academy Principal, and the only remaining general, Pan Feng, followed by his left and right. They marched towards the Purple Spirit Capital City in a grandiose fashion. This Purple Mansion army only had 1 million people. But they were all elites of the elites. Their speed was relatively fast. As for the main group, they were still following behind. The total number was over 10 million. Jiyu Fenghua not only wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but also wanted to destroy Purple Spirit Country. Make this country completely disappear from the map. Only this could relieve the depression and pain in his heart. The vanguard advanced for 10 miles before Jiyu Fenghua suddenly ordered the army to stop. They stared blankly at a huge white eagle in the sky. A woman sat gently on the white eagle. She was a fairy who could captivate and bewitch all living beings. She wore a light blue gown. Her elegant temperament made her seem like an otherworldly woman. That pitilessly beautiful face seemed to have been drawn by an immortal. Although he did not release any aura. However, that graceful and noble temperament was definitely not something that ordinary women could compare with. Jiyu Fenghua thought of her junior sister, Qing Moshue. Although it might be disrespectful to the dead. However, Qing Moshue was the disciple of the Dongsheng Strong Country's emperor. She was also from a noble family. In front of this woman, she was as vulgar as a village girl. He no longer had that transcendent feeling of an immortal. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiyu Fenghua was a relatively clear-headed person. What emerged in his heart was not admiration, but fear. Such a woman could only be nurtured by top forces like the Golden Heavenly Nation and the Eternal Palace. Moreover, even the women from the Golden Heavenly Nation and the Eternal Life Palace did not have the unique temperament of this woman. Suddenly, the white eagle swooped down. It set off a terrifying gust of wind. He blew so hard that everyone couldn't stand still. But no one dared to complain. As expected, a beautiful woman was always easy to forgive. Jiyu Fenghua hurriedly jumped off the battle beast. He knelt on one knee and said, "I didn't know that an esteemed guest had arrived. Please forgive me. I am the prince of the Dongsheng Strong Country, Jiyu Fenghua. Greetings, esteemed guest. May I know the purpose of your visit?" When he asked this question, he was trembling with fear, afraid of offending this woman. Although this woman was as transcendent as an immortal, as if she was not a woman of the mortal world. But he was very clear. In the mystic world, experts seemed to be neither angry nor angry, but in the blink of an eye, they could turn an entire army into ashes. If he offended this woman, he would probably become a corpse in an instant. At this moment, the experts behind him also came to their senses. They all jumped off their puppet battle beasts and knelt down to this woman. They did not have Jiyu Fenghua's eyesight, but they knew that this woman was extraordinary. Perhaps she was one of those terrifying existences that could not be profaned. Even if they had evil intentions, they could not show it. No need to be so polite. Rise. The woman's voice was indifferent and gentle, as if she was talking to her own people. However, there was a hint of arrogance in her indifference. Thank you, esteemed guest. Jiyu Fenghua stood up trembling with fear, but did not dare to raise her head to look at this woman. It was as if one would be completely immersed in her with just a glance. I'm looking for someone, the woman said indifferently. Looking for someone? What kind of person could cause such a transcendent being to look for him? It must be a super-existence of the same level. Jiyu Fenghua thought to herself. The person I'm looking for is called Ling Xiao. He seems to be in Zifu Kingdom. The woman was Yu Fanghua. After going to Meng Village, she heard that Ling Xiao had arrived in Ziling Kingdom, so she went to Ziling capital city. However, although the people there were afraid of her, they all said that Ling Xiao was not there. So she could only go to Zifu Kingdom to look for him. On the way, she met this group of people. It was a good opportunity to ask. In fact, she did not know that the people in Ziling capital city did not tell her the truth in order to protect Ling Xiao. After all, no one knew that she was Ling Xiao's lover. At this moment, Jiyu Fenghua's head seemed to explode. Ling Xiao. How could it be Ling Xiao? Could it be that they just have the same name? He absolutely could not admit that this woman was looking for Ling Xiao, that nobody. He could not accept it. Esteemed guest, what does Ling Xiao look like? Can you describe him? Jiyu Fenghua asked carefully. Yu Fanghua simply took out Ling Xiao's portrait. This portrait was extremely realistic, and it was 90% similar to Ling Xiao. Seeing the portrait, Jiyu Fenghua was in complete despair. She was actually looking for that nobody. Why? He was the prince of Dongsheng Kingdom, but he could not compare to a tiny Ling Xiao. He really could not accept it. The others were also very surprised, but they all shut their mouths and did not say anything. What kind of joke was this? They had all besieged Ling Xiao before. If this woman knew, wouldn't they be dead? Jiyu Fenghua pretended to look carefully for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, I'm sorry, although I really want to find this person for you. However, this person really did not appear before. There are many people with the same name, but unfortunately, it's not him. Oh right, I've heard of this person, but he's not in Zifu Kingdom. He went to the Savage Beast region. Chen Yu suddenly spoke up. Savage Beast region? Yu Fanghua was stunned. She suddenly remembered something that Haim Myung-ko told her. Ling Xiao's friends were taken away by the beasts in the Savage Beast region. They might really have gone to that place. After all, The Golden Sky region and the Savage Beast region bordered each other. It was much easier to reach the Savage Beast region from here than the Eternal Emperor region. Looks like I can only make a trip to the Savage Beast region. No matter what, knowing that he's not dead is a good thing. Yu Fanghua thought to herself. Chapter 3873. Yu Fanghua had mixed feelings. She was happy that someone had seen Ling Xiao. She was worried that there were no more clues. Suddenly, she sensed something fishy, even though it was just a fleeting change in his eyes. But she still managed to catch it. This person is lying. Yu Fanghua was not the kind of naive White Lotus. She had adapted to the outside world in the training she received in the Eternal Palace. She had seen many different kinds of people. Her masters had also told her many things about the outside world. Although she knew that the other party was lying, Yu Fanghua still remained calm. She gently touched the white eagle's feathers and then flew away. In an instant, she disappeared into the sky. The moment Yu Fanghua left, Yu Fenghua directly collapsed to the ground. It was too terrifying. It was the first time he had such a terrifying feeling. Even when facing his master, the Dongsheng Emperor, he would not be like this. How terrifying was this woman? His heart was filled with fear. But young master, who is this woman? She gives people so much pressure. Could it be the one from the Eternal Palace? Chen Yu couldn't help but ask. It shouldn't be. I remember that the one from the Eternal Palace is under house arrest. Look at the white eagle she rode. It's really extraordinary. I suspect that she might be from the heaven sacred land of the 9-star realm. Yu Fenghua thought for a while and said, Heaven sacred land? That's not easy. The people from the heaven sacred land are the most protective. Although they claim to be holy and just, the people there are the most untouchable. And the overall strength of the heaven sacred land is probably much stronger than our golden heavens. They are even stronger than the sky demon ghost region that our golden heavens has allied with. Chen Yu said in horror. Whether it was the heaven sacred land or the sky demon ghost region, they were both part of the 9-star realm. They were definitely a big force that could be on par with the 4 major regions. Seeing Yu Fanghua like that, it was no wonder that they would think of these 2 big forces. But Ling Xiao, that guy, what right does he have? What right does he have to be favored by such a woman? Yu Fenghua felt very unbalanced in his heart. He had always been obsessed with martial arts. He believed that he would never be affected by a woman. He even treated his junior sister, Qing Moshue, as a plaything. However, this woman had thrown his emotions into chaos. Amidst the fear, there was also an indescribable longing. When he saw the woman leave, he heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt very uncomfortable. It was as if something had been snatched away. If only junior sister was still alive. She liked to flip through those strange books. He must know the breed of the white eagle that the woman was riding. From this, he could deduce the woman's identity. It was a pity. It's all because of that Ling Xiao. Yu Fenghua felt that her hatred for Ling Xiao had increased by another level. That was taking away someone's love. He felt that the thing he liked had been taken away by someone else. But he didn't want to admit that Yu Fanghua didn't even look at him. However, he had known Ling Xiao for a long time. No matter what, young master, we've finally resolved a crisis this time. No matter who that woman is, she's a terrifying existence. If she meets Ling Xiao, we'll be in big trouble. Chen Yu felt that he had done very well. He had tricked that woman into going to the Savage Beast region. As long as they killed Ling Xiao, this lie would never be exposed. Therefore, he wasn't afraid. Yes, you did well. Yu Fenghua was very happy with Chen Yu's wit. Army, continue forward. Now, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao even more. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to bear the fact that such a beautiful woman had been snatched away by Ling Xiao. Little did he know that their conversation was completely heard by Yu Fanghua and by Shui. Sister, I'll go kill them. How dare they lie to you? Bai Shui had a bad temper. After all, she was a demon and was very bloodthirsty. She really wanted to wipe out the million-strong army right now. There's no hurry. This is something that Ling Xiao has to deal with himself. We'll just follow him. As for Ling Xiao, if there's no danger to his life, we definitely can't interfere with his battle. Otherwise, he won't be happy. Yu Fanghua had known Ling Xiao for a long time. She also felt that it was strange that she seemed to have known Ling Xiao in her previous life. Very familiar. So troublesome. But this is the so-called training, right? If we help Ling Xiao, will we deprive him of a chance to gain experience? Bai Shui said, but sister, I think you won't be able to bear it. How can you not do something when you see the man you love suffer? That's true. If those people dare to hurt Ling Xiao, I'll let them all die in Violet Spirit Capital. Let's go, follow them. Yu Fanghua wasn't a good girl, nor was she a saint. For the man she loved, she would do anything. In the Heavenly Devil Ruins, the place where Ling Xiao, Zilong, and Zi Chenye were cultivating was suddenly filled with many frightening demon beasts. The strongest of them all was at the mid-7th Divine Core realm. Zilong was the first to finish his cultivation. He glanced at Zi Chenye and Ling Xiao. Both of them were still focused on their cultivation. Why are there so many demon beasts here all of a sudden? They must have been lured here by someone. Zilong thought about Lu Yi and the others who had escaped. Killing intent emerged in his mind. Once I'm done with these demon beasts, I'll kill you all. A violent fighting intent emerged in his eyes. Right now, his cultivation had reached the early 5th Divine Core realm. Together with the Blood Sovereign armor, he could unleash the combat strength of an early 6th Divine Core warrior. Although he was still far weaker than his sister, Zi Chenye, and his brother, Ling Xiao. But the speed at which his cultivation was increasing was still shocking to many. Come, you evil creatures. A bloody battle had begun. Zilong's crazy battle lasted for 2 hours. Demon beasts were all over the place. But he was severely injured as well. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. Both of his legs had been bitten off by demon beasts. He had lost an arm as well. His body was badly damaged. There were too many demon beasts, and they were too strong. It wasn't easy for him to survive until now. Damn it, am I still too weak? Zilong was not convinced. When it was his turn to protect his sister and brother, he couldn't do it. This was really depressing. Xiaolong, you've done well. Next, it's your sister's turn. Right at this moment, Zi Chenye's voice sounded out. She was the second to finish her cultivation. Although her cultivation hadn't broken through. But her combat strength was much stronger than before. She had also cultivated the Heavenly Devil combat body. When the frightening aura was unleashed, even the mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts were scared and backed off. How dare you hurt my brother? Die. Zi Chenye leapt towards the demon beasts. She looked like a purple divine dragon. The frightening dragon claws instantly ripped 2 early 7th Divine Core demon beasts apart. It was an instant kill. Such frightening combat strength had stunned Lu Yi and the others who were hiding in the dark. Chapter 3874. Zi Chenye was fighting the 3 mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts. Although she wasn't in a disadvantageous position, it wasn't easy to defeat them in a short period of time. When Lu Yi saw this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. This is our only chance. That young man is severely injured, the other one is cultivating, and the woman is fighting the 3 demon beasts. As long as we kill those 2 men and get their Heavenly Devil cores and inner cores, we'll be rich." All the demon beasts nodded their heads. Greed could be seen in their eyes. There was a total of 18 demon beasts, and they quietly approached Zilong. Right now, Zilong was severely injured, and he couldn't move. Therefore, they decided to kill Zilong first. When Zi Chenye saw this, he anxiously rushed back. But the 3 demon beasts were extremely powerful, and they were able to stop him. Of course, these demon beasts didn't want to help Lu Yi, they just felt that Zi Chenye was the biggest threat to them. Only by killing Zi Chenye would they be able to take care of the rest. Hihi, Zi Chenye, so what if you're strong? Just sit back and watch your other brother get killed by us. Lu Yi laughed out proudly. He had been hiding in the forest for nearly half a month, and he had endured for so long, all for this day. Now, his chance had finally arrived. How could he not be happy? Bang! Suddenly, A terrifying explosion sounded out. Lu Yi's laughter stopped abruptly. The 3 mid-7th Divine Core demon beasts were so scared that they stopped attacking. Everyone turned to look at the same direction. Ling Xiao's body was shrouded by a huge heavenly demon. It looked exactly the same as the heavenly devil's skeleton. This was the effect of the black tortoise divine body after fusing with the heavenly devil marrow and heavenly devil bone. Heavenly devil black tortoise. One was an ancient divine beast, and the other was an extraterritorial heavenly devil. Both were legendary items, and now, they had fused with Ling Xiao's body. A terrifying aura was spreading out in the air. The aura was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that Lu Yi and his men couldn't move at all. The 3 demon beasts let out furious roars, then they turned around and fled. "How dare you run? I'll kill you all." Ling Xiao's voice was cold and frightening. The 3 demonic beasts were so frightened that they stopped abruptly. One was a demonic dragon bull with dragon claws, the other was a demonic 7-colored bird with rainbow wings, and the last was a giant demonic elephant with terrifying power. "Very good, kill those people for me." Ling Xiao coldly looked at the 3 magical beasts and gave the order. The 3 magical beasts charged towards Lu Yi and the others without hesitation. Lu Yi and the others didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy before they were killed by the 3 magical beasts. "From today onwards, the 3 of you will listen to my orders. Guard the heavenly devil ruins." As Ling Xiao spoke, he activated his 4-leaf demonic eyes and a strange demonic light entered the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts. This caused the 3 demonic beasts to lie on the ground and bow their heads in obedience. "Very good." After subduing the 3 magical beasts, Ling Xiao fed a healing pill to the purple dragon. He smiled and said, "See? You still protected me and your sister. Although it was only an hour, it was the most crucial moment for us. Let's go back. Next, it should be the decisive battle between us and Jiyu Fenghua. Have you broken through?" Zi Qianye asked. "Guess." Ling Xiao smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he lifted his foot and walked outside. When they arrived, they were warmly received by all kinds of magical beasts. However, when they left, none of the magical beasts dared to show up. It wasn't because of the 3 magical beasts. It was mainly because the aura of the heavenly devil skeleton that Ling Xiao released had intimidated all the magical beasts here. "Why didn't you just bring those 3 magical beasts out? That would be so cool." After the purple dragon consumed the healing pill, its body quickly recovered and it asked excitedly, "Do you want to summon all the people from the Dongsheng strong country? I'm going to pretend to be dead after killing Jiyu Fenghua. This way, the small purple spirit country will be safe. But if those 3 magical beasts are here, the Dongsheng strong country will definitely make a move." Ling Xiao thought of a way out. If he killed Jiyu Fenghua, he would definitely be hunted down by the Dongsheng strong country. It would be better to pretend to die together with Jiyu Fenghua. This way, without the main culprit, the Dongsheng strong country would stabilize the situation in the small purple spirit country and even the large purple kingdom. They would definitely choose to appease Zi Qianye. At that time, Zi Qianye would just pretend to surrender. This way, the Purple Kingdom would become a stable cultivation ground for the Heavenly Dynasty to enter the 4 major regions. Even the Heavenly Devil Ruin was left by Ling Xiao for the Heavenly Dynasty's martial artists. The cultivation effect inside was no worse than the bloodthirsty battlefield. Anyway, he knew the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique. Even if he pretended to be dead, the Dongsheng strong country wouldn't notice. Of course, this wasn't forever. When he was strong enough, he would naturally return. At that time, not only would the Purple Kingdom become the Heavenly Dynasty's territory, even the entire Dongsheng strong country would be the same. In order to pretend to be dead, he had to win this battle. Otherwise, he would really die. When Ling Xiao and the other 2 left the Heavenly Devil Ruin, the 1 million soldiers of the Purple Mansion Army had already arrived at the small Purple Spirit Country and surrounded the capital city. "Ling Xiao, if you don't come out, I will destroy the capital city of Purple Spirit and the small Purple Spirit Country today. Not a single person will be left alive. I will let you bear the heavy sin. Let's see how you continue on the path of martial arts." Jiyu Fenghua couldn't wait to soar into the sky and roar in the direction of the capital city. No need to be so troublesome. Don't you want to kill me? I'm coming out. Ling Xiao handed the capital city of purple spirit to Zi Qianye and Zi Long. Then, he directly flew out of the Vajra dragon trapping formation. You dare to come out? This time, no matter what, I won't let you escape. Limitless blade formation. Jiyu Fenghua roared and waved the sky-chopping blade in his hand. In the sky, a huge blade formation appeared. It wrapped the two of them inside. Ling Xiao could feel it. This limitless blade formation was even more terrifying than his martial spirit barrier. Although their attributes were similar, they could only be broken by killing the opponent. However, the limitless blade formation could be used to attack. The martial spirit barrier couldn't. This is a 7th level Emperor grade martial skill. Kid, you've probably never seen it before. Jiyu Fenghua looked at Ling Xiao mockingly and said, do you really think you can defeat me after seriously injuring me and then running away? The only thing you're relying on is the Crimson Lightning God. Last time, I was careless. But this time, all of your lightning attacks will be useless against me. In these 10 days, Jiyu Fenghua not only recovered from his injuries, but also returned to the Dongsheng Imperial Court and borrowed a treasure. It's called the Mystic Lightning Armor. This Mystic Lightning Armor only has one effect, and that is to block lightning attacks. The reason Jiyu Fenghua took such a treasure was to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder God's attack was too terrifying. Even he had to be careful. Now that he had the Mystic Lightning Armor, Ling Xiao's move was equivalent to being useless. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any other methods to deal with him. Chapter 3875. Isn't it satisfying to use a 7th level Emperor class martial skill? No matter how strong your Fiend God seal is, it's only a 6th level Emperor class martial skill. It's far from a 7th level Emperor class martial skill. I can turn you into minced meat with a wave of my hand. Do you believe me? She trapped Ling Xiao and made Ling Xiao's Crimson Thunder God lose its effect with the Mystic Thunder Armor. Jiyu Fenghua's confidence was restored again. There were two figures in the sky in the distance. They were wrapped in a mass of energy. No one could see them. They couldn't sense them. Sister, aren't you going to help? Your man is talented, but Jiyu Fenghua has a master to guide her. I'm afraid the limitless saber formation won't be able to resist her. Bai Shui looked at Yu Fanghua and said. Yu Fenghua's eyes showed a hint of anxiety. But in the end, she shook her head and said, I believe him. Look at his face. There's no anxiety or fear. He should have a way to solve it. She didn't want to interfere with Ling Xiao's battle. She didn't even want to meet Ling Xiao now. After all, meeting him now would only harm Ling Xiao. She believed that the people of the Eternal Palace were looking for her. It was only a matter of time before they found her. So the best thing she could do was to watch her man from afar. She just needed to watch him. In fact, it was just as Yu Fanghua said. Although the limitless saber formation was terrifying, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. After his Fiend God seal merged with the innate Fiend God Sword Soul, it turned into the innate Fiend God seal. It was also a 7th level Emperor class martial skill. Since you're so sure that you can kill me, why don't you do it now? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, I know. You're afraid. You're afraid that I have other trump cards. Besides, I've heard about them. The Mystic Thunder Armor can block lightning damage. But it has 0 defense against physical attacks. In other words, as long as I don't use the Crimson Thunder God, I can deal with you however I want. Jiyu Fenghua frowned. He wanted to scare Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect that someone would see through the weakness of the profound thunder armor with a single glance. So what? I don't fear your other attacks at all. Jiyu Fenghua said coldly. Oh, right, I almost forgot to tell you. I met a woman before. Jiyu Fenghua felt that Ling Xiao was completely flawless, and she wondered what trump cards he had. If he wanted to attack, he had to first make the other party reveal an opening. He suddenly thought of the woman from before. She was sure that it was a woman related to Ling Xiao. Thus, he came up with a plan. What does it have to do with me that you met a woman? Ling Xiao was a little curious. That woman looks like a fairy. One look and you can tell that she comes from a top force. Right, although I don't know her name, she said that she was looking for a man named Ling Xiao. He also showed me a portrait of the man. It's you in the portrait. Jiyu Fenghua sneered and said, you know that I hate you to the bone. So when I saw that portrait, I flew into a rage. I directly killed that woman. Speaking of which, it's strange. That woman's aura is very terrifying, but she seems to be injured. She's actually not as strong as I am. At this point, he secretly peeked at Ling Xiao's expression. He saw anxiety in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao could already tell that the woman was definitely Yu Fanghua before he finished listening to Jiyu Fenghua. Although he had a few friends in the 4 major regions, Yu Fanghua was the only woman with the aura of a fairy. You're saying that you killed her? Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He thought that he would deal with everything calmly. But today, he suddenly realized how important that woman was to him. If the Moon Lady died, he would really blame himself for the rest of his life. He might even go crazy because of this. I don't care if you're telling the truth or not. How dare you use her life as a joke? I'll let you know that the scariest thing in this world is not death. It's a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao's voice became extremely cold. It was as if a terrifying voice came from the depths of hell. His body had completely transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. At that moment, he also released his tyrant martial soul. The Moon Lady was actually looking for Ling Xiao. This was something that Ling Xiao didn't expect. He always thought that he knew about the Moon Lady's past life, which was why he tried so hard to chase after her. But he didn't expect that the Yu Fanghua in this life would have such feelings for him. She actually escaped from the Immortal Palace's imprisonment and came to find him. This made him feel extremely happy. But now, Jiyu Fenghua told him that the Moon Lady was dead. His heart was about to break. It hurt so much. At that moment, Jiyu Fenghua couldn't help but take a step back. He didn't know that his words didn't make Ling Xiao waver. Instead, it made Ling Xiao explode with even more terrifying killing intent because of his anger. Even he felt fear. Not to mention the Zifu army behind him. At this moment, they didn't feel like they were facing a human, but a demon. A terrifying demon. Ling Xiao didn't want Yu Fanghua to die. But if Yu Fanghua really died, he would bury the entire Dongsheng strong country and the Immortal Palace with her. He felt that he had never been as angry as he was today. Violent power rushed out crazily. It was as if a terrifying storm had broken out. This guy's power is so strong. What kind of martial soul is that? Why is it as all-encompassing as the universe? My martial soul is actually trembling in front of that martial soul. Jiyu Fenghua was shocked. If the blood-colored thunder god made Jiyu Fenghua afraid, then this terrifying tyrant martial soul. It was enough to make him tremble. He felt as if his fighting spirit was about to collapse. Sister Yu, I believe that you're not dead. But if you're dead, I'll bury all those who have mistreated you. Ling Xiao's angry roar resounded through heaven and earth. It was like a shocking thunder. At this moment, Yu Fanghua had an impulse. She wanted to appear in front of Ling Xiao. Tell Ling Xiao that she wasn't dead. That she was still alive. Big sister, you can't go over now. He's currently gathering his last breath, and if you appear, he'll definitely die. If you appear, he'll be in trouble. Bai Shui reminded her. Yes, you're right. Sigh, maybe I should have met him earlier. Then, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Yu Fanghua sighed. Sister, this might not be a bad thing. At the very least, you know how devoted this man is to you, how deep his feelings are for you. Now, even Bai Shui thinks that you've chosen the right person. Bai Shui's eyes were filled with respect. Not towards Yu Fanghua, but towards Ling Xiao. Also, sister, that Jiyu Fenghua seems to have made a fool of himself. Perhaps your man will achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation because of his anger. He'll reach the 6th divine core realm. At such a young age, he's able to reach such a level in such a terrible environment. Looks like in order to get close to you, sister, he's really risking his life. Chapter 3876. This guy actually has such terrifying potential in his body. Fortunately, his cultivation is not strong enough. Otherwise, he would really die in this guy's hands. Shocking. Horrifying. Jiyu Fenghua originally thought that as long as he was serious, Ling Xiao would definitely be unable to withstand a single blow from him. However, he realized that he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. He had to quickly kill this guy. Otherwise, no one knew what would happen. To be honest, he had been practicing martial arts for so many years and had seen many difficult opponents. However, Ling Xiao was definitely the first. Jiyu Fenghua, you must die today. There was no longer any emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes. Cold and emotionless. It made people's hair stand on end. The people in Ziling's capital were also very nervous. They did not know what Jiyu Fenghua said to Ling Xiao that caused such a big change in Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao was always calm and composed. However, today, he was so furious and ferocious. Sister, is brother Ling Xiao okay? Zilong asked worriedly. All we can do now is to watch this battle quietly. Because no one can interfere. However, I believe in Ling Xiao. You should also believe in him. Along the way, he has overcome many difficulties and experienced many hardships, but he has not been defeated. Zi Qianye gritted his teeth and said, in case Ling Xiao can't hold on, I will risk my life to save him. I can only say sorry to all of you. Sister, what are you saying? Brother Ling Xiao has already done so much for us. If we do not save him when he is in danger, our conscience will be uneasy for the rest of our lives. Zilong said loudly. That's right, Your Majesty. Whatever you want to do, you can do it without worry. We are not afraid of death. Moreover, we are dying for young Master Ling Xiao. The people of the king's residence who survived were all loyal officials and good generals. Moreover, they were all saved by Ling Xiao. Therefore, they naturally would not watch Ling Xiao die. As he spoke, the limitless blade formation began to change. Jiyu Fenghua didn't want to see any more changes or accidents. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in the shortest time possible. Suddenly, his body turned into a dazzling saber light. Like a sharp arrow, it shot towards Ling Xiao. Sky-severing saber qi. Saber qi that could even cut through the sky. This was also Jiyu Fenghua's signature move. A mid-6th order emperor-class martial skill. It seemed simple, but its power was terrifying. His body seemed to have become one with the saber qi. The huge blade covered Ling Xiao's entire body. If this saber had landed, Ling Xiao's entire body would have been chopped into minced meat. Ling Xiao, you've really surprised me. But today, I cannot let you live. Kill. Heaven-cleaving blade demon Jiyu Fenghua had no intention of showing mercy. The powerful saber soul had also been released. Even an early 7th order Emperor Realm cultivator wouldn't be able to block this attack. Jiyu Fenghua's attack was very sudden. His speed was also extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could feel the power released from the huge saber that made his whole body tremble. But at this moment, he didn't know fear. At this moment, he was only angry. Slaughterhouse of fiend god seals. Ling Xiao didn't dare to slack off in the slightest when facing Jiyu Fenghua. He immediately used the powerful fiend god seals. In an instant, the sky was filled with blood-red sword qi. It was crazily shuttling back and forth. The huge saber was constantly hit by the blood-red sword qi, making a sound like a violent storm hitting metal. Crack, crack. A moment later, the huge blade actually shattered into pieces, turning into bits of blade light that fell to the ground. Like a meteor shower, the ground was full of potholes. And all of this wasn't over yet. When the huge saber was destroyed, the blood-red sword qi was aimed at Jiyu Fenghua. Do you think I can't kill you without the blood-red thunder god? You think too highly of yourself, Jiyu Fenghua. Jiyu Fenghua's face suddenly changed. He could feel that although the power of Ling Xiao's sword wasn't as terrifying as the previous blood-red thunder god, it had definitely reached the point where it could seriously injure him. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. Yes, you can't kill me. The biggest difference between you and me is that your status is too low and you don't have a backup. Jiyu Fenghua was full of pride for his background. With a wave of his hand, he took out another magic treasure. It was a round ball that glowed with a water blue light. It released a reassuring energy. The water god's blessing. Jiyu Fenghua muttered and released the magic treasure. His entire body was suddenly enveloped by a beautiful mist. The blood-red sword Qi couldn't pierce through. This water god's blessing was brought back by my master from the deep-sea dragon domain. There's only one in the entire Dongsheng country. In order to defeat you, I put in a lot of effort. Even if you have any trump cards today, they are useless in front of me. Speaking of which, Jiyu Fenghua still felt a little embarrassed. The protection of the water god was one of the most precious treasures of the Dongsheng strong country. This was because the emperor of the Dongsheng strong country had helped the deep-sea dragon region's oceanic race do something big. This made the deep-sea dragon domain's oceanic race feel greatly indebted. That was why he gave it to them. Its grade was a rare grade Heavenly King artifact. In the Purple Mansion Great Country, mortal-grade Heavenly King artifacts were already extremely rare. Above the ordinary grade, there was still the fine grade. Jiyu Fenghua's saber was a fine Heavenly King artifact level treasure saber. As for the water god's blessing, it was an even higher grade Heavenly King artifact. It was of the same grade as the Blood Sovereign sword in Ling Xiao's hand. However, it was even rarer than the Blood Supreme sword. Because it was a defensive magic treasure. Generally speaking, defensive magic treasures were more precious and rare than offensive magic treasures. Defensive magic treasures were 10 times more valuable than offensive magic treasures of the same grade. This item originally belonged to the Dongsheng Emperor. When he heard that his son, Jiyu Fenghua, was in trouble, he temporarily lent it to Jiyu Fenghua. If the Dongsheng Emperor knew that Jiyu Fenghua had borrowed the water god's blessing just to deal with an early 6th Heavenly Core warrior, he didn't know what to think. He would probably be embarrassed. But Jiyu Fenghua didn't care about him. As long as he could survive, as long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he didn't mind being embarrassed. He accepted it. Because of embarrassment and death, he could only choose one. Under the water god's blessing, Jiyu Fenghua was as arrogant as the son of God. No one could break through the water god's blessing. The heaven-chopping saber in his hand shone brightly as he prepared for the next attack. The next attack would be right after Ling Xiao's slaughterhouse ended. He was waiting for Ling Xiao to run out of energy. This was because it was impossible for any move to last forever. There would eventually be a moment of exhaustion. Jiyu Fenghua thought he was in an invincible position. Because the water god's blessing was much stronger than the severely damaged wind flame wheels. Chapter 3877. The original grade of the Firestorm wheels had probably reached the celestial grade Heavenly King artifact level. It was a pity that the battle between Thief God and Huang Jindi. The Firestorm wheels had suffered heavy damage. In addition, the Firestorm wheels had not been repaired for such a long time. Naturally, they were not as good as before. The blood-red sword Qi in the slaughterhouse gradually dissipated. It became thin. Jiyu Fenghua revealed a cruel sneer. Ling Xiao, your end has arrived. End. Today, I am extremely powerful. Not to mention you, even if the Emperor of the East Shang Kingdom came personally. I'm going to kill him too. Sometimes, anger could really make people become incomparably terrifying. Ling Xiao's potential was terrifying. Under his anger, his potential surged out. His cultivation actually soared crazily at that moment. He was not joking when he said that he would even kill the Emperor of the East Shang Kingdom. In order to live to see the Moon Lady. In order to know whether the Moon Lady was dead or alive. Today, he had to win. Ridiculous guy, but in order to kill you, I'm still willing to go all out. Strengthening upgrade talisman. Strengthening sky-cleaving blade. Jiyu Fenghua really had a lot of treasures on him. Because this kid had suffered a loss once, he had become cautious all of a sudden. Although he knew that with his strength, he did not have to fear Ling Xiao at all. But he still brought a lot of treasures. This strengthening upgrade talisman could turn the sky-cleaving blade in his hand into a rare-grade Heavenly King artifact for a certain period of time. It was the same as the Blood Sovereign sword in Ling Xiao's hand. With a flash of light, the sky-cleaving blade was upgraded. Jiyu Fenghua's smile became even brighter. Limitless blade technique, heaven-defying blade. It was still the 7th order Emperor grade martial technique, coupled with the rare grade Heavenly King artifact sky-cleaving blade. The blade slashed down, and the terrifying blade light was covered with complicated incantations. This blade was obviously not just a martial technique, but also seemed to be integrated with a secret technique. The limitless blade technique was indeed terrifying. This heaven-defying blade was truly stunning. Feeling this terrifying blade chi, Ling Xiao frowned. A huge pressure was released from the blade. The potential in Ling Xiao's body began to surge out even more crazily. Boom! At that moment, Ling Xiao felt his strength increase. A breakthrough in cultivation. Early to middle stage. Although it was only a small step, it still increased Ling Xiao's chances of winning. Tyrannical Celestial Demon Seal, Bloodthirsty Forest. Ling Xiao finally used the power of the Tyrant martial spirit. Because if he didn't use it now, even if his cultivation increased, he wouldn't be Jiyu Fenghua's match. In that instant, the entire limitless saber array turned into a pitch-black universe. Then, a terrifying scene appeared. In the void, countless giant starry sky beasts pounced on Jiyu Fenghua. Even though Jiyu Fenghua's heaven-defying saber strike was extremely domineering. One giant star beast after another was killed. But in the end, he was still outnumbered and sent flying. Even if it was the blessing of the water god, it still trembled a few times. Blood flowed from the corner of Jiyu Fenghua's mouth. What? Jiyu Fenghua touched the blood at the corner of her mouth and was shocked. Ling Xiao's attack had not only destroyed his saber chi, but it had also injured him despite the water god's protection. Although it was only a minor injury, it was not worth mentioning. But this was too inconceivable. If it wasn't for the water god's protection, Jiyu Fenghua believed that this attack would be able to shatter him into pieces. To his shock, he realized that the power of Ling Xiao's attack had surpassed the Bloodlightning god. I never thought that you would be able to increase your cultivation in the middle of a fight. That's why you killed my junior sister Qing Moshue, right? Not only did she fail to kill you, she even gave you a chance to break through, and in the end, she was killed. Although Jiyu Fenghua spoke casually, he was extremely shocked in his heart. He had never seen an opponent like this before. He was able to continuously break through in the middle of a fight. In less than half a month, he had broken through to the early 6th Divine Core realm. This was already shocking enough. But now, he had broken through again. Was he still human? Jiyu Fenghua took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down. "PH, so what if you've broken through? Your overall strength is still weaker than mine. I'm afraid that's your most powerful attack. But, so what? With the water god's protection, you can't hurt me. No, even if you're hurt, it's only a minor injury, I can recover in just a moment. Do you think you still have a chance of winning?" Jiyu Fenghua's words weren't meant to attack Ling Xiao, but to comfort himself. He was trying to numb himself. He was telling himself that he was stronger than Ling Xiao, telling himself that he was invincible, and that there was no way he would lose to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still expressionless. Apart from indifference, there was only indifference. Once he unleashed his martial soul of Tyrant, there was no way out. He had to win today, even if he didn't want to. He had to take down Jiyu Fenghua. If not, not only would he have to die, all the men behind him would have to die as well. Even those who secretly came from the western region would have to die as well. Jiyu Fenghua had said that he was going to wash the entire Purple Spirit Kingdom with blood. And, those men were all within the Purple Spirit Kingdom's territory. No matter what, I have to win. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was at its peak. Just like Jiyu Fenghua, they both had a reason why they couldn't lose. Up until now, his martial soul of Tyrant had only appeared in its most basic form. It was just a boost to his martial skills. A boost to his fighting strength. He had never really used the power of the martial soul of Tyrant. Today, he was going to give it a try. Anyway, the consequences of using the martial soul of Tyrant would be better than using the bloody devil rat. He wouldn't use the bloody devil rat unless he had no other choice. After all, the price was too high. But the martial soul of Tyrant was different. Ancient, primitive, overbearing, and terrifying power gradually merged into Ling Xiao's body. Possession of the Tyrant. The possession of a martial spirit was a very common thing. But it was the first time that a martial soul like the martial soul of Tyrant was possessed. Ling Xiao had never done it before. At least not in front of his enemies. He had tried it in private before. He knew how terrifying that power was. Ling Xiao's body gradually turned into nothingness. His consciousness was gradually connected to the whole world. The mountains and rivers seemed to have become his hands and feet. He could overturn rivers and seas and destroy the world with a single thought. Of course, this was something that could happen after he became stronger. At this stage, the only thing that he could control was the power between heaven and earth. The power of the heavenly Queen of Earth had been completely merged into the martial soul of Tyrant. It had become a part of the universe. What the hell is this? Why does Ling Xiao seem to be gradually disappearing? Also, what's with the feeling of being filled with the power to destroy the world? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao disappeared in front of their eyes. But they could clearly feel Ling Xiao's aura in the limitless saber formation. But that aura didn't feel like a human at all. It felt like heaven. Like earth. Like the ruler of all things. It was hard to explain, but it was indeed terrifying. Chapter 38-78. What kind of opponent have I encountered? What kind of martial soul is this? I've never heard of or seen it before. Jiyu Fenghua had heard of the Mountain River martial soul, but it didn't look like this. The Mountain River martial soul could allow a martial artist to control the power of mountains and rivers, but the martial artist himself wouldn't disappear. Compared to the current situation, the difference was a little too great. This should be his true martial spirit. The others are just supplementary. Yu Fanghua also looked at this scene in shock. She was astonished. She had lost her memories of her previous life, so she didn't know that Ling Xiao had the Sky Tyrant martial soul. She just thought it was best not to expose this martial soul. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of many people. That's impossible. What kind of thing are you? Jiyu Fenghua asked in horror. Don't you think it's too late to ask this question now? I'm the chaos, I'm the universe. I'm the vitality of all things. What do you think you're fighting against? It's a battle between heaven and earth. Do you understand? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded. He didn't want to use the power of the Sky Tyrant possession. On one hand, he was afraid of exposing himself. On the other hand, it was mainly because his physical body was still too weak. His cultivation was still too low. He could only maintain this state for 10 breaths. After 10 breaths, he wouldn't be able to use the Sky Tyrant martial soul for a period of time. This was also a rather troublesome matter. However, as long as he could kill Jiyu Fenghua, it was all worth it. It was much better than using the bloody devil rat. Under the Sky Tyrant possession state, Ling Xiao could use the most powerful attack. It was the attack of the Heavenly Queen. The Heavenly Queen transformed into the Firmament Fist, the Sun Fist, the Cold Moon Fist, and the Storm Fist. The Heavenly Sword, the Heavenly Punishment Sword, the Myriad Lightning Sword, and the Demon Subduing Sword. The Heavenly Queen transformed into the Shield of Earth, the Light of Life, the Wrath of 10,000 Spirits, and the Tree of World. She waved the scepter in her hand, and huge beasts stood up on the ground, roaring at the dark space. This was the protest of the creatures of the earth, the fury of the beasts. She waved her scepter again, and the terrifying lava turned into a giant dragon, the raging waves turned into a giant whale, and the mountain rocks turned into giants. In the world of the tyrannical martial spirit, Ling Xiao was the master. Imperial Heaven Hutu was the spokesperson. Facing this overwhelming attack, Jiyu Fenghua had a feeling that she was unable to resist at all. He felt like he was a bug that no one cared about in this world. It was a confrontation with nature. There wasn't even the slightest chance of winning. In that instant, his fighting spirit completely collapsed. The water god's blessings crumbled under the royal Heaven Hutu's continuous attacks, gradually shattering. Then, the violent attacks drowned Jiyu Fenghua. He was the genius who ranked 7th on the Eastern Victory Combat Prowess list. In the end, he died in a rather vexed manner. But he couldn't do anything. Facing Ling Xiao, who was possessed by Tyrant Sky, there was only one outcome for him. The limitless blade formation was also destroyed, and the attacks poured down in torrents. The people of the Purple Mansion army fled like crazy. Unfortunately, not a single person was able to escape this sky-covering attack. Over 1 million soldiers, including the Purple Mansion Kingdom's King Chen Yu and the Purple Mansion Marshal, all died in battle. Everyone in the capital of Violet Spirit City was shocked by this scene. They had never seen someone with such terrifying attacks. In that instant, they even thought that Ling Xiao wasn't Ling Xiao at all, but a great god from the primordial era. "Sister, it seems like your man is a very impressive fellow. Do you want to go meet him?" Bai Shui looked at Yu Fanghua and asked. Yu Fanghua quietly looked at Ling Xiao in the distance. She was hesitating. Although she said that they shouldn't meet at this time for fear of causing trouble for Ling Xiao, she had already found her man. However, she had already found the man she loved. How could she bear to turn around and leave just like that? Just as he was hesitating, a beam of white light suddenly shot down from the sky. The terrifying white light contained shocking killing intent. Yu Fanghua and Bai Shui hurriedly dodged. While dodging, they also exposed their aura. Ling Xiao, who had just escaped from Tyrant's possession, saw the girl he was chasing after. His angry expression instantly turned into a surprised one. Fanghua. Surprised, he dashed towards her. Although the fight with Jiyu Fenghua had exhausted him, after swallowing the pill, he was fine. "Don't come any closer," Yu Fanghua hastily shouted. Right at this moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky. Although these 4 figures were wearing different outfits, they were all wearing masks, as if they didn't want to reveal their faces. But one thing was for sure, they were all very strong. Ling Xiao could only see the cultivation of one of them with his Tai Kai eye, but he was a peak 8th Divine Core warrior. This was the cultivation of the Blood Sword Reverend. As for the other 3, Jiang Chen couldn't see through them at all. In other words, they were at least 9th Divine Core warriors. So the reason why young Miss Fanghua from the Eternal Palace ran away was because of a piece of trash like this. What a joke. If this were to spread out, the Eternal Palace would become the biggest joke in the world. No wonder the Eternal Emperor didn't allow you to come out. One of the men wearing a dragon mask said with a mocking tone. "Who are you? You know Big Sister is from the Eternal Palace, why did you sneak attack her?" Bai Shui questioned. "It doesn't matter who we are. The most important thing is, you have to leave today," another slightly chubby man wearing a tiger mask said with a muffled voice. "With just you?" Bai Shui said coldly. "That's right, with just us." The third man had a skinny body, and he was wearing a lion mask. He was emitting a gloomy aura. These 3 men were the ones Ling Xiao couldn't see through with his Tai Kai eye. As for the 4th man, he was wearing a white wolf mask, and he was the weakest amongst the 4 men. But he was still not someone Ling Xiao could fight against. He was much stronger than Jiyu Fenghua. Laro-san, both of you fight that white hawk together. Be careful, that guy is pretty strong. I'll deal with Yu Fanghua. As for Laro-sai, you go and capture that man called Ling Xiao. With him around, Yu Fanghua won't be able to attack without fear of breaking the vases. As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the dragon mask had already pounced on Yu Fanghua. Laro and Laro-san also charged at Bai Shui. As for Laro-sai, the man wearing the white wolf mask wasn't very satisfied. "Big brother, is it worth it for me to take action against trash like him? Don't talk nonsense. He may be trash, but the goddess of the Eternal Palace likes trash like him. Only by capturing him can we truly control Her Highness the Goddess." The man with the dragon mask had already started fighting with Yu Fanghua. As they clashed, the diamond dragon trapping array of Violet Spirit's capital city began to shake, and cracks even appeared. One must know that the place where they were fighting was over 1,000 meters away from Violet Spirit's capital city. This was a battle between absolute powerhouses. Ling Xiao, run. No matter what, escape first. I'll be fine. Chapter 3879. Yu Fanghua knew how strong the enemy was, that's why she shouted at Ling Xiao to run away. But Ling Xiao didn't run away. Yu Fanghua was right in front of him. The woman he had spent so much effort chasing was right in front of him. Why should he run away? At this moment, he didn't care about anything else. Even if his cultivation dropped to the divine vein realm, he didn't care. He had worked so hard for so long, and experienced so many hardships. Now, seeing his woman being attacked, she wanted him to run away. He didn't want to. Even if it was the Moon Maiden, he couldn't accept it. Sister Qianye, lead us into the heavenly devil's ruin now, he shouted towards the ground. Suddenly, a blood-red true yuan emerged from his body. Sanguine rat. This was a heaven-defying skill that he had to avoid no matter what. Because it was too powerful, the side effects were too great. That's why he didn't want to use it. But, at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. He didn't care what would happen if he used it. He wouldn't die, it was just a drop in his cultivation. With his cultivation speed, he would be able to recover in no time. Although his cultivation would drop, the strength of his body wouldn't drop. He wouldn't become too weak. Furthermore, in order to protect his woman, and in order to fight this battle, he had been waiting for this for a very long time. As long as he didn't die, he could accept anything. If he died, he would lose everything. Even if he lost all his cultivation, he could still cultivate it back. Right now, it was as if his blood was burning. Even the peerless heavenly rat's transformation had turned blood red. It had blood-red wings and blood-red skin. Ling Xiao was desperately burning his true yuan. He was trying to make his combat strength skyrocket. The sanguine rat had 3 transformations. The first one increased his combat strength by 2 times. Actually, the effect wasn't that great, because Ling Xiao had too many methods to increase his combat strength. The increase in the sanguine rat's combat strength was negligible. Of course, the first transformation didn't have any side effects. The second transformation increased his combat strength by 10 times. This was extremely useful. But, after using it, his cultivation would drop by 1 stage. For example, he was now a mid-6th level Divine Core Warrior. So, a drop of 1 stage meant he was a mid-5th level Divine Core Warrior. This drop was still acceptable, and it didn't put too much of a burden on his body. The third stage of the transformation was even more terrifying. It directly increased his combat power by 100 times. However, after using it, one's cultivation level would drop by an entire realm. He was currently at the mid-6th Divine Core realm, and that meant his cultivation would drop to the 6th Divine Vein realm. Not only that, but after using it, his body would also suffer a very serious burden, and he might even be seriously injured. His life was in danger. However, he didn't care. As long as he was still breathing, life reversal and fiery rebirth would bring him back to life. His opponent was too strong. A perfect 8th Divine Core Warrior. It was definitely not something the Bloodsucker's second transformation could handle. Therefore, from the very beginning, he directly used the third transformation of the Bloodsucker. He felt a tearing pain in his body. However, his strength continued to rise. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to use the third stage transformation was because his fleshly body was strong enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would self-destruct. This trash actually has such a trick up his sleeve. The white wolf masked man was stunned. In fact, he had already seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Jiyu Fenghua. Ling Xiao's Sky Tyrant possession had already surprised him greatly. However, it was still nothing in front of him. But now, Ling Xiao's Bloodsucker had truly shocked him. A mid-6th Divine Core Warrior, and he could sense that his aura was almost as strong as his own. How was this possible? Ling Xiao. Yu Fanghua was getting anxious. Although she didn't know what kind of transformation Ling Xiao had undergone, she knew very well what was going on. To achieve such a terrifying increase in strength, he had to pay a huge price. Focus on the battle, don't worry about me. Although I have to pay a huge price, I won't die. Ling Xiao smiled and said, since we've finally met again, let's work together and defeat these enemies. Although he didn't know who these 4 terrifying men were, he had no idea who they were. Since they wanted to capture Yu Fanghua, they were his enemies, and he couldn't let them succeed. All right. Yu Fanghua took a deep breath. Since her man had come to this realization, there was no need for her to waste any more time. The most important thing was to end the battle as soon as possible. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. The White Wolf masked man let out a crazy laugh. You think trash like you can use some secret skill to increase your strength? You think you're my match? You're ridiculous. I smell something fishy. Could you be warriors from the deep sea dragon realm? Ling Xiao didn't care about his mockery. While continuing to increase his combat strength, he asked with a cold voice. "En?" The White Wolf masked man was startled. They were indeed from the deep sea dragon realm. They came to the Dongsheng kingdom to make a deal with the Dongsheng emperor. But they didn't expect to meet the Dongsheng emperor's son, and the goddess from the eternal palace. At first, they thought Jiyu Fenghua would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao, so they didn't plan to interfere. Their original plan was to wait for Jiyu Fenghua to kill Ling Xiao, then make Yu Fanghua sad. Then, they would suddenly attack. Their hope was greater. But, who would have thought that Jiyu Fenghua, that trash, would lose? She lost to that guy called Ling Xiao. They wore masks because they didn't want to expose their identities. After all, no one wanted to start a war between the Eternal Emperor realm and the Deep Sea Dragon realm. But, the troublesome thing was, this guy actually saw through them at a glance. Hihi, looks like I guessed right. I've killed quite a number of your sea tribe's rotten fish and shrimps. Since you're here today, don't go back. Once Ling Xiao used the bloody devil rat, there would naturally be a result. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. T. The White Wolf masked man was enraged. You're courting death. He suddenly attacked, turned into an afterimage, and blasted his palm towards Ling Xiao. In his imagination, this palm would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao directly. But, to his surprise, Ling Xiao shook the blood sovereign sword in his hand, and a sword chi actually shattered his palm wind, forcing him to retreat. This is impossible. What kind of secret technique can actually increase your combat strength to such an extent? This is simply cheating. The White Wolf masked man was dumbfounded. Are you surprised? Although my combat strength is still slightly weaker than yours, it's still not enough. However, this small gap is not enough for you to crush me. Ling Xiao's combat strength had reached its limit, and it was basically equivalent to a mid-8th level divine core warrior. Compared to the White Wolf masked man, there was still a gap. But, the gap wasn't that big anymore. From being instantly killed, he was now able to fight back. This bloody devil rat's improvement was truly terrifying. But, the price he had to pay was huge as well. Ling Xiao's cultivation would drop to the 6th level of the divine vein realm because of this. But, if the price was to save his life, if he had to save his woman, it was definitely worth it. Chapter 3880. Ling Xiao also noticed it. Right now, both sides were in a delicate balance. Yu Fenghua's strength was on par with the masked divine dragon mask. Bai Shui was stronger than Yu Fanghua, and she was able to fight the masked tiger mask and lion mask without any fear. Therefore, the key to the outcome of this battle was the battle between him and the masked White Wolf mask. If he lost, then their side would probably be finished. If he won, the situation would change completely. Therefore, he couldn't lose, he had to win. This was related to his and Yu Fenghua's future. Facing the masked White Wolf mask, Ling Xiao wasn't completely without advantages. In terms of the strength of his true yuan, he might be weaker than the masked White Wolf mask. But in terms of the strength of his body, he was stronger than the masked White Wolf mask. In terms of speed, combined with the cosmic body, Blood Lightning God, and Luo Mai's clear shadow steps, he was definitely stronger than the masked White Wolf mask. As for weapons, the Blood Sovereign sword in his hand was a rare-grade Heavenly King weapon. The masked White Wolf mask's claw weapon was also a rare-grade Heavenly King weapon. There wasn't much difference between the two. But martial skills were a little troublesome. The masked White Wolf mask was a true perfect 8th grade divine core warrior, and he could at least use a 7th grade Emperor realm martial skill. As for Jiang Chen's strongest martial skill, it was only the innate Fiend God seal. It was a 7th grade Emperor realm martial skill. But with the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, its strength should be able to reach a 7th grade Emperor realm martial skill. If the masked White Wolf mask had an 8th grade Emperor Realm martial skill, then it would be troublesome. But even so, Ling Xiao still had 3 big advantages. First, his soul strength was equivalent to a perfect 9th grade Divine Core warrior. Second, he had 2 Divine Cores from an Extreme Core warrior in his body. Third, he had the trait of becoming more and more courageous in battle. Although the quality of his true Yuan wasn't as good as his masked White Wolf masks, the quantity was much higher. Therefore, it was hard to tell who would win in this battle. Each of them had their own advantages and disadvantages. After the masked White Wolf mask's first attack, he suddenly stopped. Looking at his blood-red transformation, he furrowed his brows. Ling Xiao, this person whom he had repeatedly called trash, made him feel a strong sense of fear. This doesn't make sense. What kind of secret technique is this? How could it be so abnormal? A mere mid-6th Divine Core warrior was able to make him, a perfect 8th Divine Core warrior, feel threatened? This is unheard of. Are you surprised? That was how it should be. If I don't kill you after using such a terrifying power, I'll feel that it's a loss. Ling Xiao's transformation had basically ended. He could feel the terrifying and invasive energy gushing out of his body. His entire body released an earth-shattering pressure. In that instant, the White Wolf masked man retreated several hundred meters away. To his horror, he discovered that he was not facing a human, but a terrifying demonic beast that blotted out the sky. That terrifying pressure was enough to make him tremble with fear. F***CK. What happened? After stabilizing his mind, the White Wolf masked man realized that this was simply an illusion. Damn small fry, you actually made a fool of me. If I don't kill you today, I'm not human. This kind of heaven-defying secret technique can't be maintained for a long time. I want to see what your outcome will be. You're not human to begin with. Ling Xiao, who was in his bloody rat form, had become extremely calm and indifferent. It was as if all his emotions had disappeared. What replaced them was a cold killing intent. Pretentious fool. I've seen too many people like you. You've cultivated some kind of secret technique, and you think you're invincible. But you have to know, this kind of power isn't the right path. It's the evil path. The White Wolf masked man tried his best to calm himself down. He was trying to comfort himself. It doesn't matter if it's the evil path or the right path, as long as I can kill people, it's fine. Ling Xiao's voice was emotionless, it was as if he was talking with a cold blade. Fine, I'll play with you then. Let's see how powerful this evil path of yours is. The White Wolf masked man looked down on Jiyu Fenghua, let alone Ling Xiao. But now, he felt that he had to be serious. Ling Xiao gave him a very dangerous feeling. Wrath of the Sea Beast, Devil of Tides. The White Wolf masked man didn't dare approach Ling Xiao, he stood a few hundred meters away. He unleashed his martial soul. It was a gigantic sea beast. It had a strange appearance. Overall, it looked more like a gigantic octopus, but there were many differences. But, one had to admit that this guy's martial soul was very frightening. Following the unleashing of his martial soul, he swung both of his claws in the air. In the void, a pair of huge claws formed by water elements clawed at Ling Xiao. It carried an indomitable, ferocious aura. This move was a 7th-order Emperor Realm martial skill. The White Wolf masked man didn't underestimate Ling Xiao. Using a 7th-order Emperor Realm martial skill to kill a mid-6th Divine Core warrior was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito in many people's eyes. A powerful attack, but too bad, it still can't break through my defense. Heavenly Devil Bone, Firestorm Wheels. 2 layers of defense were unleashed. With the help of Ling Xiao's powerful energy, the Firestorm Wheels formed 3 defensive walls. The gigantic claws broke through the walls of wind and fire. But, when they collided with the wall of electricity, they shattered into pieces. The wall of electricity was the strongest layer of defense. It was merged with the Blood Lightning God's energy. Awesome. Truly worthy of being an attack from a perfect 8th-level Divine Core warrior. With just this attack, the energy in my cultivation sea has increased by 90%. Ling Xiao was laughing in his mind. In order to defeat the White Wolf masked man, he had to become stronger. And, breaking through to the next level was the key. At the very least, he had to break through to the perfect 6th-level divine core realm. Firestorm wheels? Are those the legendary firestorm wheels used by the god of thieves? So tough. The white wolf-masked man furrowed his brows. He didn't expect his attack to fail to leave any wounds on Ling Xiao's body. This made his expression turn ugly. If a 7th-order Emperor Martial skill doesn't work, then I'll use a mid-order Emperor Martial skill. Claw of the Sea God. The furious white wolf-masked man once again clawed through the air, unleashing an attack 10 times stronger than the previous one. Furthermore, the speed of this attack was much faster than the previous one. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Finally, the wall of electricity collapsed. But the black tortoise divine body's defense had blocked the attack. Once again, Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Furthermore, his cultivation had broken through. Late 6th-level divine core realm, such a good martial skill, it's a waste for you to use it. Ling Xiao sneered, if I were you, I could have easily killed you with the same attack. Bullshit. Devour the sea devil. The white wolf-masked man didn't seem to have a good temper. He was a man who was easily angered. Facing the unkillable Ling Xiao, he once again upgraded his martial skill. High 7th-order Emperor Realm, devour the sea devil. The gigantic octopus turned into an attack and leapt towards Ling Xiao. In the sky, nothing else could be seen except for the gigantic sea devil, which covered the entire sky. It brought Ling Xiao a lot of pressure. Chapter 3881. Hold on. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He could dodge the attack, but he couldn't. He had to increase his cultivation level. If he wanted to increase his cultivation level as soon as possible, he had to take this attack head-on. I didn't expect that trash of a boyfriend of yours to be so strong. He can actually block 2 attacks from White Wolf. But this time, he won't have the chance. White Wolf's Devour Sea Devil is something that even an early 9th-level Divine Core warrior can't withstand. The Divine Dragon masked man coldly harumphed. He wanted to attack Yu Fanghua. Because in the battle, he found that no matter what he did, he could not completely suppress Yu Fanghua. This woman was too strong. On the other side, the Lion Masked Man and the Tiger Masked Man were in a tough battle as well. Originally, the two of them joined hands to deal with Bai Shui, wanting to end the battle quickly. But, no matter how hard they attacked, White Snow wouldn't be in a disadvantageous position. The two battles had reached a stalemate, and they could only rely on White Wolf to win. As long as White Wolf could kill Ling Xiao, or capture Ling Xiao, Yu Fanghua would definitely reveal her weakness. At that time, the battle would truly end. I believe in him, Yu Fanghua said with an indifferent tone. This man was able to walk all the way from a small city in the western region, and create countless miracles. He was able to increase his cultivation to such a level, and even kill the crown prince of the Eastern Victory Kingdom, Jiyu Fenghua. What miracles couldn't he create? That White Wolf was indeed strong. But, she believed in Ling Xiao's strength more. In her eyes, this man was invincible. Bang! Right at this moment, the Devour Sea Devil landed on Ling Xiao's body. The black tortoise divine body only lasted for a brief moment, then it exploded. But, before the White Wolf masked man could feel happy, the terrifying Heavenly Devil's shadow appeared. The Heavenly Devil's bone took effect, and once again, it blocked White Wolf masked man's attack. Although this time, Ling Xiao was sent flying a few hundred meters away, his injuries weren't serious. However, his injuries were not serious. Only a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away from his mouth, then an excited smile appeared on his face. Thank you, stranger. Your attack, it made me feel good. Finally. He had finally broken through. He had broken through to the peak 6th divine core realm. When he was in the sanguinary rat form, he could unleash the frightening combat strength of a perfect 8th divine core warrior. This could be considered as standing on the same starting line as the White Wolf mask. Damn it. Sea Devil Devour. The White Wolf mask saw that Ling Xiao was not dead. In anger, he once again burst out with the same attack. But in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Because Ling Xiao had actually disappeared in front of him. He hurriedly used his divine sense to capture Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, There was none. What's going on? This guy's aura suddenly disappeared. The white wolf-masked man was terrified for a moment. However, his combat experience was still very rich. Not noticing Ling Xiao's presence, he hurriedly put up a powerful defense. At that moment, a sword pierced out from behind him. What a pity, your reaction is quite fast. Ling Xiao's voice sounded, making the white wolf mask's hair stand on end. If it wasn't for him instinctively putting up a defense, this sword would have definitely pierced through his heart. Even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. At this moment, the white wolf mask finally realized how frightening Ling Xiao was. This seemingly insignificant guy actually possessed such frightening strength. This was unbelievable. Sea God's Claw. In a hurry, the white wolf mask simply swung his claw towards the Blood Sovereign sword. The two forces collided, and both men were sent flying away at the same time. This guy, not only is he terrifyingly fast, the weapon in his hand is also not ordinary. I've misjudged him. The white wolf mask's eyes were filled with shock. Although she couldn't see his expression, she could see his face very clearly. What kind of monster are you? The white wolf mask furrowed his brows and asked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to answer this question. It was just a question he had in his mind. He was from the Ocean Clan. The Ocean Clan was naturally more talented than humans. But even so, he was still suppressed by this tiny Ling Xiao. I am whatever you think I am. Ling Xiao looked at the white wolf mask indifferently. He wasn't afraid of wasting time. Because once he entered the state of the bloody rat, as long as he didn't remove it, it wouldn't disappear. The bloody rat would keep consuming his vital essence and physical strength. But that was nothing to him, because his true essence and physical strength were much more than the martial artists of the same realm. It wouldn't be a problem for him to continue like this for 2 or 3 hours. As long as it didn't exceed 2 hours, he had nothing to fear. I give you some sunshine, and you're so brilliant. Do you really think that's all I have? Dragon Clan Martial Arts, Raging Tide Strike. It was also an advanced 7th level Emperor class martial arts technique, but this Dragon Clan martial arts seemed to be a little different. When the white wolf mask displayed it, it actually had the terrifying aura of an elementary 8th level Emperor class martial arts technique. Even Ling Xiao had to take it seriously. A blue divine dragon spiraled out and flew out from the white wolf mask's claws. It let out a dragon's roar and pounced on Ling Xiao. The power of this attack was indeed more terrifying than the sea demon devour. However, Ling Xiao just watched coldly at this time. The power of this attack was indeed terrifying, and its speed had already surpassed his. But speed wasn't all about the falling plum clear shadow step. The most terrifying part of the falling plum clear shadow step was its strangeness. The plum blossoms danced in the sky. Ling Xiao raised his foot and took a step forward. He had actually managed to dodge the terrifying attack of the raging tide in the nick of time. Not only that, he had already arrived in front of the white wolf mask. The blood-red Blood Sovereign sword erupted with a resplendent strike. It pierced the white wolf mask's shoulder blade. His target was of course the throat, but the other party avoided it. Idiot, you've been fooled. The white wolf mask sneered. Although Ling Xiao was faster than him, he also had a powerful movement technique. It was impossible for him to be hit by Ling Xiao's attack so easily. He did this because he relied on his strong vitality to set a trap for Ling Xiao. He used himself as bait to lure Ling Xiao to make a mistake. As he spoke, he released a tentacle behind him and entangled Ling Xiao's right hand that was holding the sword. At the same time, he waved his claws and blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. At such a close distance, the sea god's claw is enough to crush your head. Is that so? I don't think so. People who dare to get so close to me are generally courting death. Hell's undying bird, hellfire. The crazy flame instantly burned on Ling Xiao's body. The tentacle was instantly burned. The white wolf mask exclaimed and hurriedly retreated to escape. He even had no choice but to cut off his own tentacle. Immortal fire. It's actually an immortal fire. In this world, no one can control an immortal fire. How did you do it? The white wolf mask could still feel the tingling pain on his body. He thought that he had set a trap for Ling Xiao, But he didn't expect that in a battle of wits and courage, Ling Xiao would not lose to him. Knowing that it was bait, Ling Xiao still wanted to eat it. Naturally, it was because he also had his own ideas.